Alright guys, hello, welcome in. So, welcome into another stream. Merry Christmas to everyone. What am I doing here actually, if you ask? Today we're going to make watch reviews on Jedi Survivor. This will be the 13th episode of our Jedi Survivor stream series. I don't think it will be the last. I think we'll have another stream. I have quite the amount of videos I want to watch, and also long ones. So I'm today feeling a bit ill, not very well. So I will not be talking a lot. But that shouldn't be really a problem. Because we're watching somebody else talk. Yeah. I will quickly get this thing up right here. Boom. Yeah. And I will go here and here, and then we will go to our streaming playlist. We had watched those two videos, and we will start or continue with watching Everything Great About Jedi Survivor by Gaming Wins. Gaming Wins is a channel. He also has the same format for videos, for movies, and I think series as well. I know him for movies especially. And when it comes to Star Wars, he has some weird opinions, you can say, or opinions that I just do not share. But he's generally someone very positive, which is why he has a Counting Wins channel for many categories. And usually, if I don't watch him to have his opinion, but I really like to watch his videos because if I like something, he usually does some amount of good research. So he finds out some stuff that I wouldn't have known or that I realized, but I didn't know the info behind it. He's really good with that, and that's what I like to watch him for. So yeah, let's go. He's counting almost everything as a win, which is in some way good. Maybe he will explain his style a bit in this video, but yeah, let's go.
If Respawn is doing anything right, it has always been their single-player stories. Actually, Respawn kinda has never missed, even going all the way back to the Modern Warfare 2 days. Since they left Infinity Ward, it's really been banger after banger, even with a pretty cool VR Medal of Honor game. Do we give the handling of Apex lately a pass? I'm more prone to blame EA more so than them, as we all saw the way EA wanted to launch Survivor undercooked as to avoid release competition, and that's how we ended up with the abysmal launch. With all that said, I love Fallen Order so much. Hearing this theme brings me a Jedi's peace. We got BD's eyes and what looks to be the golden ratio. Ironic, as the golden ratio is a mathematical principle being associated with religion in some cases, and the Jedi Order is now a dead religion. Even more ironic that it frames EA, the publisher furthest away from releasing anything golden nowadays. Okay, I'll stop roasting them for now. Does anyone else miss when it was called LucasArts? It's like every day a bit of my childhood is being washed away. Is that what growing up is truly about? Alright, this is a little egregious for displaying the differences between these settings. It's like those stupid gaming advertisements you'll see on monitors, and it's not great. But dumbing it down to the lowest common denominator is sometimes a necessity when you think about my pops at 51 trying to understand what resolution and FPS means in his laser sword game.
The next generation of Jedi.
Okay, this intro is really freaking cool, having us start exactly where the last game left off. And all of Cal's previous adventure is shown through the shards of the holocron, the item that is the very reason that all the events of the previous game happened. Just some wonderful symbolism right at the start. Reminds us that Respawn really does care about this story.
This is no common anarchist, but a devotee.
Oh, I really love Trilla. Her voice actor is badass, and you know I love that purple eyeshadow.
I was alone for a long time.
I love that framing. To really hammer home his isolation. In a galaxy spanning planets and solar systems with all sorts of different races, crazy to imagine the thought of being so alone.
I know what it's like to lose everything.
To feel so desperately you're right. Yet to fail nonetheless, right?
Night Sisters and Jedi do not travel together, but survivors. We adapt.
The theme of being alone, letting people in again from the first game perfectly transitions into the Survivor theme. What happens and how does a group like this survive together in this new world?
Execute Order 66.
Where's a Jedi Purge game? Where's a Vader series of him during the Purge? Why has Disney avoided the Purge years so harshly?
There is gold in the Star Wars.
Also, I'd be a fake fan if I didn't win Ian McDermott saying our 3 favorite words.
You can't stop the Empire!
I'm stronger now because of the pain.
God, I love that we watch Cal fall. I fall to the dark side while hearing all the different views of those that have already done so.
Failure is not the end. It is a necessary part of the path.
The path, something we're going to hear over and over again throughout Survivor, and is one of the sub-themes of this game. After we've got Cal falling with the dark side, once we see his master's blade ignite, we get all the light side things we went through. Made better that it was the reforging of T'Pol's blade that made him see clearly again. The Jedi Temple being our main menu is totally suspect and a tease, to be honest, but gets us asking questions and makes us excited to jump into the game. Also fitting because, you know, we start on Coruscant. What are we, taking a page out of God of War with our main menu transitions into the game? I never noticed Cal's tattoo in the first game, and I subscribe to the idea that it's an identification number tattooed on him from his time on Baraka. To me, it's a bit allegorical to tattoos Jewish people had to endure during the Holocaust, which, Cal being a Jedi and the Empire and all of that, you see my point. Plus he's cuffed now, being taken in with some good attention drawn to it. We know Cal has seen some stuff now because boy is stubble. Thank God for that, because I would have no idea otherwise. Cal looks up to Coruscant, to freedom, and then looks at the box that's going to get him there. Also, it's Bode that he trusted to hold his saber for him, which in retrospect is bittersweet. Aw, he didn't have to look, just sense the temple. Ooh, getting those Kevin Kenner from Shattered Blade Runner vibes as we enter the uncertainty of the Undercity. Even Coruscant has its version of Skid Row, which makes me wonder why the heck is a Jedi being taken to such a shifty place and not either killed on the spot or made an example of him? Oh! Man, really trying to sell this capture to the boys in white? Also, Bode probably got off on that a bit anyways. You know I had to try. Sometimes I like to pull a donkey and just try and break a game. Isn't that hard with this one, I'll say.
I don't like it. Stick with the plan. We'll be fine. As long as I get paid.
Some really efficient dialogue, fitting for both before and after the reveal.
We're citizens. You can't treat us like this. Yeah, says who?
Took my line straight from me, Scout Trooper 42069.
War's expensive. Someone's gotta pay for it.
100% taxpayers, right? Actually don't know, I just like the low-hanging fruit jokes. Man, is the scale of Coruscant and really Jedi Survivor so grand sometimes. I catch myself often just panning the camera, taking in the view. That box is coated in lead so the droid doesn't see what's inside.
Get over here, Jedi.
Ah, Jesus, jump scare from the toughest enemy in the game off the rip. Seriously, these motherfuckers weren't traditionally hard to take down, but they would wear heavily on my stims to make the rest of the encounter difficult as hell. Looking at you, Imperial Post AL-005.
The rest of you will stay here.
That wasn't the deal.
Deals change.
I am altering the deal.
Terrorist.
You gonna let him call you that?
When the Senator gets a hold of you, you'll wish you were dead.
Always nice to meet a fan.
Damn, has Cal gone from plucky adventure to sexy lead, especially with the way I've got him dressed by the end?
This way, Jedi.
I love how K2SO has been the model for these security droids. Oh nice, looks like homie Grand Inquisitor and Crimson Chin had a baby. Speaking of baby, oh baby the music. We know exactly what it is before they even show us. Yo though, check out the Chelseas on the Senator.
Sabotaging weapons depots. Disrupting supply lines.
So we cut supply lines, we steal contraband.
You will lead me to the remaining Jedi.
I can't. It's just me.
Love how this feels altruistic at first, but it's actually a sad truth of the moment.
And to think one day our children will ask, what is this thing?
Set up for Cal to be a badass later. Drawing on my new favorite horror movie trope of just putting things in the background without proper attention given to it to make us just go,
Oh my God, I see that guy!
Of a corrupt institution destroyed by its own arrogance.
It's where the AAA industry is headed if publishers aren't careful. Too big to fail is a farce.
Arrogance is a trap a lot of us fall into, Senator.
That's when the other shoe dropped for all of us being like, oh, he's about to be cool.
That's mine.
Yes. Respawn did exactly what I hoped they would do with the intro of this game. More on that in a second. We just learned 3 core mechanics in less than 5 seconds.
Hit it, BD.
Wow, Crypto's drone being useful for once.
Now he comes to us. He's coming a little hot.
Destroyed by its own arrogance.
Not to be outdone by Nathan Drake, we've got the nice off-white rolled sleeves and an explosive set piece that we've got to dangerously climb our way out of. Yes. We keep our fast climbing. No, Cal was locked into prison and lost all his gear in some connection to the Force bullshit. Respawn perfectly was able to have Cal keep everything we learned from the first game without overwhelming new players of all the things he can do now. Oh, yes. In natural Star Wars fashion, Stormtroopers can't... Jeez. Well, you know what Obi-Wan said. They are intentionally missing Cal here to purposely hit this beam to drop him into a trap. Yeah, that's right. The first set we find is called Patience. You see where I'm going with that?
Want to get a bite after a shift? Sure, I could go for a turbo dog.
Why, Respawn gotta make me feel bad for the grunts. They're probably just conscripts looking for some pay to scrape by, and we're gonna come down and murder the heck out of them. Maybe I am a terrorist. My biggest enemy of Jedi Survivor is born. I didn't think it was possible. Respawn managed to make Cal run even goofier in this game, and I love it. A little fake out that we all saw coming, but points for trying.
What took you so long?
Oh, you know, just hanging out.
Cal has achieved comedy. The Dark Souls influences keep their mark here, more so than they do even in their own games. Okay, that's a little bit dramatic, but I still love the interconnected level design that Survivor spirits. God, his Cal's lightsaber flourishes as beautiful as ever. Whoever is animating on the Respawn team deserves a kiss on the forehead. Mwah.
Remind me to tell you about the Karita job sometime.
We're gonna hear this comment all the time between different characters, and it does some work on building the world around them, even if it does get tiresome.
That jetpack's handy.
Remind me to tell you how I got it sometime.
See what I mean? Gainers are some of the scariest flips to learn. Don't believe me? Go try some out on the trampoline and come back. Moving force slow to Cal's super is nice, and even more in line with how he first used it as a Padawan. Even better, as I believe it's still a dark side ability, and Cal really isn't about that life just yet. Sad has gone for puzzling, though. You see that? It was quick, but we've got dismemberment. I've yet to see a head come off, but I'm happy seeing the Star Wars classic of arms coming off return. You can really feel the difference between the old double saber and this one. Each of the stances have a more defined role in Survivor that I'll talk more about as we get there. No matter what anyone says about the story, gameplay, or performance, moments like these are what games are all about. Just feeling like a badass.
The Emperor turned the Jedi Temple into his palace.
Ironic. Yeah, that's what the Empire does best. Take something you love and make it something you can't stand the sight of anymore.
Are you sure about that?
When Darth Vader showed up and beat my ass for a good half hour, I had the biggest smile on my face the entire time. Yes! Revenge!
So I heard you fought the Empire on Kashyyyk.
Nashir Dalal was such a good addition to the cast here. I recognized his voice instantly, and with his resume, I'm surprised I didn't see it coming that he was gonna be our big bad after Dagon. You don't just get Nashir Dalal for a sidekick. I mean, you do. Katalo, but you feel me.
Hijacked a walker and broke open an Imperial prison camp single-handed.
That one was BD.
You better put some respect on BD's name. And I get it even more now, guys. I recently got a kitten in December, and I constantly see BD doing things that remind me of My Little Sesame. Here she is being dumb.
That one was BD.
And in classic BD fashion, we understand what they're saying most of the time. I can just hear them going, that's right.
You've been through a lot for someone so young.
Just trying to survive.
Ooh, said the title!
Sounds like he wants to double my cut. That right, BD?
God, I love BD. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention how good the switcheroo was to have all of our captors be wolves in sheep's clothing.
I just bet the twins of the Senator had you in there stuffed and mounted.
Hey, I want a cut of that.
Goes to show the rapport with his crew, and also that Cal did technically help win the bet, so of course, he should get a cut. Plus, he's the captain, so like, he kind of gets a cut of everyone's profits.
Sorry, Gabs. Not mine to give.
Respawn really keeps us on the hook for as long as possible about where our Fallen Order crew is at. They make it seem like Grease is just waiting on the ship for us, but really it is just Cal being the best guy ever. Bo checking his corners. Sorry, I left you hanging on the left, though.
Unlock it, and you'll be rewarded.
I'll be rewarded.
It was kind of like one of the last things we've yet to do as Cal as a Force user, other than lightning and heal, but I'm gonna act like one of those don't exist.
They're everywhere.
14-year-old me looking at my acne.
Someday when your children see this, they'll know the Jedi never stopped fighting for them.
Reverse Uno card callback. Plus the first time that we truly hear Cal's theme in game.
I bet this senator has more credits.
Damn, did they catch me off guard with this one. Good one to respawn. Oh gosh, which one is it this time? Oh, who's that?
Castus!
Oh, the ninth sister. Sorry, didn't recognize you because of the arm.
The big ass chicken lady.
Look out!
They really are just rogue wanting all of Cal's crew right now. This is the goofiest looking thing ever, but I'm here for it. With this, the dash and grapple hook, traversal still wasn't my favorite part of the game, but it's leaps and bounds better than the first. I couldn't be the only one that constantly swapped their stances because pretty animation make brain go happy.
That'll prove useful.
I am in love.
They want me. They've got me.
Yeah, no looter narrative distance on what Cal's capable of. I know I could take these guys on, and so does he. Huh. Cal learning from not just Seer, but also Trilla, hence why I really wish last game, and especially this game, that he fully embraced the Grey Jedi aspect of himself. And just a straight recreation of the scene down to the blaster shooting at him. I don't care who does it, I don't care how it's presented, the helicopter blades will always be goofy as hell, but I can appreciate them just putting a little second in there for us.
Yeah,
finally, where this game really
shit, bro.
shines, it's 1v1 battles, always make for the most intense. I don't care. And just a straight recreation of the scene down to the blaster shooting at him. I don't care who does it, I don't care how it's presented, the helicopter blades will always be goofy as hell, but I can appreciate them just putting a little second in there for us. Finally, where this game really shines, it's 1v1 battles, always make for the most intense encounters. Parallels the first game too, having us fight an Inquisitor, but this time, we actually stand a chance. Beautiful! That's what I was talking about, how Respawn did the tutorial. They took all the core abilities that Cal had from the first one and just slowly introduced them over an hour, exactly when we needed to use them in game. It made for such a natural way to teach us. And dual stance is, hands down, the best one. You know it, I know it. Being able to parry at the drop of a Ninth Sister's head really makes the game so much more enjoyable.
Masana!
Ooh, using her real name to try and connect with her.
It's time to set you free.
Cal took the American approach to see. The Ninth Sister might have felt a little easy for taking on an Inquisitor, but we've already dunked on her ass once, and we've gone through a whole character arc, so she really never stood a chance to begin with. For a moment, you can see our Kit Fisto bounty hunter up there. Also, the only picture they have of Cal's from whenever he's found on Baraka. Our man's been doing good for himself, not getting caught, it seems.
Oh, this has been a great first date and all, but I still haven't gotten paid.
Tinder dates when you haven't said you'll pick up the tab.
May the Force be with you.
You're a great fighter, Cal. Let's see how well you fly.
Peep that beat before he doesn't say it back. A good twist recontextualizes every moment, like this one, seeing him struggle for a moment with his past. You might recognize these horns. You might recognize these horns. It's an homage to John Williams' Battle over Coruscant. Since, yeah, no, I'm about to do some space battles over it.
See, that's what I like so much about him. He knows the music and what it does and what it is and so on. And like, I might have heard that, but like, I didn't know about that. Really cool.
This again goes to show the massive amount of respect and love Respawn had for the source material.
Well, it's as we hoped. This book is a copy from the Jedi Archive.
Setting up Seer's desire to rebuild it.
And whisper what I have learned to my sleeping sisters. They were not invited.
Oh, poor BD.
Well, what do you think? No.
It's good. Could use some more salt.
Reese? Undersalting something? Are you sure about that?
Are you sure?
Ooh,
maybe it was a pepper.
If anyone knows how to fix up the Mantis, it's Grease Dritus.
Thank you, Respawn, for not playing the pronoun game till we reached him on Kobo. Oh, my heart. We've got more BD customization. For that alone, I think I might be able to get over the performance issues.
Nope.
Might.
The BD1 stuff was completely unnecessary. Like, they could have made 3 different ones and I'd be very fine. They overcooked that as well. The colors were cool. But the rest, bro, leave me.
And all the colors from the rip. Thank you, Respawn. Thank you.
Yeah, nice.
I guess we finally get to see Grace's cantina. It's so calm. Bravo would have liked this.
Straight up, though, the opening of Survivor was kind of an onslaught in the best way possible. Everything about the map is diegetic and makes for a more immersive experience. We could place markers this time around, but only if we can see it with our BD binos.
Secure the ship. Those are the orders.
Oh, yes, baby. Respawn managed to find a perfect way to incorporate everyone's favorite era into Survivor. The Clone Wars did such heavy lifting for the era, and I'm glad they stuck with Matthew Wood for the B1 droids and kept their silly voice and mannerisms from the Clone Wars. Granted, since their inception in Menace, they had continually gotten higher pitched and goofier. Thanks, BD, for the light. Walking around holding the saber was a cool vibe, but boring.
Take a look at that view. Is that a giant crater? Wow. I got it so easy. Guard the cliff, crush the locals, look at the scenery.
You can't tell me you didn't stop just to listen to the droids talk every chance you got either, right? The main incentive to explore around is for cosmetics. That's it. No stat increases, no additional gear, just looking sharp. Though I like to think the industry is getting better about microtransactions and such, it's still great to see Respawn kicking the trend with Survivor just purely being about Cal's drip. And giving us workbenches all over just to change things around. It was far and few between that I wouldn't stop at each one and change at least something just to stay fresh.
Sir, I found something.
Sometimes I wonder if Palpatine cheaped out of the droid armor to make sure his Jedi killers were up to snuff because these guys are so silly. Yes, Mom! Commando droids. I remember when I was like 8 years old and saw them in Rookies for the first time, and for once, kind of intimidated by the droids. Loved using their Vibra Sword in Battlefront 2 and trying to duel a hero. Neat, with Kobo being a main world to explore, everything we unlock later has been taken into account. Like here, once we get the dash, it'll measure out perfectly to cross. Fix the PC version of the Space Cow gets it, Respawn.
Yeah. W. That was such a nice shot.
Yeah. Look at that.
Beautiful.
Another sandy-looking planet to explore.
Yeah, we had some technical problems.
Respawn, probably. Woo! It's purple. I want to ride it.
Yeah.
What the f*** is that?
He's so ugly. I love him.
I love him.
It was all just a...
Oh, you know you done f***ed up when Cal gives you the darky stare.
Yeah.
Let him go.
Holding his belt like that. Looks like we got a new sheriff in town. Who'd win, Arthur or Cal? My money's on Cal. All he's got to do is wait. Another example of setting up an enemy type as a boss to later make them regular ones, just to make us feel more powerful. A trick From Software employs all the time. Copy and paste Taurus demons, anyone?
Next time you want to pick a fight, you go through us.
Cal never wanted to forget his ride or die.
Noble Jedi Knight, if you stay your hand, I shall withdraw in peace.
Preying on Cal's honor as a Jedi. This was the first step to kind of endearing me to Revis, who high-key had a much more interesting character than Dagan, which I don't think is a bad thing considering his role in the story. More on him once we dry him off. What Star Wars is all about! Constant weird-ass aliens.
Only way we survive is by sticking together.
That's right.
You didn't have to step in just now, but you did.
Yes, you did.
Turgle, shut it.
You don't even say anything.
Ah, potential customer. What'll it be?
Nothing. Thanks.
Oh, well, that's a mistake.
Spoken like a true salesman. Or alcoholic. Pick your poison. Glad they went the traditional aging route for Grease instead of grabbing the clippers. Man is looking fly as hell with those braids.
Zilch, nothing. How you doing, BD?
Wait a minute. If that doesn't show you how close of a crew they were at the time, then I don't know what does. It's second nature to them to be around BD in the group.
Just get over here, you son of a bogling!
Son of a bogling, dang Ferric, son of a Gundark. I don't think the cursing in Star Wars will ever not be cringy, but I do commend the actors for still giving everything they got with the silliness.
Yeah, sure, whatever you need. Come on, grab some seat.
If Grease was to have a catchphrase, it's not greasy money. Woo! He said it.
Me, you.
Guys, one thing that I just realized. We never drank something. I think he didn't even took a sip out of his. I might be wrong, but like, why weren't we not able to just drink from the bottle?
The Space Witch. Seer.
He still can't bring himself to call her Marin.
The galaxy can wait a couple hours.
Well, we should probably get moving as soon as we finish up.
It's a nice small storyline that Cal wrestles with, having so much weight on his shoulders, never taking a second for himself, especially after the crew broke up. The only thing he has left is the fight. And as he reconnects with everyone, each of them have some wisdom about possibly just living a life, moving on. He survived. Maybe he earned a simple life with Marin, but not Cal. I understand his hunger to make a difference. We are the same age after all.
My old scrapper outfit. Why did Grease keep this? I know. Creepy.
You think creepy, I think endearing.
I was hoping you'd stop by and maybe take a break.
We both know what happens when I stay in one place too long.
Talk about sweeping one's trauma underneath a rug, and something that we're gonna see happen once again with the archive.
The walking away isn't an option for me. I have to hold the line.
Hold the line or toe the line? One's out of a true desire and the other is out of obligation. And for Cal now, I believe it's the latter, and it's been taking a toll on him.
What does their sacrifice mean if I go and I just give up and stick my head in the sand?
He's right. Let's stay as far away from Tatooine as we can.
You gotta take it from me. Somebody who had to learn the hard way. You gotta know when to walk away from a rigged game. Otherwise, you are gonna end up losing something you could never replace.
Laying out how he lost his hand while being thematically poignant. Grease, you dirty hairball. BD with the camera white to make the asset disappear without any weirdness. BD's such a freaking cat sometimes. Gosh.
You're not even wearing the proper robes.
I'm more of a poncho guy.
Yes, you are. Now, where's the pink poncho? I do take back a bit of what I said. We monkey brains like getting our exploration rewarded with something tangible to gameplay, and perks do just the trick for that. Some of them in combination can really shake up your playstyle and add some zest to a combat system that is in dire need of some spices.
Since the last time I stood here.
Wow, if Z never pointed it out, I wouldn't have noticed. That's pretty neat.
Time I stood here.
That is in dire need of some spices.
Since the last time I stood here.
Wow, if Z never pointed it out, I wouldn't have noticed. That's pretty neat.
Another one? Cal, you have a very bad habit of picking up strays.
BD1, Marin, Bode, Z, the entire crew that died on Coruscant? Yeah, it tracks.
It's an old prospector's legend about a lost world filled with treasure.
I mean, I might not be the treasure they were talking about, but Taylor does harbor something more valuable than priorite shards.
Next to Seer, he's the best marksman I've ever met.
I wonder why that may be. Wonder if there's something else aiding his shot. You can wash your hands. Game of the year, people. I didn't think the customization was going to be as extensive as it is, and have it drastically change the energy that Cal gives off at a cutscene. Do you want to look like you're a country stand-up comic, a husband with a drinking problem, or a sexy fallen Jedi that took playtime a little too seriously? The galaxy's yours.
Cal, this is BD1. Listen, the Empire is not going to be happy to find you out here.
We even got some side quests. Survivor definitely took the feedback and the success of games like God of War to heart with its semi-open world structure, which you all know makes for my favorite type of game. My God, these things. They just had to put in a more annoying version of the Philac. You know what I'm talking about. Those stupid Rams. Consistency on having your own version of Dark Souls, rats, and dogs, but f*** you. Respawn always gives us some easy fodder to just have a bit of fun with during platform sections. At least this would have been fun if I didn't forget about the hold block to reflect constantly for the entire game. I didn't do it once after they taught me. Also, the side flip is sexy as hell every time.
Cal, you can't fight your way out of some situations.
We once again have flashbacks of Cal remembering Seer's teachings when he needs them most, just as the first game with Yarrow. It's not as cool the second time around, but it gets the job done quickly introducing new mechanics. And hey, Cal seems to have a bit of a hard on cutting himself off from the Force after enduring trauma. Something I think we all can actually relate to. We tend to repress memories and things that remind us of the pain in the past.
They've been in there for hours.
Council members are not known for their hasty judgment.
Sure about that?
We must move quickly if the Jedi Order is to survive.
Trust them to do the right thing.
The moment she says to trust the Council, the glow of light fades real quick. When has trusting the Council ever led to anything good? Oh, wait, it's about to show us that, and that's, oh, or more so, since this is Dagon's memory, it's the moment he feels great doubt in them, and the light extinguishes. Oh, wait, yeah, no, there they are, yeah. Ooh, a little yellow saber, generally used by Jedi Sentinels who, in their teachings, would try to straddle the line between diplomacy and fighting ability, illustrating Dagon's struggle with that balance, ultimately succumbing to the latter.
You're not here.
Scary! Dagon really exists to hold a mirror up to Cal, to not get lost in the sauce, so to speak, as Dagon had lost himself in the pursuit of Tantalor. Cal was on the verge of such with the Empire. Oh yeah, I bet the guy in the back of tank, missing a limb, upset with the Council, and breathing like Vader is totally gonna be an ally.
You are a Jedi? Yes.
That cheeky little smile, eating it up, that real recognized real.
Turn it into an empire.
I want dolly zoom to be more than just a technique to illustrate a character going through some revelation, but I can't bash it too much because it's possibly my favorite trick in the book. Oh, the pulsing of the music, ratcheting the tension on what color it may be when he ignites it to the positive release as we see it's still yellow.
It was my discovery, my home, and they just expected me to throw it away?
Wow, watching someone bleed a crystal is something I've never seen on screen before. This is for all you haters that said bleeding crystals wasn't canon. Hearing the anger and suffering that pushed him to this point gives him a sympathetic reason to turn to the dark side. The council failed him, his powers failed, the Republic is gone. There's nowhere left to turn to but himself to make things right. I really don't blame the guy. I guess if Vader could still use the Force, then sure, of course a little stump would be enough. Let's not forget, Dagon is right-handed, just came out of his bad spa day, and is missing an arm, and still puts up a fight against Cal. Either he was super skilled, or that the dark side is truly fueling him.
I am not your enemy. The enemy is out there, and they are very powerful.
A classic. When you've seen so many different stories, they really do just bleed together in your head. Could they have just shown him jumping? Yeah. Or they could have just placed him on the ship like they did. Make it a little scarier that, oh, how'd he get there so fast? And save him some animation work. This game was made in a blazing fast 3 years right as COVID hit. Even less time than the first game under worse circumstances, with a relentless publisher. Sometimes little things like this that are kind of awkward are necessary. Or am I thinking about it too hard? What's new? Oh yeah, the Republic gunship. The Raiders truly are living up their scrappy and hungry ways of funding their military. Ah yes, Cal, the benevolent Jedi who uses his space wizard powers to mind control animals, to love him, just to ride them violently into dangerous situations. Actually, when you put it like that, it sounds exactly like how a Jedi would act. Anakin would be proud.
We must persevere, Cal. After all, what else is there to do?
Cal solemnly agrees with Z, where for all their advancements don't feel the same emotional capacity as a human, kind of indirectly saying that Cal still has a lifelessness about him, a programmed path that he can't diverge from.
Does sound like a place that someone could call home. Get your feet down.
Seems like Gree's neuroticism gets disarmed when he feels at home. It reminds me of myself when I learned that not everything has to be perfect to be comfortable in a home. In my home. A lesson my lady taught me.
All right, I'm gonna make us some food before we go.
Greasing his food. With how much they bring it up, he better get a dish at Galaxy's Edge. So much detail in all the components for something that we can barely notice.
He did also
how
white gold.
important it is to us to make this puppy ours.
Well, they give me the creeps. I wonder what kind of weirdo.
Huh, yes, among the best arrangements of these games. Sears' freaking theme. It makes me realize I didn't win that Cal literally plays her theme when he touches the guitar in the first game. Talk about a Force echo. The skills in Survivor are, of course, expanded upon from Fallen Order, but all...
I like the other one more. I think the skill trees, to have so many was cool, but like, the skill trees itself were all really small, so that made it more convenient to switch the stances, but I would have liked to have one stance to be all I need.
They fall to the wayside as it's more often than not more effective to just use the base attacks. This is to say anything about how fun some of these abilities are, though. It reminds me of the phrase that gamers will optimize the fun out of a game, which I try my best to avoid, but look at me. Like the little overhead flip with a double blade or the flurry attack with the dual sabers, there were points I'd stop tryharding as much and start going for flair, and man, that was actually kind of enjoyable. Kind of like how I get in my own way dancing too much during Synth Riders. They fly now! Talk about an entrance, giving the Dormelage a run for their money. Cal's lightsaber's burning so bright right now.
What?
Unless what, Cal? What the f*** is that? Feel like it's gonna stick bug me or something. Huh. You can heal on the walls, and BD cutely sticks us. Oh, I love them. They added dismemberment, but don't let us slice bodies in half. Cowards.
I'll meet you on the other side. That is not the way to Sears' base.
Just want to check it out real quick.
If I love doing anything, it's winning the same things across all games. Allies pointing out our gamer tendencies won't get old for me anytime soon. Tell me why the Skriten is harder than Darth Vader? Or better yet, Spawn of Ogdo is harder than Darth Vader? Why do we have to meme it, friends? Why? If the Emperor knew what was good for him, he should have thrown Ogdo in some fire and given him the samurai armor. Or better yet, in Episode 9, Leto Atreides should have said somehow, Ogdo Bogdo has returned.
Help me out.
Must I?
Marion flirting like in second grade.
You want a hand?
Thank you. But I can manage.
The YouTube incels are fuming at their monitors right now. I can hear them now. I love it.
It will warm you, keep you company on dark, lonesome nights, yes? But left unchecked, It will consume everything in its path until there is only ash. But on a cold night, like tonight, a warm fire is perfect. And the company is not so bad either.
This is actually just a metaphor about Cal being a redhead. Seriously though, that's kind of the thesis of this game. Unchecked desire is a path of destruction, and we need to keep people close to temper our worst instincts. Dagon with Tanalorr, Seer with the Archive, Bode with his daughter's safety, Vader with destroying everything about his past to act like it didn't exist, and Cal with his guilt to continue to fight. And I do believe that the company's not so bad either. It isn't just Bathos, but it's important as well. The fire is necessary, but what everyone needs is people to share it with. And Marin laid on thick with Cal is cute.
I had to leave, Cal, in order to see the galaxy on my own terms.
What'd you find?
Myself.
Man, does that one hit. Don't care how cheesy it sounds. It's true. I had to go through a very similar thing, believing that I couldn't see the life I wanted shackled to somebody else. And even if it's a mistake, like the crew discovers throughout Survivor, better to have loved and lived than loved and suffered. Reminds me of why the Jedi seem destined to fail alongside the Sith, both too black and white for their own good, and why we'll always have stories to tell in this universe. Stories aren't about who wins in the end. We know what happens to the Empire and the Jedi, but what happens to the Mantis crew? How do they get on in this life? What can we learn from their struggles? It's something that makes gaming so much fun today because we get to vicariously live these stories. And even better, we don't experience stories passed down through generations around a campfire anymore. They're cooked up every day, and we get to learn so much about the real-world struggle through the creation of this art. Why did the game launch so poorly? How did the team at Respawn react to 2020 compared to the rest of us? When we think about the people behind these games, we could draw even greater parallels to our own lives and move forward with greater relatability. Psh, I just blacked out for a second. What's happening? Oh yeah, Cal trying to get his d wet.
It's clear you made the right choice.
To cap off this wonderful scene, we got Seer's theme coming in. The woman that is kind of responsible for them coming together.
Hello, my friend.
Well, that was an expectation subversion if I've ever seen one. I might just be dense, but I swear that he was posited to be dead.
Ultimately, that failure inspired me to seek out other Jedi survivors.
Go again? Cool. Getting a dummy beats the hell out of me going and get my ass kicked in the meditation trainings, practicing new moves. So for non-Force users, do they just like roll it over there? Unless it has to be a certain velocity, then hell yeah, this is a dope-ass law for the Jedi.
Welcome to Jeddah.
You either grow it or you lose it to show age. Seer said, "F it, I'm a full shave. I mean, sin."
Hunted by the Empire, like Jedi survivors?
What are we, some kind of Jedi survivors?
Why didn't you tell me?
You never asked.
Phone works both ways, biatch!
And then they just listen to the propaganda and they pretend they're free anyways.
You chose a hard path.
And it hasn't made a difference.
You can just feel the energy between these two. Performance capture is the shit. It's no longer student and teacher, but two grizzled survivors giving each other their just respect.
You know, there was a time when I remember that the Jedi were more than just weapons.
Something that I think that the possible third game is going to try and introduce, judging by the end of the game and it being kind of Cal's arc throughout this one.
The Master always frowned upon using blasters.
You once said it wasn't the weapon that makes you a Jedi.
Hehe, cheeky callback, Marin. I'm loving the way Cal's, in a sorts, rewriting what it means to be a Jedi. Those scrapper days really paying off for Cal if he can fashion a holster this quickly. Okay, maybe now Cal can give Arthur a run for his money without using the clock. Survivor continues to add more tools to spice up traversal. Respawn really took action-adventure to heart, leaning more on adventure it feels in this game more than the previous, which you're either going to love or hate. After about the 500th wall run, I was kind of ready for a bit more saber combat, but maybe I've just got a short attention span. With that said, compared to the first game, this offers us a more swashbuckling adventure, not completely riddled with grief and betrayal and all that. I mean, it's there, but there are swaths of this game that are just plain dumb fun, like this entire research on Kobo. We get a range stance, and what's the first story boss thrown at us? A They Fly Now. It's something as a DM I'm trying to get better at in my games. Give players opportunities to use the cool things you give them.
Which, by the way, nice touch. Love a big entrance.
Me too. Is it just me? I don't think so. She's no Twi'lek, but the Aussie accent for Nautilans could be an awesome new trait like French for the Twi'lek. I mean, they literally come from down under. But also, she's a hunter-collector. Steve Irwin would be proud of the representation.
Help you get a jump on those hunters.
Anyone else's brains get violently taken back to Amiga and the Bad Batch on Hunters. Oh, I love that BD plays a much more active role in gameplay. Where is the BD one-off Ashley missions? Oh, Respawn!
For the Abyss.
It is unbecoming to gossip and to eavesdrop.
You hear that, Critters? That's her dad speaking. Those who don't know, that's Matt Mercer from Critical Role, and he's the best. Speaking of that, this is a stacked freaking cast. Even past the named characters, there's so many other bangers just coming in for voice work. Leon O'Brien, Sam Riegel, Yuri Lothenwall, freaking Sam Witwer. Not surprising that last one. Dude can't keep his fingers out of Star Wars.
Dagon is arming raiders with lightsabers.
Yeah, he is. The absolute perfect excuse to give us more saber fights all over for bosses and the like.
We're almost there.
Locals say the moon's haunted.
What do you think, Droll is there too? This Annie Ego. See what I mean about scale? These are the kind of environments we'd love to see out of the AAA. Stephen Barton and Gordon Hobb absolutely brought it with the score they crafted here. Just as with the first game, creating a soundscape that is undeniably Star Wars while still managing to stand on its own 2 feet. How y'all like my hermit-looking cowl? I enjoyed it. What did you guys land on with your favorite gear by the end? The blaster stance was something I think we all wanted when we saw Seer cracking fools with her hallway scene. Being able to weave in blaster shots almost does a better job at cleaning up the trash mobs than the double blade while maintaining better dueling control. And lets us deal with those pesky flyers. Made better that Cal forgoes his sword that can literally cut through metal just so he can pistol whip it. Speaking of that, that's a great VR game. Try it out. Respawn gave us just about every main Separatist droid in the book, which was a great choice as more Empire girlies would have gotten a bit stale after a while. Maybe it's their boring armor compared to the clones, I don't know. But the droids were constantly more fun to fight. Bonus points that I totally thought the fight was done after the decapitation and got sauced on. Okay, maybe we're evolving backwards in the AAA. This is an exact platforming encounter in God of War 2 when we're climbing around on Atlas. Come on now. Or it's an homage to Santa Monica's amazing game design. Aw, Respawn, how respectful.
Of course.
That's what I was gonna say. Of course, a Star Wars game's gotta throw in a trash compactor.
Target is a coward. That's right.
Respawn never misses the opportunity to let us humble the bad guys. I'll give Survivor this once again, doing From Software's pioneer design better than them. The distance between meditation points is just perfect. If you noticed the last little bit, I've been scraping by on no stems and was biting my nails. Fighting for my life, praying for the relief of a meditation point. Something that I believe was sorely missed in Elden Ring. That feeling of being too far away from home, but forged too far forward to turn back. It put me in this Ultra Instinct type mode.
Whatever's ahead, they really don't want us getting to it.
Cal, you're so astute. This might be only the 5th time you've mentioned it this mission. Freaking brilliant. The one stance I didn't see coming. Oh, and Respawn did some research. This is how you properly hold a blade of this kind when approaching a combat encounter. The crossguard saber rounds out our stances and brings the greatsword, if you will, to Cal. Monster Hunter fans, that's for you. Between all these stances, everyone is sure to find one they prefer. We've got the balanced, one for crowd control, complete.
So, my 3 favorite ones were, I want to say, on one, the dual blade, then the crossguard, and then the double wield.
Offensive damage, a ranged approach, and the hard reads hard damage. Skillet put it perfectly that the thing that's really holding back this combat system from really shining is that we're limited to 2 stances, and that there is no combos that link the stances to seamlessly transition between them all. If Respawn is to make a 3rd, I think this will be the evolution that completely revitalizes the combat. The options at that point would be endless on how we string together combos and gives us more decisions on the fly about how to tackle the ever-changing environment and fight.
Both have been damaged by lightsabers.
Wasn't me. This time.
Cameron Monaghan's performance, so quick to defend himself, reminds us that he still is so young in this adventure. It's just like all over. I never really knew until Fallen Order that this man I share a name with was such a baller actor. I really need to watch Gotham just to see his Joker after only knowing him as the Jedi Survivor, my favorite Gallagher, and Shameless.
Empire brought a new toy.
And I thought the Magna Guards were bad. These dudes put me in the dirt and I was happy to see more Imperial variety.
Choose your direction and act with certainty. And trust that, whatever the odds, you'll pull through.
I'll give these flashbacks this. They aren't direct Jedi training from Seer like with Yarrow. It's her just basic-ass human advice to Cal, and it's that which he uses to overcome and teach himself these new techniques. So you basically told him to full send, and he's like, alright, and then it worked. The dash makes everything feel so much better too, especially just getting around on foot. As a content creator, we are always looking for little time savers here and there.
The dash is
Movement tech
wonderful.
over large distances is always the first one we look for. God damn, they're really just bringing back everything from the Clone Wars era. Bringing it in the last place we'd expect to see it too. Plus, it's freaking huge. Way bigger than the ones we see in the ARC Troopers Clone Wars episode. Bringing in a Clone Wars DC-17 blaster too. I'm sorry, but I grew up with the prequel era. Anything from it makes me happier than Grogu playing with a ball. I mean, just look at the Clone Wars skirt I'm wearing right now. S-C-A-L-E. This Octopussy is horror levels of big. I get why this wasn't a traditional boss. I mean, how do you fight this thing with a lightsaber without making it gimmicky as all hell? Making it a platforming boss was for sure the way to go, and something we haven't had to face yet in these games. Oh nice, she's gonna Dr. Strange inside of this bitch. Okay, yeah, no, that works too though.
Do you trust me?
Yes.
We all knew it was gonna happen, and Respawn hasn't been one to not give the fans what they want. Also, BD totally just standing there like,
Nowhere left to run.
We stand together.
this is the high fantasy that everyone wants. Standing against the odds with your partner, ready to be badass with them. It's the kind of silly things you daydream about when in school or going to bed. And how cute it takes them putting their powers together to overcome all odds.
It's a big one.
Right behind you.
Marin just jumped off the same way PlayStation Miles Morales does. Getting spit out in front of a spooky-looking sorcerer while using spooky witch magic.
Glad you made it back in one piece.
Am I the only one that loves the video game sound of palms slapping on things? I mentioned it in my Fallen Order video too. Just so satisfying.
He must have stolen a compass. Don't worry, we won't be so careless.
Ha! What a snake! Literally priming their guards to be lowered around him. Both smart and plays the long game. You might notice that a lot of these cutscenes happen in not quite one or
Don't worry, we won't be so
video two. Just so satisfying.
He must have stolen a compass. Don't worry, we won't be so careless.
Ha! What a snake! Literally priming their guards to be lowered around him. Both smart and plays the long game. You might notice that a lot of these cutscenes happen in not quite oneers, but long continuous shots when it involves multiple actors. I love it as this moves the actors closer to a theater performance where they just get to live in the space and play off each other, then get their performances chopped up to pieces in the editing room.
I'd ask you to stay and help us, but I recognize that look.
What look?
I think I'm so jaded by the MCU and really Disney comedy to even be winning this, but Cal doesn't go for the easy joke. What look? I have a look? All confused and quippy, but we've got a story that's taken a bit seriously and I appreciate it.
So you coming with us? I mean, Grease can make room on the Mantis. For all of you.
No.
Huh. Getting the crew together near the end of the second act of this game would be the perfect expected thing to do, and Respawn bucks that. Seer being absent gives Cal the room he needs to truly be a leader and make his own choices. You know? The Mantis could really use some elevator music when in hyperspace.
See?
They took her, Cal. Carried her right out. She's been droid napped.
Turgle feels right out of a Saturday morning cartoon, and I love it.
I think you two can manage. Just don't let him swim without supervision.
Out-of-pocket callback, Marin.
All right. I'll scout ahead.
Bitch, what? If they don't give us a jetpack in 2 more frames in the third game, I want my money back. This is a sequel done right. Every little bit of the game has been expanded upon. All the criticisms of the first have been addressed. It's seriously bigger and better in every way, bar the story. Long way to say that we got fast travel now, which wasn't added because we complained too much about it, but because the level design actually allowed for it this time. If you remember, each time you'd visit a planet, there were specific routes to return to the Mantis that opened up new areas with its own story beats. The entire arena capture on Zepho couldn't happen if there was fast travel.
You made it.
Anyone spot you?
Me? Not a chance.
The confidence! This would probably be the closest. The entire arena capture on Zepho couldn't happen if there was fast travel.
You made it.
Anyone spot you?
Me? Not a chance.
The confidence! This will probably be the closest we get to setting foot in the Death Star that we'll experience with Cal.
When you're ready, make a move on that gantry. I'll be watching.
Copy that.
Why is he so cool?
That's one way not to get mud on your boots, huh?
And that, friends, is why I love the blaster stance.
Get him back!
You see that bullshit? Hiding enemies around corners? That's just like from software! In Survivor, you're gonna find these random spikes in difficulty. This and the Imp Post 8L are the two that got my ass. Oh, and the The brown wampa things, yeah. They're gonna come out of nowhere when you're
Yeah,
feeling the most confident and humble
nemesis.
Oh man, I know these halls like no other. The moment I ran into them, my nostalgia was beaming, similar to the Venator flashback feeling in the first game. If only we had some super speed to get out of this one.
First time I fought Droideka was with my master during the Clone Wars. I froze. He had to take them out.
Look at you now. Bet he'd be proud.
Little moments like this is what makes Bode's betrayal in the end sting so much. He really was our bud. I don't think he was ever faking it for a second. I don't know what the audio team is doing at Respawn, but keep doing it. Hearing explosions and Cal's lightsaber ripping through the metal has such a satisfyingly punchy bass that I feel in my chest.
Roger.
As a fellow Bonk main and FromSoft and Monster Hunter games, I gotta give him my respect. Resourcefulness. Have I mentioned our companions helping us in a fight? It's not as in your face as Guardians of the Galaxy, but it's a nice little boost in combat, especially when they're throwing the entire kitchen sink at you.
I hated this guy.
Blink and you won't hear it. There is an ever so slight hint of the Separatist theme at the start of this fight. Take a listen.
Yeah, I've heard Jedi avoid attachment.
That's right.
Yeah, I've heard Jedi avoid attachment.
Oh.
That's right.
Wow, this look from Cal. He only says 2 words, but you can see in his eyes thousands coming through and how important his honor to the Jedi is.
Hey, clankers! Over here.
I'm sorry, but anyone other than D. Bradley Baker saying that sounds so goofy and forced. He made that slang his and his alone. Yeah, because we aren't being led into a trap or anything. We know what's coming, and there's some form of dramatic irony happening here. Well, okay. Guess his boss fight is gonna be interesting.
You're a bold one.
Grievous reference. And again, like when Obi-Wan cut off his hand in the same fight.
Yeah, you're a bold one, true.
BD just said, nope, it's not time for the boss fight yet.
All those years of incarceration dull your edge.
Sharp enough to see the Jedi might be your equal.
Say it again and I'll cut out your tongue.
It'll grow back.
In 10 seconds flat, Grievous became my favorite villain of this film. That little smile they share. I
actually really like the relation that Dagan and Ravis have. Like, I'd be so down to have a flashback about it, or book, or video game DLC, or whatever, where they just fight together to find a way to Tanalor.
Like that Dagan kicks the trend of punishing his subordinates, and that they're chums.
There are many wars, but little honor to be won from them.
Here as well, running me over with Ravis. He's not a bad dude per se. He's got a code that he sticks to.
Has no knowledge of the compass. I will tear it down to the bolts and reprogram it to serve me as it once served her.
Dagan pulling a Vader and trying to erase the past in his own image. And as a final f*** you to Kree.
That droid is mine.
I suppose I'll rescue myself.
Z reading between the lines. Also shows the fear she harbors towards Dagan.
I struck down those who stood against me. Leave us or share their fate.
Gives Cal a chance to flee. Maybe there's a bit in there of his Jedi self, hence Cal trying to reach him. I totally love the idea that Cal uses the Force to sense different futures at meditation points. Us dying or all the different ways Cal sees himself failing. It's the one time we do succeed that is when the real Cal was finally ready to face what has come and overcame it. Using the Force to wield your second lightsaber. Guess you gotta play the hand you're dealt.
2 warriors at the height of their powers bound in brotherhood. This is the stuff of legends.
Oh god, is Z insinuating that this game isn't canon?
I hate these things.
I was hoping for the trauma callback, or some least reference. And closest Cal will ever get to the Death Star laser.
Yep.
Then I must go it alone.
Dagan just pushed her out of the way to get the MacGuffin, and Kree cut off his arm. I would have turned to the dark side too. Losing an arm to a friend does that to people.
Get a medical droid in here and prepare a back to tank.
And that's the last thing he remembers coming out of the Bacta. Then learns all of the Jedi are gone, and it's been centuries since his incarceration. All he has left is his dream for Tanalor. Nothing and no one else. I don't think his character goes as far as sympathetic, but it's damn close.
Why did you activate the...
I heard you. Long ago, Dagan bested me in combat. Earned my loyalty.
Dude is just a living Darksaber, alright?
Without a code, you can only serve yourself.
This gives Cal pause as he looks at his code and tries once again for a third time to live by the Jedi code, not resorting to violence and trying to be diplomatic. Though the music teases that Cal would
certainly like to
ignite and fight.
If you want that knowledge from me, you're gonna have to fight for it.
Very well.
Ugh, that dejected very well. I know he won't since he wasn't given an Oscar moment in Survivor, but the man deserves some awards. You want to play dirty? Let's play dirty. Cal, probably, after seeing the gun.
I defeated you. Fight with me. We can take on Dagon together.
Cal is a model Jedi. And this got me so excited, imagining him squeezing onto the Mantis. Cal pauses a moment, giving respect and honor to Ravis. Love characters who got a code and stick to it like this. This is just dumb fun and a quick way to get back to the Mantis. They didn't have to do this. Could have just given us a fast travel point and been done with it.
Yeah, I think so.
Say, Jetpack, give me a hand up here.
Yeah.
Grease can read a room.
I just don't understand why she didn't see the change in him before it was too late.
I think Cal isn't seeing the whole picture clearly here.
This is the now what is it said? The duality of him and Kree and Kagan and both that they just couldn't see or couldn't act on what was happening before it happened. Really cool.
Kree did see the change in Dagon, but she didn't take the necessary steps to guide him back to the path in a constructive way, instead wrenching control away from him, forcing him into a corner where he felt he had no way out.
If you ever stray from your path, we will guide you back.
And that's the takeaway here. This echoes what Marin said around the fire in Jeddah. It's those around us that keep us honest to who we truly are.
I already showed you my authorization.
You already showed me your authorization.
A whole encounter many might miss just by blitzing through the gate. And there it is, babies. The best drip that Cal has. Love the little lore tidbits you could find on all the gear. This is very obviously Anakin's garb, expertly named Exile. This motherfucking Imperial Post is like the Ogdo Bogdo in Imperial fights. This is straight up just World War I, a battle of attrition, and I actually really enjoyed it for how much it kicked my ass. I feel like I keep saying this.
I didn't thought it was so bad.
I really like the gameplay, or am I just a masochist? Well, I do choose to do YouTube as a full-time job, so probably the latter.
This is an inspection. You have orders to let me pass.
Placing the security droid there to give us anxiety on our mind trick working. Did you ever hear the tragedy of Rick the Door Technician?
No.
I thought not. It's not a story the stormtroopers would tell you. It's an Imperial farce. Rick the Door Technician was a Lord of the Doors, so powerful, so wise, he could use his brain to influence the electronic circuits to create doors. He had such a knowledge of the circuits, he could even keep the doors he cared about from closing. This has got to be a nod to either SNL when Adam Driver played Matt the Radar Technician, or the Boss Soldier of Godric fight in Elden Ring. And my god, what a boss fight to come after the onslaught that was the hanger. Like, seriously, this one was rough on my body as I was laughing way too hard. And I just had to stop and disrespect this man as hard as I could. Gotta admire his spirit, though, and thank you for giving him the boss defeated logo respawn. Just 10 out of 10. I didn't have to take a moment to myself. Respawn knew I was going to want to see this one. For those who found the traversal a little tiresome like myself, the summit level was truly what all these different abilities were culminating to. Using Cal's Jedi abilities and scrapper knowledge,
very nice.
was able to keep up with jetpacks and spaceships thousands of meters up in the air. And talk about a breath of fresh air. Literally. Going from the bog of the Expanse and the dank of the Lucrehulk. This is drop-dead gorgeous. Star Wars gave us a little taste of everything we expect out of Star Wars environments. A jungle, a swampy mess, space stations, sand, and now our Bespin-esque city in the clouds. Variety is not something Survivor lacks. Plus, we get to third-party these fools harder than a bald wraith in Apex. There's a sense of finality to this mission, and with a lesser game, this would have been the climax. Taking down Dagon and Cal, reinforcing himself to not fall victim to the same trappings as him. But nope, Respawn pulls one over on us. Talk about feeling like a Jedi from the Clone Wars, being able to just tear through these droids like Anakin tearing through Padme's heart. Notice Bode and Cal slowly inching themselves to surround Dagon. Teamwork! And Cal look as sexy as while doing it. This is more creepy than intimidating. The dark side of the Force is a pathway to many abilities. Oh no, I think I've seen this one before.
Willingly.
I really bet they thought about having this section of the fight leave the camera upside down. But I'm sure for Dagon's final fight, keeping gimmicks out prevailed. Nothing more satisfying in this game than grabbing victory from the jaws of defeat. And thank you, Respawn, for having these battles incorporate a ton of force in the midst of the blade combat.
How does it feel to know that you're about to die?
Does anyone really die when they're in the Upside Down? Yo, what? I'm only guessing that Dagon used some kind of force ability to bring them into some kind of force demiplane centered around Dagon's past, hence his force arm, which allowed Cal to use his force echo ability to embody Creed to spit some thematic shit in Dagon's face before showing him American freedom. Dagon gives Cal many opportunities to live. It doesn't outright go for the fight. And you might notice his saber is more of a red-orange than crimson-red. Perhaps he wasn't fully committing to the dark side, and the bleeding of his crystal wasn't complete.
Some kind of force hallucination. Fueled by fear. I use his against him.
Oh, damn. Well, throw my theory out the window. But, like, Dagon was our big bad, and I know we've got a lot more game left. There's still a lot to wrap up. Once Dagon died, I truly had no idea what direction the game was going to go. And it's part of the reason that Dagon did feel a little underdeveloped, as his role in the story wasn't to be the big bad to help Cal with his self-revelation by the end, but to just be a hurdle on the track there. A byproduct of this rug pull is that there is a sour taste in our mouths, as we feel there was a lot of wasted time on his part of the story, as he never really changes throughout. It's just Tanalorr, Tanalorr, Tanalorr! With not much nuance. It's the Jedi tragedy already explored better with Anakin, so who really cares about his side of things? This is why I like Raiden so much. Yes, he doesn't change much either, but it wasn't just blind devotion to his ideals, but stalwart conviction in his principles that you can't help but respect. Principles that made for more interesting interactions with Cal, actually being able to hear reason and speak to him on a human level. Dagon exists for Cal to kill the bad version of himself, which is also a super tried trope in hero stories, to cement that his worst fears won't come to pass, and I just wasn't in love with it. It's a bit too by the books for me, but there's a reason it comes up over and over again, because thematically it's still...
Listen, my God. You don't like it? Okay. But I know you don't, you have these opinions. But, hello? That worked really well. We had that with Anakin too, yeah, but we had that with many Jedi as well. It's just cool to see this, and well, it's his opinion, right? I don't agree with it.
It works really well for the story.
Yeah, I'll take that.
Bode looking for his blaster. It's the little things, people.
I'm gonna take a look around first, see if I can find a manual for that thing or something.
Motherfucker was killing time to steal Dagon's lightsaber. That
I definitely don't invite those creepy sisters of yours.
But they're here now, Grease. All around you.
I just sensed something, Grease.
I love the cute banter while traveling. And now look at them all, together, on this shared dream, around a fire.
Master T'Pol would be proud of the Jedi you've become.
Yeah.
I had a good teacher.
That is the cutest shit.
When she sees what you've done for her, she'll understand.
I hope so.
He really has made up his mind by this point.
I was thinking maybe we should go to Tanalorr first. Just make sure it's safe before the others join.
This was Bode's one last try to not sell them out. Bode just wants a place that's safe for his daughter, and a fortress on Tanalorr for the Hidden Path isn't the answer for him. He fears history repeating itself and losing Tanalorr. When you have kids, all your priorities shift, and after the...
No, you can't seriously tell me you have problems with Dagon Gera and Cal and the thing, but you're defending him. Mate, he completely overdone himself. There was no reason to betray the crew. He had everything he needed to just be set for life. Man.
Fall, Bode surely isn't going to let his daughter's life be in the hands of anyone else but his. Such an understandable reason for doing what he did that makes me wish we had more time to spend with him.
The sooner we get the Hidden Path set up there, the better.
The thing is, he said with Dagon it was Tanalorr. But with Bode it was constantly Kata, bro. And the worst part is, unlike Dagon, he actually got what he wanted for Kata, and he just still did all those terrible things. And he even killed these people. He didn't even give Eno Cordova a chance to flee. Like, man.
Gotta stay one step ahead of the Empire, right?
Yeah. About that.
The Order's gone. It's time to leave it behind. I know what I want now.
Took you long enough.
God, if they aren't the cutest thing ever. Merrin waited patiently to allow Cal to discover his feelings on the Order on his own, even if she already knew what was best for them. You can lead a horse to water, but you can't make them drink, and sometimes you just gotta let them be dehydrated for a while. Man, Nashir Dalal's performance here, knowing exactly what is coming. This is something I love about doing these videos, is generally we replay the game to see all these little moments in its new context, but I've got the privilege to review my footage and only focus on stuff like this and share it with you guys and just be nerds together. Something I pride myself most on this channel. These aren't video essays. They aren't super intelligent critiques or analyses most of the time. I know I get a little wordy sometimes. All right, give me a break. But just someone who loves games and wants to share my favorite bits about it with all of you. And if you're still watching this point, you're a real one.
Thanks.
Boat. I'm really sorry about that.
Okay, one thing. Why didn't we just force pull the blaster? Like, come on.
And because it's Nashir, I believe him. Seems Bode went to the Zombieland school of killing. Nah, doesn't change much. Thought he was dead anyway. Get you a dad like Cal. Doesn't even care about himself at all. Don't hate me for saying this, but for a droid of all things. I know, I kid. I do the same thing for Sesame. But also get you a mom like Seer. Ain't nobody beating my child but me. Oh, this is the real deal. I haven't felt fear like this for walkers in a long time.
Fasten your seatbelts. It's gonna be a bumpy ride.
Something terrible is coming for that archive. Listen to your instincts.
A hint that Bode is force sensitive and tries to reason with him on that Jedi level. Also, Vader shadowing.
You get them out of there. Right now. What have you done?
Oh, what?
You're not the only one who survived.
Get it? It's in the time. I don't hate his betrayal, and like I mentioned earlier, don't think he was gonna betray Cal until he got back in with the Jedi. Something that he's long since left behind. Seeing him use blaster stance, I had to honor him and use the blaster he gave us against him. Had to. Stims are locked. We ain't got no BD.
Damn.
This was weird, like fourth wall break weird, but Cal called out to Seer before passing out, and I'm gonna say this is some weird force mumbo that connects them and gets us playing as her. But more like Cal's out of commission and we need someone who can hold their own against Vader, so here we go. But we're playing as Seer. It's like the Force Unleashed playing as Vader, but in reverse. It's like poetry. It rhymes. I guess everyone you play as has a goofy run. I love skee ball.
I'm sure he's fine. He probably just turned off his comm.
That's some copium if I've ever heard some.
With her.
Keep the engines warm, Grease. Won't be long.
Seer definitely underestimated how bad I am at this game.
You got this.
Thank you.
Cold. Cold.
This score kills.
Yeah.
PD-1, take this to the Mantis. I'll meet you at the rendezvous point.
BD once again has to leave a Jedi Master behind with intel. It's like poetry, it rhymes. Yeah, I'm dumb and let my guard down and got way too immersed in the story. Totally did not see Vader coming.
Nope.
It's been a while.
That cheeky smile. It's both confidence and acceptance of her fate if this is gonna be it.
And I have come for you.
Seer straight up said, bet, let me just make an arena right quick because I'm the boss battle here. Why Vader look like it's his turn to play on the Xbox though?
I've been waiting.
I mean, don't forget, he did kill her sister. Oh, he's got a health bar now. This is not a drill. Like any Souls boss, the first time will always be your best run until you finally beat them. Vader was the case for me. Felt so fluid and badass, then got dead, and then got mopped. And I loved every second of it. This was what Vader was feeling the entire time.
Yeah.
My dick down your throat, and you thanked me for it.
Vader uses a little history of the Jedi to destroy one. That's the raw shit I've ever seen. And then
Yo, Leo, was geht ab bei dir? Moin, Ricardo, frohe Weihnachten dir.
proceeds to duel honorably, not assault her while blocking the books. The more squared off helmet, Revenge of the Sith style will always be my favorite design of his. Now that's just embarrassing.
You have grown stronger.
No. I've only let go of my fear.
We shall see.
My guy isn't even breathing heavy. What? But gives her respect if needed to two-hand his blade, so go see her for that. This dude cannot for a single second avoid fire ever, can he? Oh, we're now. Nothing more power than a crispy Vader. Love how Vader is too lazy and makes you come to him. He loves the fight.
Waste time.
Another photo finish for me and had my booty hole puckered.
Oh.
The fake out. We knew he couldn't die, but like, we were rooting for Seer to like, you know, not. But look at him.
No, I was now rooting for Seer in that fight.
Was. Almost taking down the Dark Lord himself.
I really did come to like Seer a lot in this game, but like the moment Vader came, I was rooting for us to die.
He doesn't even honor her with a word. Dude is pissed about how close he came to the end. Seems that Seer held on through the Force just long enough to give Cal her last words before passing. The ashes falling like snow upon them is beautiful. It's kind of like saying this world is a little colder without Seer. Cameron Monaghan, give him more material to chew on, Respawn. You paid for the whole actor. Use the whole actor. I love this. He's so good. Nice respect to rapping Cordova like that, but would anyone even notice if he didn't? Like, seriously. Now he's just an awkward pirate that the camera pays no attention to at the end. Talk about salt in the wound. Vader's shadow looms dark over the Mantis right now. If you didn't notice, his theme played. I don't care. It's not the Empire's anymore. It's like how Luke's theme from the OG Star Wars became the de facto Star Wars theme.
It's a shame there's not a bounty on his head. We could have hunted him with a guild tracker.
A guild tracker? Seems they even know this wasn't something he wanted to do, but felt he had to.
We could catch him there. But this feels like a trap.
Yeah, it does. So what do you think? Spring the trap.
Can I just tug my own string right now? We've got Imperial officers to fight for the first time, and my dumbass really thought, hey, they aren't a threat, just working. No need to kill them. And paused. Let it be said that blue lightsabers are still beautiful. Seems everyone swaps off right away because we're so used to it, but not running blue all game to this betrayal and then bringing it back made me feel like such a true Jedi and made the color special for me again. We all know about oversaturation. Something EA could learn about, right? Madden, NHL, FIFA, oh, too soon. Another thing I'm trying to be better about as a DM is giving interesting arena and terrain for combat encounters. You can only fight so many times in a wide open circle before it gets boring. Dagon 1, 2, 3, Vader, Bode, every single boss fight. Adding even just a ledge opens up combat opportunities. Or obstacles like these dark maw walls makes for a much more engaging encounter. Don't think I've mentioned the Saber SFX design. It never gets old! The sound of the sparks, the boomy bass of the Saber slicing, burning, the wounds of the blade wearing. I could almost listen to it to sleep. Not a superhero landing. Cal lands like a straight up villain. And to Denvik, he is.
I know what you are capable of. And what you are not.
What a bet. Cal has lost any to give and is truly ready to rewrite what it means to be a Jedi.
A locator beacon on Bode's ship.
Uncharacteristically careless.
Almost like he wanted to be found.
Bode has been my weapon for some time. Quite effective. Unlike those armored abominations in the Inquisitorius.
The Empire burned the archives, led by Darth Vader.
Lord Vader. I have to stop this while I still can!
Huh. Now, there's an interesting layer to the Empire I did not expect. There's the Empire, and then Vader and his freak show that still holds onto that dead religion in a way. The Emperor keeps his Sith status under wraps to the general populace, so, you know, he's got a whole different perception. This division could be a cool concept for a DLC or even a whole game playing as an Imperial soldier.
The Empire burned the archives, led by Darth Vader.
No more. It's him. Cal completely out of to give and isn't fearing him like the boogeyman Vader loves to be. The contrast between the white jacket and Cal's fiery hair is just beautiful. Okay, yes, I got weird about droids hacking droids in the first video, and humans do it in this universe too. Some oversight on my part. You guys are right. Is that what you wanted to hear from me? After Bo betrays us, Cal's meditation has grown dark. A not so subtle way of showing us he's pulled towards the naughty magic side.
You don't work here, do you?
Kids always see the truth in things. If a kid tells you you're ugly, then I've got some news for you.
I can't find my Mookie doll.
Yeah, I'll help you find him.
Cal's on a revenge assassination mission, but still finds time to help a girl look for her doll. Be like Cal. And it looks like him.
Come here, Kata.
Bone. Really? Using your daughter as a shield? It's smart, but the play leaves a bad taste in your mouth. He's our baddie now, after all.
Dunvik keeps us hidden. As long as Papa stays useful.
Can you blame the guy? Seriously, I can't put it any better than this.
All I am anymore is a man looking for his wife and son. Anybody gets in the way of that's gonna lose.
Tanalorr was a way out for both of our families.
Cal's loyalty to the Jedi Code still blinds him now. This isn't about him. He even mentions the word family, and Cal can't understand that a father's love will always outweigh the needs of the many. And even after Bo throws this directly in his face, Cal still cannot see.
Get out of my way.
Oh, yeah.
What does he say?
Tanalorr was a way out for both of our families.
Cal's loyalty to the Jedi Code still blinds him now. This isn't about him. He even mentions the word family, and Cal can't understand that a father's love will always outweigh the needs of the many. And even after Bo throws this directly in his face, Cal still cannot see.
It doesn't make sense. There's no... What happens? No, seriously, guys. What happens if he just stays with him all the time? And then goes like... He picks up Carter with the thing, and he just goes to Tanalorr and lives his life there. Like, there is... What? Nothing stopped him from doing that.
Get out of my way.
Oh, yeah.
This is the I win button that we've been craving in these two games. The dark side really is stronger. Leave all the BS about, no, it's the easier path. No amount of peace reflection and thinking about violence is bad was gonna get me through all these droids.
Nope.
Where's Bo?
They're gone. He took his daughter and the compass. They used me as a distraction.
Our dude really did go find a whole another uniform before confronting Cal.
My crew. Cordova. Fear! They're all dead because of him!
Oh yeah, this is the Cal I've been waiting to see. Freaking Marin had to be a buzzkill and not let Cal kill him. Let him make a big mistake, you cowards. Imagine if he did kill him. The conversations about it and how it would relate to Cal's arc of leaving behind the Jedi.
Let me get this straight. You want me to fly the Mantis through a ship-eating nebula using a tiny tunnel carved out by 200-year-old tech?
Yes.
Beatty's cute little nod.
May the Force be with you all.
Catching Cal off guard. Possibly the only person left to wish him this. And with Cal,
Going down a path I can't follow.
it's something he desperately needed to hear.
You want to fly this thing?
Cal, we don't got time for jokes, Beatty.
I'll bet that's what all the other poor saps said right before they were torn into Vortex Chow.
Leave it to Grease to make everything food related.
You're trading safety for speed.
Exactly. We're all in on you, buddy.
Now he's speaking Grease language.
You're right. It's my ship, ain't it? Greasy does it, baby!
We need to go faster.
I'm going as fast as I can. Wait!
No hesitation. Cal just ready to get it done.
If you jump into hyperspace blind, they'll be picking up pieces of the Mantis all over the outer rim.
Do you trust me?
You know I do, Cal.
Why did I just tear up?
Now.
Seer! Tanalorr is beautiful. That is all. If you didn't know, Cal's real superpower is that he isn't claustrophobic. I had to ask my doctor about getting a benzo to be able to stay calm throughout an MRI.
Co-star, hiding in the night. All your friends are oh so bright. When the sky is clear, I can sense you're near. Looking down on me.
This is the most heartbreaking thing, I think, in the entire game. This is a lullaby Bode and Kata would sing together. The ghost star in the song is her mother. A ghost star is a star that has come to the end of its lifetime, but can still be seen because of the way light travels. To say that she's gone, but her memory lives on. But in the full song, towards the end, they sing they can't see the light anymore. Bode's grief is palpable in the lyrics and shows how much he has lost himself and misses his wife.
Your father stole something very important. We're gonna ask him to give it back.
In the Jedi way or the American way?
Will you show us the way?
Damn, is this girl gonna be blaming herself forever that she got her dad killed? Are we really the heroes?
You don't have to be afraid.
Yeah, let me just light the hall with my scary ghost magic.
You're very pretty.
At everyone that played Fallen Order. Bringing back that leitmotif concerning Bode and his wife. Now, who expected Bode to be the final boss? Not me, and I'm here for it. You know it's a real fight when it comes down to just fists. Oh, BD gave him pause. I wish it was just black for a little longer, but this is still cool. Reminds me of the end of God of War 3.
No, Papa!
Stay back!
Pulling some big Anakin moves, hurting children and using the Force on those you love. Yeah, he bad. It came down to blasters in the end. These men are not Jedi anymore. And poetic justice having it be the one he gave us that ends him.
Yep.
Force theme. Love me some Force theme. It's a cute moment honoring her father, but also heartbreaking as this is the last time Kata will ever have her innocence again, represented through the burning of her doll. This is why stories can still be told, though we know the Empire falls. Seeing all the different ways they've indirectly and directly destroyed so many lives. This is why buggy launches are bad forever. This moment was kind of ruined for me, as I thought the sped up nature was a bug, and it took me out of the game completely. Had the game been polished, I would have looked at this as the cool way to pass time they intended, and just really feel how long it took Cal to go through the emotions during the funeral.
We will continue your legacy, Seer. We will build something that can outlast the Empire. I promise you that. I promise.
Notice that he doesn't mention rebuild the Order. Cal is far past that now. This isn't about the Jedi anymore for him. It's about people, about survivors.
I almost lost myself. I don't know if I'm ready. I don't know if I'm ready for what comes next.
Respawn talking to EA about the third game.
Cal, guide her through the darkness.
And he leaves Seer's blade behind. He will guide Kata, but not the way a Jedi would, and not to be a Jedi. Seer's blade remained, as there is no world without the Jedi and the light it brings, but it's left behind as it's time for a new way of living in this world. Jedi Survivor is a game that's dangerously balanced on a tightrope, to not be remembered as mid. Fallen Order came out at a time where Star Wars wasn't everyone's favorite thing anymore and breathed new life into it narratively and gameplay-wise. It had no microtransactions and was a good length. The stars aligned to make Fallen Order the monster it was. And that's not to discredit the hard work of Respawn. There are more bad Star Wars games than good. But Fallen Order was basically a guaranteed W. Survivor, on the other hand, had really big shoes to fill. If it wasn't going to deliver in every department bigger and better, then it will be remembered more as an Assassin's Creed Brotherhood than as a God of War Ragnarok. Not a bad sequel in any way, but Survivor, I think, is severely handicapped by its launch performance and its story. Everywhere else, 100% improvement over the game. But I like playing my single-player games for a compelling story, and Survivor just didn't hit the same level for me as the first one did. And I think that really comes down to the rush development time and 2020 changing the world. So do we really blame them? I've heard the saying that if this wasn't a Star Wars game, it would have been forgotten in T-minus 2 days, and I'm almost inclined to agree. I'm not trying to be overly negative, I'm sorry. I still really enjoyed my time with the game, but I would be lying if I said I was really hoping for a bit more with Survivor. The way I told my friends is that Jedi Survivor is a 7 out of 10 game, but a 10 out of 10 Star Wars experience. And because of that, I still really out of 10 for a bit more with Survivor. The way I told my friends is that Jedi Survivor is a 7 out of 10 game, but a 10 out of 10 Star Wars experience. And because of that, I still really love it. I get a lightsaber and can force push people off of ledges. I'm good. What did you guys think of Jedi Survivor? Did it meet your expectations, or were you hoping to fight Vader as Cal? Let me know down below, and as always, drive the speed limit, drink some water, and love one another. Pizza.
$496. Lord Masterpiece, yeah. Old analysis for him. Ooh, each lightsaber has unique sounds. Alright. So that was a nice video. Now we move on to this.
This video is brought to you by Squarespace. This second part of the first Star Wars trilogy has a truly epic dimension, adding a mature philosophical aspect to the non-stop barrage of brilliant special effects. The much-loved characters are developed in intriguing ways. The imagery of Lucas's vibrant, futuristic fairy tale is darkened, giving this sequel a cynical, harder edge that lifts it above the serial roots of its predecessor. 1, 2, 3. Despite requests from fans, Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order didn't get any DLC, but the 4-year gap before its sequel was bridged with a novel, Star Wars Jedi Battle Scars, written by Sam Maggs of BioWare and Insomniac fame. Today was going to be a good day, the book opens. Jedi Knight Cal Kestis was going to make certain of that. You can be forgiven if Battle Scars' existence comes as a surprise to you. It's a light, breezy tale that documents a low-stakes adventure for Cal and the crew of the Mantis. Merrin gets some lovely character work, the team hunt for an ancient artifact, and Cal spends 50% of the book balancing. Balancing on one knee, Cal threw out an arm and helped the droid. With speed and balance most beings wouldn't have access to. His other hand hitting the ground in front of him to maintain his balance, Cal hit the ground hard, rolling to keep his balance. Balancing on the shoulders of the jetpack wearing they managed to they always work well together, striking a fine balance. That's a weird thing for me to pick up on, I know, but balance is something I don't think the first game, Jedi Fallen Order, managed to pull off. The creative director, Stig Asmussen, went on the record that he didn't want Fallen Order to, quote, give the impression that we're just some climbing around Lara Croft game. That's not what we are. Before showing an extended piece of gameplay where that's mainly what the player was doing. Fallen Order was a great game with endearing characters, but had gameplay that was held back by what felt like uncertainty, unable to find a clear identity. In hindsight, my critique of that game left a lot to be desired, and even made some of you think I hated it, which isn't true, but I stand by my claim that different inspirations, from Uncharted to Souls-likes to Metroidvanias, crashed into each other rather than blended. And it was saved by some admittedly awe-inspiring adoration for the Star Wars mythos that lets the player see past its flaws. And then in 2023, we got Jedi Survivor. And Jedi Survivor is doing its damnedest to find that balance. Of course, when I say that, I don't mean it from a performance point of view, and I've got to flag that right off the bat. I've got a lot of nice things to say about Survivor, but no matter what you played it on, it did not release in a state worthy of $60. Crashes and bugs that would make Starfield look polished, a frame rate that was so anarchic that it forced me to take extended breaks for the sake of my eyes. In almost every measurable way, Jedi Survivor surpasses its predecessor. Except here. And any time I praise the grandeur of its scope or its swashbuckling ideals, I feel like I should put a little ticker at the bottom of the screen that says, "Yo EA, give devs more time to finish their games, you greedy spam fuck." But I'm not going to do that, because the bugs have been well documented, and I love so much about the game's intentions and what it tries to do. Intention matters to me. A lot. When a game is padded out with garbage loot systems and designed entirely to weed out player engagement, I hit a point where I stop trying to find the good and can only see the cynical, corporate bad. But when a game like Jedi Survivor comes out that is so goddamn earnest and wanting the player to fall in love with its world, writing, characters and gameplay, I find it very easy to look past bugging frame rates and whatever the hell is happening here, and instead see the magic and hard work that binds it all together. In the halls of gaming history, I believe Survivor will rightfully be punished for the state it released in. But once you move past that criticism, what you get is a game that almost brings balance to the Force. And I mean that in more ways than one. So, grab your Kyber Crystal, rip off your poncho, and prepare for full spoilers ahead. This is a commentary and critique of Star Wars Jedi Survivor. Even the genuinely fun elements of the first film, its comic strip eclecticism, its movie serial dash and narrative tropes, are pedantically filled out and institutionalized, much as the galactic landscape is by effects technology. Let's start with the question. What's the hook of Survivor's first hour? By minute 20 of Jedi Fallen Order, we've seen our friendly rustic pal Prof be stabbed through the chest by the second sister. The gameplay associated with that opening is tedious, given over to lengthy climbing without exploration or lightsabers, but as far as the story goes, boom, revenge. There's our hook. By minute 20 of Jedi Survivor, we've got one up on the sleazy Senator Sajan and kicked a lot of ass, but in the grand scheme of the game, none of this matters to the overarching plot. No, instead the focus of Survivor's opening is purely on characterization and vibes.
Sarah's on lockdown. State your business.
John.
Believe the rumors. A Jedi.
Cal Kestis has been captured by the Coruscant security force. Bound and chained, he's marched through the planetary city for questioning. It's quite a while until he says a single word, so the player is encouraged to wonder just how he got into this situation and why exactly he seems so confident. When last we saw him, he was setting off on more adventures with Grease, Seer, BD-1 and Merrin, but curiously none of them are here, not even our droid mascot. That curiosity about the breakup of the Mantis crew will come from players who played that first game. There's a lovely optional recap for newcomers to the series, but without that emotional investment, I'd argue there is no story hook for us to cling to until hour 4 or 5, when the mysterious planet of time.
Yeah, true, but to be fair, who would get on this game and not have played Fallen Order first, you know? Like, you can't make every game like this to be a continuation of that. And I don't think them being a crew and not being together anymore is so much of an important aspect.
Annalore becomes a plot point. That's not necessarily a bad thing. This is simply part 2 of the story, a continuation of Cal's journey through the galaxy. You can jump into Survivor and have a good time, but this isn't a story that's written as a jumping on point. Instead, Cal's march through Coruscant is all about setting up character and tone, and it does so indulgently, welcoming the player back to the Star Wars of it all. The color palette is cold, brooding, cut through by technological opulence that doesn't leave any room for the Force. The Empire's grip is on full display, with stormtroopers harassing the locals, and once we start battling through the level, there are so many enemies that it borders on harassment. Cal is a wanted man, and the Empire has become unstoppable. Seeing how oppressive this is makes us understand just why a place of refuge will become so attractive later. The fact Coruscant doesn't have anything to do with Dagan Gera or even Tanalorr is perfectly fine, because all of this is framed like an adventure of the week.
Terrorist.
You gonna let him call you that?
Cal running around, fighting stormtroopers and taking on Senator Sajan feels like watching Spider-Man web up a mugger as he swings on to the main plot, and I mean that as a major compliment. It's a whirlwind of combat, platforming and characters that tutorializes everything we need to know to start making the most of Survivor's freedom-oriented design philosophy. The first real gameplay we get is a combat gauntlet to flex Cal's muscles and feel empowered when facing down some basic bitch stormtroopers, and then it's a lovely, varied dash through Coruscant's awe-inspiring neon wonderscape. We can experiment with platforming. The set design is lathered in fun details like a wanted poster for Cage, a bounty hunter we'll later meet. Locked doors and gates make it very clear that we'll be able to come back later and unearth some juicy secrets. A monster breaking through a barrier, laser shields, and there's practically no downtime. In hindsight, I actually think the structure of Survivor elevates the structure of Fallen Order, where the first game was slow to the point of condescension, flagging the mundanity of Cal's life in hiding before the adventure begins. Survivor contrasts that with this explosion of action and emphasis on fighting, because that's all Cal knows now. His confidence flips into cockiness when it's revealed that he was never captured and summons BD-1 to crash the Senator's yacht, only for it to be too violent and completely backfire. The security force who arrested him are his new crew, a team that he's embarked on missions with since Grease, Merrin and Seer went their separate ways. He's gone from Padawan to a destructive Jedi Knight in the gap between games, always focused on the mission, on fighting the bad guys, and something about his demeanour tells us that this has evolved from a noble cause to an obsession. It's important to remember that as far as Cal is concerned, he is the last Jedi laying siege against the Empire. He doesn't know about Luke, he doesn't know about Ezra. Ahsoka Tano isn't even a whisper in the wind to him, and while Coruscant doesn't tell us what's happened to Seer, we'll eventually learn that she's stopped fighting. He thinks he's a lone hero in a deadly galaxy. Cameron Monaghan, Cal's actor, explored this further in an interview with IGN. Quote, Cal's more rugged. He's kind of been weathered by time and situation. He's still a pretty young man, but I actually think he would look a bit older than what he actually is because he's been through a lot. He's still a young soul, but there's a weight beyond his years. I love that word, weathered. Someone's got to fight the good fight, but we pick up that Cal's defined by his pain, by the loss and grief he's experienced. His war against the Empire is turning into a vendetta that's isolating him from any chance of happiness, but he's blind to it. And the main way this is shown to us is through quipping.
What took you so long?
Oh, you know, just hanging out, taking in the sights. Been a while since I was on Coruscant. Thanks, Bode.
Part of the job, Custis.
The cool factor is strong. Every member of our new team, from the icy Bravo to the fiery Gabs and the hungry twins, is hard-boiled with a side of banter. We pick up that Cal met them through various bouts of violence. Gabs used to work for the Syndicate. The twins helped him out in a cantina fight, and it's all a direct contrast from the uncertain gang of outcasts and screw-ups that made up the Mantis. He's comfortable with them, and it shows how much he's evolved from the scrapper that arched an eyebrow at Grease's gambling debt in the first game. Saying that, it is a shame that these relationships are so short-lived. I don't mind the time jump, that's pretty standard Star Wars fare, just look at how Empire and Return of the Jedi open, but the Coruscant crew feel like a group that might have had more to give. That DLC episode we never got would have been the perfect place to embed their legacy in this universe. But then again, if we got that, then the mystery of the Mantis breakup wouldn't be there to hook us in.
What about you, new guy?
It can still come.
Credits never hurt. But, I have a daughter. Kata. I don't get to see her as often as I'd like, but at least I can provide for her.
The primary reason our new team take a back seat is because Survivor is working at pace to make us like Bode Akuna, the newest member of our band of mercenaries. We learn he's got his own score to settle with the Empire. They killed his wife, so he's dedicated to improving the life of his daughter Kata at any cost. He tells us that this is just another job. As long as the pay's good and we're sticking it to the Empire, that's all he cares about. But he's strikingly perceptive and lays it on thick with the compliments.
Okay, you can fight.
Yeah, you too.
I don't speak binary, but I hear you, BD. Team effort.
Look, if there's any way to make me like an escort character, it's having them suck my dick. The levity of our Coruscant heist lasts for a while before everything goes to hell, and the majority of that time is spent with Bode in tow. He doesn't just compliment us, he's also an asset while getting around, in combat, and even proves himself as a key strategist when he flags weak points to target during skirmishes. The game is desperate for us to like him, and while I can't fault any of these tactics, it kind of feels like too much, right? I'll talk more about how Bode's twist is handled when we get there, but alarm bells were already ringing for me because of how dedicated Survivor's opening is to making him lovable. This guy comes out of the ether as a crucial character from day dot, and despite being new to Cal and new to the player, he's just a tad too overfamiliar. To be frank, this all feels purposeful, especially on a second playthrough, but the fact it put me on edge is worth acknowledging. What's also worth acknowledging is that our first mission is a cataclysmic failure.
What took you so long? While you've been chasing shadows, I have been not.
Finding the military codes is disheartening to Cal. He sees that all of his work, all of his sabotage, all of his fighting has barely made a dent in the Empire's expansion. Senator Sajan is assassinated, so he doesn't even get to stand for his crimes. The Mantis gets shot to hell, and with the exception of Bode, the entirety of our new team are murdered by the time we leave the planet. This mission was commissioned off-screen by Saw Gerrera, but it's implied that Cal set it up, planned it, and led it, meaning this is his failure, another lash to weather him. However, as for an opening that gets the player invested, I think it overflows with successes. The careful balance
There's so many good things about it. I just wish it was like 15 minutes shorter. Like some of the leveling was a bit too much. It should have been a bit shorter. There was some fights that weren't needed, and it should have been more around breaking free, getting the ship done, getting back to the ship, reuniting. We had dialogue, but like we had a lot of times in between where we did nothing but just run and fight stormtroopers, which we didn't have to. Just didn't feel like stealth anymore. It felt like so long. I was so surprised that there was not a fucking starship or Star Destroyer waiting for us when we got actually back to the point, you know?
Balance of action, traversal, and exploration is the main driver, but bringing back the Ninth Sister is where I think it really shines, with a single exception. Committing to the theme, she's simmering with obsession, just like Cal is, and just like Dagan Gera eventually will. She's out for revenge after we kicked her ass back in Fallen Order, and after she kills his friends, Cal throws himself after her blindly, pent up on adrenaline, and it highlights to us the sort of warrior he's grown into. Capable, but unable to slow down and really think about his next move. She's also a quality boss fight. 2 phases force us to learn how to parry and dodge rhythmically in a way mob enemies wouldn't be able to teach, and more importantly, she's a proving ground for us to see just how much Cal has grown. She was a tricky fight in Fallen Order, now she's barely a tutorial, but the way Survivor uses boss fights is a good example of how it hasn't entirely learned its lessons from its predecessor. I did say it almost finds its balance. For a start, the boss battle is cut short. Once you get her down to about a third health, Cal defeats her in a cutscene, which feels strange because this isn't something that happens again after the fact. I know this is a very personal nitpick, but god, I wish the game would let us enjoy the fight to the end, getting her health to 0. It wasn't as much of an issue in Fallen Order because Cal didn't defeat the second sister in their first confrontation. Almost every time it happens in a game, I think it undermines the sense of success a player should get from beating a boss. Why even have a health bar if it's not an accurate measure of your progress through a fight? And second, the Ninth Sister technically isn't our first boss battle, but if you're watching this video after beating the game, you might be confused. For the sake of doubt, let me reintroduce you to K405, a security droid with a boss title and health bar sitting snugly at the top of the screen for reasons. This is a regular enemy. Its health pool hasn't increased and its attacks don't do more damage. There's nothing that separates it from every other security droid we'll bump into later on. It's something Survivor is distinctly guilty of. It keeps pretending a boss fight is happening when all that's changed is a name splashed at the top. In the main campaign, there are only 6 bosses that I think earn the name. The Ninth Sister, Ravis, Dagan Gera, Darth Vader, Bode, and the game's ultimate challenge, Rick the Door Technician. But for every Ravis or Rick, there's a sea of regular grunts and beasties popping up between them to give the illusion of more.
Your name was Masana Tide.
True.
Time to set you free.
The closing beats of the Ninth Sister's fight gives us a moment of calm before the storm of Cal's escape. He reminds her of her name, her true name, pulling her back to the light side of the Force. For a split second, it looks like he's going to talk her down, but then he chooses to put her out of her misery. It's framed as a mercy kill, but the message is clear. This is a colder, harsher Cal, focusing on violence rather than peace. And when he reunites with what's left of his team, Bravo furthers that message. Finish the mission, he says. That's how we honor the fallen. Cal takes this as justification for his new outlook, but is this all that matters? Is it the fight and nothing else? Despite the grimness and tragedy that envelopes the first level, there's a distinct feeling that Respawn are still having fun with the Star Wars bits. The escape from Coruscant is a dynamic, flashy cutscene as Cal, Bode, and Bravo fight Empire ships. Bravo is killed, and the shrapnel of his ship literally coats the Mantis. Cal may have escaped Coruscant with his life, but the explosiveness of the mission he planned has ended with him covered in the remains of his friend. It's brutal, and worst of all, he doesn't take much of a moment to mourn those he's lost. A quick glance at a picture, and then back to the mission. He's running like a man out of time. But whether he likes it or not, we're going to force our boy to slow down as we head off to Kobo, because I want to talk about Survivor's addictive world design, and there is a lot to say. But first, this video is brought to you by Squarespace, who've been kind enough to sponsor my last few internet show off on Squarespace after my account want to give it %. I went to see The Empire Strikes.
Alright. One thing, guys, I will have my toilet break now. So we will do just that. Can we actually view this? Okay. No, that's not it. Hmm. Guys, I'm back. Back. How do I feel? Alright. Boom, I'm back. Let's continue on with the
Confession.
video.
When I went to see The Empire Strikes Back, I found myself glancing at my watch almost as often as I did when I was sitting through the truly terrible movie called The Island. The Force is with us indeed, and a lot of it is hot air. There is a moment at about the halfway point of the game where Cal can go off the beaten path and find a Force Echo sitting innocently near some tar pits. If we interact with it, we hear some screams of terror. A black goopy monstrosity has scared the locals. Seconds later, a bogling, a creature from the previous game, pops out of the ground covered from head to toe with tar, innocently looking for pets. The boglings have migrated to Kobo and are disrupting its ecosystem. Stuff like this, the little moments like this, is why I love Survivor's world design. Respawn's love for Star Wars was always there in Fallen Order, but through dint of being a sequel, Survivor has more original material to pull from. It's like Respawn are falling in love with their own additions to the Star Wars universe, and with Survivor, they're confidently planting their flag in ground that's distinctly theirs.
It was all just a misunderstanding.
Let him go.
Nowhere is that more obvious than this little froggy fud.
Guys, I just got myself some cookies and milk. Wow, does the world feel better now?
Turgle. He's taken the fanbase by storm, even inspiring his own hashtag. Happy Turgle Tuesday, everyone. He's a pretty inconsequential character. He gives out a side quest, serves as an introduction to one of our baddies, Ravis, but Survivor finds ways to weave him into the game more and more, and he's a microcosm of how full the game world feels as a result. Out in the open world, we can find his shell, an environmental detail that isn't needed, but makes him feel more included in the wider whole. Various Force echoes trace him wriggling out of interrogations with raiders. His existence interweaves with the politics of a few of our side characters. Doma, the de facto mayor of the town Rambler's Reach, has taken pity on him and is protecting him from raiders, much to the chagrin of townsfolk like Mosey or Zig. Cal lands on Kobo, hoping that his old friend Grease Dritus can fix up the Mantis so we can get back to the fight. Since leaving the Mantis crew, Grease has set up his own cantina, Pyloon's Saloon, named after his great-grandmother, showcasing the importance he puts on family. Unfortunately for Grease, the ruthless Bedlam raiders are causing trouble and harassing his customers. The raiders are cultishly devoted to a Gendai by the name of Ravis. He finds Cal amusing. This is a pleasant blast from the past for him. He has fond memories of long, glorious battles against Jedi Knights, and in keeping with our theme of destructive obsession, he's determined to see if maybe, just maybe, Cal will finally be the one to give him a warrior's death. Even though Ravis and his Bedlam raiders are smeared across Kobo like the drool of the Huttese, the planet is a joy to explore, and the way the galaxy has been conceptualized makes Survivor feel grander in scope, handcrafted and satisfying to uncover. Despite how big the game is, there's a shocking level of restraint for the sake of inspiring curiosity and enticing exploration. We will never meet a Rancor in the main story. You can only find them while hopping, climbing and running around. Because Survivor doesn't desperately front-load itself with all of its cool bits, a player gets conditioned to wonder what else might be out there if they take the time.
Very cool point. I really feel like that too. This is the best. Like when a game is really good, it is exactly like that. There's everything it needs. The things it shows you are really good, and these are the things it needs to have the main story work. And then they have so much else. Oops. And then they have so much else, and they don't brag about it, and it makes it even better to find that out. Which is for me the reason why I wanted to 100% this game so much, because I knew there would be a lot to do and to find out, and would be really good. Continue, please.
To explore. It's not dissimilar to how God of War Ragnarok treated The Crater, an entirely optional secret map with boss fights, goodies, and lore tidbits that some players won't even know existed. There's no secret this grand in scale in Survivor, but the philosophy's pretty consistent. At launch, Stig Asmussen said that he still hadn't seen everything in Survivor because the designers were encouraged to riddle it with their own personal flourishes. Even though it would make story sense, Respawn have managed to hold off on dotting its landscape with copy-pasted bandit camps in favour of minor challenges, puzzles, and enemy skirmishes that feel more curated. Instead of 50 bandit camps, there's just one, and it's a sizable structure full of droids to slice, an NPC to chat to, and the son of Satan himself, Spawn of Ogdo. Because Fort Kalin is the only bandit camp we'll find, it feels more monumental when we eventually conquer it, and just like the Rancors, it's entirely optional. The world design teases the player. This is mainly through dint of its Metroidvania mechanics. This style of game lends itself to winking at us that there's something cool here that you'll need to come back to later. It's what makes them so addictive. But there are tactics in place to keep up our wonderment. Very early in the Kobo map, the player might just trip into this chamber. Vishton Wolf, a Bedlam Raider lieutenant, is hiding behind this big, ominous room, and he mocks Cal as he enters. If we come back later with BD1's shock charge, we can open a chest, get some cool cosmetics, and a mini-boss to boot. Why is this memorable?
Hiding behind that door?
Hiding? No, just observing. That's what I do. Watch and wait.
Well, I can't wait to kill this guy. Even finding chests, a meditative part of the first game, now have a couple of unique interactions associated with them. Like here, where we find Gara, a youngster that wants to run off and join the Raiders. She's sitting on the chest we want to open, and Cal needs to use a Jedi mind trick to talk her out of the decision. On Jeddah, there's a crypt puzzle that's unlike anything else in the game, where we need to use an environmental clue to solve it, leading to a shortcut and some swanky new gear. You are finding upgrades, collectibles, and secrets at a rate of 1 every 90 seconds, but despite the map I just showed you, much of this stuff isn't littered aimlessly. They require meticulous thought, puzzle solving, platforming, and engagement with the Metroidvania mechanics. Mathematically, the landmass of our planets isn't that big. For example, if Kobo was all flat, you could run from one end to the other in less than 5 minutes, but Respawn have concentrated their efforts on density and variety. This isn't unique to Kobo. In fact, it's a through line we see on Coruscant, the Shattered Moon, the ISB base on Nova Garin, and Jeddah. Mountains to scale, cave networks full of mini-bosses that loop back in on themselves, facilities with long drops that we need to carefully clamber through, wide chasms where we need to use wind streams to gain height, ancient temples and ruins where grappling and wall running is necessary. There's a variety of not just architecture and animal life, but plant life and sentient life as well. Zooming out, each planet has an identifying gameplay gimmick that makes them feel unique. This isn't like Fallen Order, where each planet felt like the same design philosophy had some sexy lipstick to differentiate it. Coruscant is an array of floating platforms with perilous heights. The Shattered Moon has claustrophobic tunnels and security systems to defend against. Jeddah has flat, deadly sand with Skrytons hiding underneath. And Kobo is like 5 different planets wrapped up in one. The basalt forest feels immediately different from the grassy plains we saw before, with unique fauna, gushing waterfalls and rock structures. No matter where you are, no matter what you're doing, all of the environments are breathtaking. The Star Wars vistas are still here to make us stop and drink it all in, but the smaller moments, the quieter moments, are where my awe was inspired. The way you open doors in the Jeddah Temple is anything but standard, where you use the Force to roll balls into sockets. The ruins that we pull out of the cliffs to block the wind form a strange alien humming soundscape. The plant shelf in the Mantis has been replaced by a memoriam for Cal. Old pieces of junk from our previous adventures remind us of simpler times. The Pilgrim's Path gives us collectible snippets of 2 Jedi pilgrims who lost everything and found each other in the desert, seeking solace in the Anchorite ruins. Onwards, traveller, they tell us. Find stillness along the path. Even in the Force Echoes and BD1 scans, story details that are incentivized because they give us XP, the game is telling us though this journey will carry Cal forwards, direction will only be found if he takes stock of where he is. And speaking of taking stock,
I wish things were different, but you keep losing people.
Like Grease and Seer and even Eno Cordova have such grown-up conversations with Cal. I think this is like one of the things that I appreciate them.
You yourself said that the Empire is growing stronger every day. Now maybe it's time for you to be something more than a lightsaber.
Reuniting with Grease, Cal makes it clear this is just a pit stop. He wants to get the Mantis fixed and get moving ASAP, but Grease asks him sincerely to slow down, take a break. The galaxy can wait a couple of hours. He's prepped a spare room for people to stay, and there's even a meditation point carved out for Cal, a quieter moment that filled me with awe without the E. Aw. There's a flash of hot anger in Cal's eyes, a sense of betrayal when Grease asks him to take a moment. We still don't know exactly what happened, but it's implied that Cal's ferociousness, his eager to always be fighting, burnt out his friends. The breakup of the gang is disappointing to see for longtime fans, so it's a solid plot beat to keep us invested while the story bubbles along. It's a little aimless, but that's just like Cal, and while Survivor's structure will infringe its story later on, it works here because it puts us into his headspace. We're just like him, looking for the hook, looking for the next big mission. Grease can't give us that, but what he can give us is a job. There's some smuggler tunnels under his cantina and he says he's got a pest problem. Let's see what secrets and collectibles are deep below Kobo. The way the game handles those secrets isn't all smiles. Legendary enemies sit behind locked doors or wait for us to backtrack, and aside from a boss health bar at the top, they don't offer any dynamism or spectacle that makes them worth uncovering. Again, it's that problem where the game pretends a regular enemy is a boss fight, and I hope the trend dies when we eventually get the third title. Ooh, a vile bile maw? What's vile about it? Oh, nothing at all? Great! The map, a contentious part of Fallen Order that I personally didn't mind, is generally much clearer because the world design is more expansive, but it's also rooted in oversights. As you explore, Cal will eventually unlock map icons for chests and resources so you can track your collectathon, but those icons don't show up on the fast travel map, meaning you need to do this dumb little dance every time you're going after specific chests where you hop between BD1, find your place, and then remember the closest waypoint once you reach a meditation point. Seer's base has oddities on the map until Darth Vader eventually trashes the place. Chests that don't exist, quest markers that don't go anywhere, which only serves to confuse us until the big twist. And then there's this. Do you see this? This is my map on New Game Plus. Do not save collectible hunting for New Game Plus. I've already collected almost all of this on my first playthrough, but they show up on my map in droves, little white markers, only disappearing when I eventually find the empty box or collected secret. This is frustrating because I had only a small handful of chests and priorite to nab on my second run of the game, but I don't know which icons are old stuff I already found or new stuff I hadn't gotten around to yet.
Is your name Z?
Yes, it is. How do you... Oh, no! I'm trapped.
It took us a while, but here we go. Our hook, teased into submission over 3 hours and summoning a quest to find the MacGuffin just like Fallen Order did. Deep in Kobo, Cal meets an old Republic droid by the name of Z, and as he frees her, we get a flashback to the glory days of the Jedi Order. A Jedi Knight, Santari Kree, wiped Z's memory of a planet, Tanalorr, an old lost world. If it's habitable, it could be a place of safety for the victims of the Empire. The next stop is Kobo's forest array to learn more, which means puzzles and climbing. Where Fallen Order ripped Cal's lightsaber off him for 3 lengthy sections, Survivor's campaign never does that. It places a lot more emphasis on combat and a lot less emphasis on long-winded puzzles and temples. In fact, we can quantify this with a side-by-side comparison. Both the Forest Array in Survivor and the Temple of Eelram in Fallen Order happen around the same point in each game. With the Temple, our time is given over to 4 instances of combat, 6 instances of platforming or climbing, and 5 puzzles. Out of the 3, combat fell severed off, shoved in for variance. But if we look at the Forest Array, we'll see a very different split. Here, there's only 4 instances of platforming compared to 8 fights and 3 puzzles. Despite Survivor's overall focus on exploration, we're simply battling more than we ever did in Fallen Order. And because of where enemies are positioned, a lot of our platforming is given over to repositioning Cal while he's in danger. You might prefer Fallen Order's segregated focus, and that's totally fine if you did, but Survivor's approach is much more up my spaceport, because swinging a lightsaber is far cooler than pushing up on the analog stick. The puzzles are also short and sweet. No more pushing a ball and hoping it rolls the right way, and they don't feel siphoned off to their own little corners because they're factored into general exploration and secret areas. Particularly, burning away or blowing up black rock leads to some unexpected...
I didn't like that. The burning with this stuff was sometimes a bit weird, and I don't know. Not a fan of that.
Unexpected surprises, so we can trace a synergy between the puzzly bits and the whimsical explory bits. If you want full-blown puzzle rooms, they're available in the Jedi temples, but
the Jedi temples were so cool. Wow, they were really cooler than Zepho. Although I have to say, I did like Zepho, so that's that.
But none of this is mandatory.
It was my discovery, my home, and they just expected me to throw it away?
Dagon, wait.
I refused to obey and was betrayed by the one I trusted most. No, stop!
At the top of the forest array, we find Dagon Gera, Jedi Knight of the High Republic. He's been stuck in this back-to-tank with a missing arm for almost 200 years. He discovered Tanalorr first and showed it to Centauri Khri. A paradise, a new world, a place where Dagon wanted to establish a Jedi temple, but to do that he needed to petition the Jedi Council, and his efforts were interrupted when a marauder group called the Nile attacked. Dagon's power burbles through the scene before he's even released from the back-to-tank. Cal's psychometry, his ability to tap into lucid visions of the past, is interrupted when Dagon sees him. His aggressiveness should be the first sign that releasing him from the tank is a bad idea, but instead Cal is relieved. He's found an old Jedi Knight. Clearly, he thinks Dagon might be strong enough to help him take on the Empire. His crusade clouds his judgment, and he unleashes Dagon onto the galaxy. The old knight bleeds his kyber crystal, a gold lightsaber becomes red, and he attacks. If Survivor's world design departs from Fallen Order's routine, the way it structurally handles its antagonist doesn't. Before the credits roll, Cal will face Dagon 3 times, and the first 2 fights will give us a relatively simple boss that we never quite get to defeat, showcased by the goddamn health bar that doesn't empty because someone at Respawn hates me. This is all very similar to how the second sister was treated in Fallen Order, but Cal's strength is the focus rather than his weakness. He and we defeat Dagon in our first confrontation, and the only reason there's any game left is because Ravis comes to his rescue. But this wasn't all for nothing. The first in a long line of arrays has been activated, which means we are one step closer to reaching Tanalorr, and it's in that array that I can talk about one of the last things that makes Survivor's world so mesmerizing. Its reactivity. The game responds to Cal and the player's actions over its lengthy campaign. Not in a choice-based way, but in a way that makes our journey feel like it's having an impact on the Kobo system. The skybox of each planet changes after we activate its corresponding array. We can see it blasting into the Kobo abyss, opening up the path to Tanalorr. After we rescue the massive bird that was stuck in the basalt forest, we can see it flying around the open world, watching Cal's journey with interest. And that later opens up a new secret area if we can find it again. The people of Rambler's Reach will mention Cal's actions, thanking him for helping them or commenting on his various successes, sticking it to the Bedlam Raiders. When we eventually find Merrin and explore Jedha with her, the game gives us contextless dialogue that tinkles away between the two of them. They'll talk about the passing of Seer following her death, or discuss random side quests like the Golden Skryton we can hunt. Eventually, a Star Destroyer will haunt the skies of Kobo and characters will raise how annoying it is. The gardener, Peely, is raging, not because of the Empire, but because it's blocking the sun from her plants. At the end of the game, as the troop prepare for the journey into Tanalorr, Grease will get increasingly confused and annoyed if you keep forcing him to fly you to other planets to finish off side quests. Wait, he says. So after all this, we're not going to Tanalorr? Enemy dialogue returns in a way that keeps up the pep and adds levity despite how depressing the game's story gets. I'm reminded of the droid that stands affectionately admiring a rainbow on a cliff, but he's wrestling with a dilemma. What if he gets promoted for doing such a good job guarding this cliff? Then he won't be guarding it anymore, he'll be somewhere else giving orders and he won't get to see the rainbow. If the player waits and hears this all out, Cal will comment,
dilemma solved.
After cutting him down. My only nitpick is I wish we got to save people from the Bedlam Raiders while running about. We meet a whole host of prospectors living in fear, talking about how hellish it is to live in constant danger. But Cal never comes across one being harassed in a way that lets him save them as a dynamic event. I don't even need these to be specifically unique or lead into quests. It would just be nice to maybe have a couple of enemy skirmishes where they've taken someone prisoner and we can release them so we can feel like the beat-to-beat exploration is having an impact. Where that impact is most directly felt is in Grease's cantina, but to be frank, this section's long enough as it is, so I'm gonna give Pylon Saloon its own chapter. Just know that I'm gonna gush like a goddamn gazer when we get there. I love this little shithole. Returning to Rambler's Reach, Cal breaks the news about Tanalorr to Grease, Z, and Bode, who's finally tracked us down using that signal locator we gave him back on Coruscant. Tanalorr means different things to different people when they learn about it. Grease thinks there might be something shiny there, but really, he's just happy to pilot the Mantis and help Cal again. Bode is intoxicated by the idea. It could be a safe place for his daughter, outside the reach of the Empire. And Z sees it as her purpose to uncover. This was her prime directive, and even though she's not locked to it, she doesn't want to stray from that path. And in a really small, complex interaction, she tells Cal the one thing he's needed to hear for 5 years.
We have both been through so much, but we must persevere, Cal. After all, what else is there to do?
That's right.
There's something really sad about that, I think. Z means it as words of comfort, but in Cal's current emotional state, he sees it as something else. Cere, Grease, Merrin, they all left him, flagging that persevering wasn't all that mattered, living was as well. But now here's this old droid who inadvertently puts the weight of the world on the Jedi's shoulders, reminding him that he has to keep fighting. In the context of everything we've seen, it's bad advice for Cal's health. He's running at 100 all the time, but at least this gives him a quiet moment of comfort. Just about every other critic has been telling you how good the picture is. They've been falling over themselves to tell you. It's embarrassing. I feel guilty for not liking it as much as I'm supposed to. All the chasing and racing is very exciting, but it doesn't seem to have a larger purpose. Hey kid, you like lightsabers? Cause Jedi Survivor is drowning in them. The bad guy has a lightsaber, the other bad guy has a lightsaber, some of the bounty hunters have lightsabers, hell, this guy has a lightsaber and he's just chilling in a cave. And if all of that isn't enough, then along comes a new combat system with 5 lightsabers to play with. And in case you mistake me, I love this. Survivor's combat has been tweaked in a whole bunch of little ways that makes its predecessor look like a tech demo. I loved Fallen Order's battles. They were far and away the best part of the game. But Survivor has upped the challenge and
One thing I will say, I agree to some part. I want to say though, since the skill trees and moves that we could do with the single lightsaber and the double-bladed one, there was much more things you could do. The fights were actually way more cooler to fight and to look at because there was different moves you could do on anything. And here it was with every stance, block, hit circle, not circle, hit square, and hit triangle or hit L1 square. And those were always the moves. It was always a move and then a specific one for that, but it wasn't like a cool variety. So I think that was something I didn't like about it. It was too considering there was so much to do with it. With every lightsaber stance in itself, it was not much to do.
Constantly forces you to play around with all the new toys it gives us. Enemy variety has been dramatically upped, with far more humanoid enemies to test our parry skills on, especially because separatist droids have finally entered the fray. The Bedlam Raiders dominate Kobo. Eventually, they'll be diluted by waves of stormtroopers, but on Jedha, the Empire is already here. This was Grease's idea. He thinks Cere might be able to give us a steer on how to get to Tanalorr. She settled down with a group called the Anchorites. They're currently trying to find ways to support the efforts of the Hidden Path, an underground network working to shield Force sensitives from the Empire. You might not remember this because of how forgettable the show was, but they also made an appearance in Obi-Wan Kenobi. Based purely off of this limited information and still harboring bitterness at Cere for ditching him, Cal doesn't think much of it. He never visited, he hasn't seen the good they're doing in action, and when he gets a call from one of the Anchorites, he mumbles their traditional greeting and gets straight to business. He never says it because he's too nice, but this look tells us he thinks they're just space hippies hiding in their temple.
I thought they'd send someone a bit more, unfamiliar.
I would not be so quick to judge, Cal Kestis. Much has changed since we last saw each other.
I can see that.
Seer has sent Merrin to escort us. She's got a new cool look and an even cooler new name, the Desert Ghost, so named because she's been travelling the galaxy torturing stormtroopers. Respawn, if you're listening, I would happily play that game. With Merrin in tow and a sea of stormtroopers between us and the hidden path, now feels like the perfect time to dig into Survivor's combat. Oh, wait, hang on, I've been playing a lot of Lies of P recently, I forgot how to do this. Let's start with probably the wankiest analysis I've ever given on this channel. Cal can't use slow at will anymore. Instead, it's got its own meter gauge that gradually fills up during fights, like a special move. You can't use it as a crutch like most players did in Fallen Order, halting enemies for a free hit. Does its absence add to the difficulty? Yes, especially when fighting Dagan Gera on Grandmaster, but I think its absence is also kinda thematic. Battles in Survivor are generally much faster, encouraging aggression rather than defense. I think it's pretty apt that Cal, a character devoted to running sprints not marathons, is less willing to slow everything down now. Is that why slow has changed? Definitely not, but you know me, I love it when I can trace a path between mechanics and story. Because Survivor carries lightsaber stances and a whole host of
Yeah, the slow thing was so weird they made it so weird it would have been better if they just thrown it out, to be fair.
Abilities over from Fallen Order, it feels like the game gives us more time to evolve into a Jedi Master, and we need that time. Survivor's combat isn't perfect, but it is easy to use while being difficult to master. The sheer amount of goons we're fighting at any one time has been increased, so spatial awareness is an absolute must. In fact, I'd argue the numbers per encounter could have been decreased just a tad to really refine the experience. Ambushes are abound, and especially on Grandmaster difficulty where knocking down an enemy's stagger gauge takes a while, it can feel like you're barely making a dent, prolonging fights beyond what feels reasonable. It's likely why the game is so enthusiastic about tossing health upgrades at us. By the end, you can have 13 stims if you use the Fellowship perk, plus the health essences, plus the HP increases in our skill tree. Survivor knows you're going to get hurt, so it's arming you with the tools needed to make it to the end. But unlike Fallen Order, I would absolutely argue that Grandmaster is not the optimum way to play here. You might disagree, and as always I welcome it in the comments, but I think the game is perfectly balanced on normal difficulty, and I have more fun engaging with the default challenge than the Uber one. Perfect evades feel more necessary than before because the vast majority of enemies, like the Raiders, BX droids or Purge troopers, have unblockable attacks that close the gap between you and them quick fast. And don't get me started on the Rancor, whoever programmed its one-hit kill deserves a lightsaber up the ass. Dodging away, around or over them is still a viable option, but all of these enemies have a frustrating tendency to leap in, hit hard, and leap away, so that perfect evades will sometimes be the only way to keep up the attack. Just like in Fallen Order, perfect parries aren't the best way to quickly run down a grunt stagger meter. For the standard enemies, this works fine, but the big boys need you to play with your new tools. Cal can eventually unlock a blaster parry and a force parry that's trickier to get right but does much more damage to a guard. It's just a shame that Survivor follows in Fallen Order's tracks that achieving a guard break only opens up 2 or 3 hits as a reward, meaning it doesn't always feel worth it. The game's reactivity is present in combat too. For example, if we team up with Bode or Merrin, a takedown animation will incorporate them, and even if they're not around, we'll sometimes get unique animations based off of what lightsaber we're wielding at the time. If you're able to perfectly parry or dodge a sentry droid, Cal can cut the deadly weapons from their arms, and their moveset changes in response to it, meaning these fights will evolve the longer you keep fighting them. And that's not the only way droids evolve the longer a battle goes on. One of the things that hasn't immediately carried over to Survivor is BD1's hacking ability. By the end of Fallen Order, he could hack probe droids and security droids once you'd weakened them. But in Survivor, you need to re-earn these skills all over again through exploring or bringing Pucks back to the bounty hunter cage. I don't mind this, but for pacing's sake, I wish her shop opened up sooner. There are so many droid enemies across the game that it would add versatility to story-based combat if we could hack at least a couple of them from the get-go. When we finally start unlocking them, it can feel like it's too little too late.
I think we might have found something special. A place where the Empire can't find us. But it would mean leaving the fight. And the fight is all I know.
A sandstorm washes over Jeddah, forcing Cal and Merrin to hold up in a nearby cave. Because the fight is all he knows, he's burning too hot, too fast. The pain that defines him is like the fire Merrin asks him to look into. It warms him, keeps him company on dark, lonesome nights, but left unchecked, it will consume everything in its path. Merrin was wise enough to see that fire in herself. It's why she left the Mantis. She tells Cal that she had to see the galaxy on her own terms, not as part of a crew working sabotage for Saw Gerrera, and she's grown as a result of it. Cal acknowledges that she made the right choice. Her presence cools his fire. She soothes him. But you know what soothes me? 5 goddamn lightsaber stances. We are spoiled by how distinct each stance feels, how cool the individual animations look, and by detailed skill trees associated with them. No matter which review I watched at launch, everyone seemed to have a different favoured stance, which is testament to how meticulously Respawn's combat team have been in creating them, while sharpening the edges of what was already a pretty fun combat system that was just crying out for refinement. In an interview with VGC, the game's lead producer Paul Hatfield agrees. Quote, "We use the term jank internally for stuff in the first game that doesn't work perfectly like we want to. For this game, we wanted to kill the jank and make it polished. It's always a balance of making sure everyone gets to execute on their bucket list. Stances are a good example of that. A full dual stance was planned for the first game, but we ran out of time, so in Survivor, the 5 stances are so integral. They were something we really wanted to do." So from a technical standpoint, Jedi Survivor isn't polished. Just look at whatever the hell this Skriton is doing, or how some of the arenas are so claustrophobic the camera bleeds into walls. But from a game design standpoint, I think the stances are practically perfect. They all have different speeds, different attack patterns, different damage outputs, and most crucially of all, they determine the length of Cal's guard meter. Swapping between whichever 2 we have selected on the fly while leaping, dashing, or guarding means that in the heat of battle, it doesn't feel like we have 2 separate weapons, but one evolving moveset that complements itself. Parrying an enemy with a dual stance just to leap into the air and come down with a heavy attack from the crossguard never gets old. The single lightsaber stance is relatively unchanged. It has a balanced swing, offers up attacks that have expanded reach, and applauds flying around an arena because its animations are so quick relative to the baddies. Where the dual stance was just a special attack in the last game, now it's a definitive strategy you can commit to. And it's ideal for those close quarters lightsaber duels because it's the one stance that lets Cal cancel attacks with L1, meaning you only have yourself to blame if you don't pull off that perfect parry. But the sacrifice here is that it does very little damage and has tiny reach. It's the stance for someone who prioritizes parrying and perfect evading. The crossguard is for heavy.
That's me. That's me, that's why I like it so much.
This became my boss weapon until I fought Dagon and Bode, because you can hide behind its massive guard meter, and if you're patient enough and choose your moments, it can do solid damage. However, out in the world, it puts you at a major disadvantage because of the emphasis on ambushes and how cumbersome its swings are. The double-bladed lightsaber is for crowd control, but it's been given a split-second delay, so its speed isn't as overpowering as it once was, and so there's a tangible difference to how it feels compared to the dual stance. There's almost a beat before it all powers up, where Cal is completely vulnerable, but if you unlock the unlimited attack pattern, you can spin and whirl around until everything in the room is dead, or a big bastard clobbers you to the floor. Out of the 5, the blaster stance is the one that feels slightly limited. You shoot, you lunge, you charge shot. There's no timing-based flourishes like with the dual stance, or heavy shockwave smashes like the crossguard. Almost all of its upgrades focus on ammo, but the quickfire ranged attack and various options you can unlock for what it fires add a lot. Sometimes, spectacle and novelty is enough. I just don't think it's anything close to the best weapon for any Survivor situations.
Cal, you were just a child when they sent you off to war.
Me too.
You know, there was a time when I remember that the Jedi were more than just weapons.
The temple on Jedha is our second hub and offers some much needed downtime after such a lengthy skirmish through the ruins preceding it. Reuniting with Cere and the surprise appearance of Master Eno Cordova from the first game means the gang is officially back together. Plus Bode. Cal thought Cere had given up on the fight, but now that he's taken the time to actually come and see what she's up to, he realizes that that was a stupid thing to assume. Bless your heart, Cal, if you just got over yourself and visited, you wouldn't be feeling so shitty. Cere hadn't given up. She just found a new way to push back with a hidden path. She's pursuing a revival of the old Jedi Order, the way it was before bureaucracy, politics, and the Clone Wars. Her efforts haven't been in vain either, managing to collect old Jedi texts and teachings, and we hear the anchorites discuss and debate the philosophies within. Cordova's appearance acts as a small but pleasant surprise. He too reflects Cal's destructive obsessiveness back at him. He recounts how he lost himself when the Jedi Council ignored his vision of Order 66 over a decade ago. The bitterness almost consumed him, but he managed to fight past it and find solace with Seer and the Anchorites. I think he's trying to tell you something, Cal. Cordova says that the Hidden Path have the resources to help the gang get to Tanalorr, but nobody really knows how exactly they'll get through the Koboh Abyss. Thankfully, Cordova pulls up the Star Wars wiki and points out that they'll need to get a compass to navigate it, and it turns out there's a couple out there. One is on Koboh, and the other is on the Shattered Moon. What this means is capital F freedom. The game slackens its grip here, letting us spend the next couple of hours learning what we can about Tanalorr, the compasses, and Dag and Gera in any order that we wish. It's substantial, which is good because we're not done with combat. Hey kid, you like XP? Because Jedi Survivor is drowning in it. XP for killing stuff, XP for finding seeds, XP for scanning stuff. Hell, if you burrow deep enough, there's even skill points just lying around in the desert for us to pick up. And in case you mistake me, I love this! Just like with the first game, Cal doesn't get physically stronger when he levels up. He just becomes more spectacular by unlocking new moves and nuances to how his force powers work. On the whole, these skills are really cool. You can upgrade the Confusion ability to force a bad guy to shoot his gun, or launch the double-bladed lightsaber in front of you and control it separately, like a bloody Beyblade. Force push, lift, slam, they can all be tweaked to work on heavier enemies, which ends up being a godsend against the massive monsters roaming each planet. But sticking with my nitpicks, some of them feel a tad underbaked. Here's a skill for the heavy crossguard you can unlock. Hold L1 in triangle to throw the lightsaber in a line through multiple targets. Hold it? Yeah, sure, and by the time I do that, I'll be bum rushed by 50 battle droids. This is the heavy stance, there's barely enough time to swing it. You expect me to just stand here and hold buttons? Skills like the lunging strike should have been unlocked from the get-go. It's a heavy attack. In fact, every heavy attack for every stance sits smugly as the first skill we can learn. Aside from the fact Cal already knows how to do all of this because of his past adventure, it also makes a bad first impression, like the skills we'll learn are quicksand to sink our points into. The repulsing burst for the double-bladed stance is just an airborne triangle attack, and it costs 2 skill points. There are 75 skills to unlock. Gifting us some of these from the offset wouldn't have reduced how rich the skill tree is. Pulling from other games that embrace Metroidvania mechanics, Jedi Survivor also has a perk system that encourages you to toy around with what playstyle suits you. Do you prefer ranged battles? Dexterity is here to increase your throw damage. Do you want to play a glass cannon? Fortitude bumps up Cal's damage to toy around with what playstyle suits you. Do you prefer ranged battles? Dexterity is here to increase your throw damage. Do you want to play a glass cannon? Fortitude bumps up Cal's damage and enemy damage. Are you a parry god? Precision is right there to make parrying tougher, but deals more stamina damage if you can make it work. None of these are going to break the game, but you definitely feel the difference if you're using them in a smart way. In the sequel, it'd be nice to see more depth added here, similar perhaps to how Blasphemous 2 uses its favors. In that game, if you equip perks belonging to the same family, like the Ecstatic Novice and Nacimiento, you get an extra secret perk that stops time when you heal. Clearly, the Jedi series isn't afraid to take what works from other games and carve it into a Star Wars version, so maybe perks could be reflective of various famous Jedi Masters, and you could combine them in.
That's actually very cold. That idea is very cold, but I want to say I like that it was so simple. Put them in and you saw exactly what they do, and that's what they do.
In a similar way for cool new powers. Imagine if you found perks belonging to Avar Kriss, who saw the Force as a melody, and Elzar Mann, who saw the Force as an ocean. And maybe Cal could use his psychometry to give new fans little stories from the age of the High Republic. I don't know, I'm getting carried away, but a guy can dream. Well wait, while I'm spitballing, another thing that I think could be quite cool in Game 3 is the addition of status effects. Shock from droids, burn from lightsabers, poison, etc. But then that would probably necessitate item use and consumables to build up Cal's resilience to those effects. And the Jedi series doesn't seem like it wants to bog itself down with item management like a typical Souls-like. I'm just wondering where Respawn think their combat system can go after this.
Bro, it actually doesn't have to go anywhere more. They should leave it at those 5 stances, maybe add a jetpack, and just invent some more skills. The only thing that they can do is if they want to go down the dark side of the Force path with Cal, then he learns lightning, and that's it.
Survivor feels like a complete lightsaber experience. With the exception of factions like the Nile, who might make an appearance in a future game, we're cutting down all the bad guys I'd want to in a Star Wars game with all of the lightsabers I'd want to use. While I'm excited about what a third game looks like, I'm even more curious to know what was left on the cutting room floor in this one, because with combat especially, it feels like they tossed the kitchen sink at it. Maybe that explains why it keeps shattering every now and then. For all the talk about enhanced character development, the movie seems to finesse characterization rather more systematically and astutely than it explores it. It teems with exciting sequences, but one doesn't find prolonged moments of intimacy and rich profusion. The romantic interludes between Han and Leia, for example, are stolen moments, too fleeting to propel the relationship much beyond their initial prickly attraction in Star Wars. Following our exploration of the Shattered Moon in Kobo, Cal brings the two Tanalorr compasses to Seer and Cordova. They're broken. Cordova doesn't know if he'll be able to repair them, but he's willing to give it a good old college try.
Master Junda, the Empire is nearing Pilgrim Sanctuary.
Is it a strike force?
No, an excavation team.
Good. And they don't know about the safe house.
Yet.
Safe house?
Hidden in the ruins. Have we begun evacuations?
They're already underway, but Brother Armaius isn't responding.
Thankfully, we don't need to twiddle our thumbs while we wait. The Empire is laying siege to a nearby Jeddah safe house. It's time for a rescue mission. It's ironic that only a small part of Jeddah is called the Arid Flats, because the majority of our desert planet is barren and lacking in excitement when we compare it to the lush variety that Kobo offers. I say majority because this sequence where we whirl through ruins and dusty brickwork to get to the safe house is some of the best level design in the game that takes full advantage of Cal's various abilities. We don't just lock one new move here, we unlock two. So, let's talk about the Metroidvania of it all. Over the course of the story, Survivor will gift Cal with 8 new abilities. Mounts, the grapple, the dash, the magic dash, lift, drop, Kobo Matter, and the electric charge. But all 8 of our past abilities like push, pull, swimming, etc. have been carried over as well. That's one hell of a toolbox Respawn can use to shape their game. Quite literally every single one of these abilities open up Jedi Survivor's world. New paths are amassed, new secrets are made available to us, and best of all, a lot of these abilities also recontextualize how we explore places we've already been through. Take the mounts. On Kobo we get the Relters and Chocobos. Neckos. On Jeddah we get Mantabats and the goofy looking Spammels, a long-limbed grey camel creature that we can thank Rogue One for blessing us with. Both the Spammels and the Neckos can be summoned at any point if we're on.
Those two were cool. The birds were utterly shit.
Flat terrain in these more open spaces. They're not just a novelty, they massively speed Cal up, can climb slippery surfaces, and give us extra height so we can reach inaccessible.
Okay, the slippery surface thing, that was bullshit. There was no need and no reason for this to exist.
Cliffs or ledges. Using these creatures makes
it should have been like a waterfall that's like really fast going down. That would have made sense.
Cal a more effective explorer and makes general traversal much easier. In the past, I've talked about how good Metroidvania mechanics simultaneously open up the world and build a better hero. And typically when I've said that, I've looked at how unlockable abilities are used in combat. For example, in Fallen Order, push can open up bridges and also push stormtroopers off cliffs. But we can also build a better hero if these abilities just make them more delightful to control. In Survivor, not every ability strikes the right balance, but there's a lot to commend here. Swimming is less contextual now because the game is bigger. There's more mileage to include optional ponds and lakes to dive into. Flying on a Kestrel or Mantabat is simple, but it halves the time spent getting from point A to point B when returning to old areas. We'll talk about movement and platforming later, but Cal's abilities set up more nimble platforming when backtracking. Lift and drop make a difference in combat and open up new areas, but both abilities also unlock new shortcuts in older levels as well. So when you eventually return to these areas, Cal is simply faster at getting through them. He's a better explorer, a better hero.
We make a stand?
Do you trust me?
Of course. What are you up to?
The rescue mission is a shit show. Some of the anchorites get out, but Cal and Merrin fail to save our contact, Armias, who sacrificed himself so the others could escape. The Empire have brought a humongous mechanized drill that's literally burrowing into these ruins, destroying centuries of history in an effort to snuff out the anchorites' work. Fearing that this might be the end, Merrin pulls Cal in for a kiss. Not for luck, she says. For her. Their relationship will remain complicated right until the credits roll, but the romance was blossoming off-screen for years. Their feelings for each other ripple underneath the plot of Sam Mag's novel. There is a gorgeous bit of optional writing later on, where the player can try to speak to Merrin about the kiss, and if they do, she'll say, "My sister said to discuss a spell is to unravel it, so let's let this one lie for now." Killer line, but that's not what I want to focus on. It's what she gives Cal that matters here. A tiny, magical charm that will let us dash through green laser gates and pass through Night Sister portals Merrin can summon. Cue our bombastic escape set piece. The spectacle and flair of this sequence is reminiscent of the AT-AT climb in Fallen Order. I was pretty harsh on that sequence when I talked about the game, but this new ability just strengthens my point, I think. The AT-AT climb had no challenge. It was impossible to die during the scaling of it in the shooting section, only the brief bit of combat inside was a threat. But you can fail this on-rails flying section with Merrin, and it's the final test of whether or not we've mastered Cal's new dash. Out of all of his new abilities, this is the most substantial. It opens up the world and builds a better hero in more ways than one. The dash makes Cal far more dynamic in combat. In fact, it gives us a momentary escape from enemies because of its substantial reach. The grapple also builds a better hero, but in a more contextual way, where the dash has second-to-second decision-making associated with how freeing it is as a movement option. It's clear that, while cool, the grapple serves one purpose and one purpose only: to reset Cal's position during trickier platforming. You can't grapple onto anything, this isn't an Arkham game. Cal's not Spider-Man, so it's only specific contextual grapple points. Because it's contextual, it's hard to argue that it makes Cal a better explorer. Having the grapple doesn't improve how he controlled before getting it, it just lets us interact with stuff that wasn't previously interactable. I don't mean this as a direct criticism though. Making the grapple useful in combat would most likely undermine having force pull. Being able to grapple to anything would undermine 80% of the level design. And Survivor's level design, especially when it's fast-paced and varied, is one of its greatest achievements. But the success of its Metroidvania-isms are more Metroid-Brainia-isms. That sounded better on paper. So many of our old and new abilities are speaking to each other on the regular now. The player gets to feel smart about combining them in combat, exploration, and movement to strengthen Cal, solve puzzles, or unlock new areas. Just because the grapple is contextual doesn't mean that it doesn't complement our other moves. In fact, the grapple, force push, and force pull all work in tandem with one another once we unlock its upgrade that zips Cal up to the air balloons. We need to pull a balloon towards us, figure out where it's best placed, throw it there with force push, and then grapple up to it. And often, if you cock up the positioning, Cal's dash will play a major part in correcting your mistake. Player freedom, player creativity aren't just encouraged by our abilities, they're necessitated. But where we're going next illustrates my point more, so back to the story.
Glad you made it back in one piece.
Master Cordova, did you find a way across the abyss?
No, but you may have, Cal.
Making it back to Seer and Cordova, they tell us that they've managed to uncover some hidden data in the archives. Whilst Cordova couldn't repair the compasses we found, it turns out that there's a third one that Dagon is likely going after back on Kobo. And worst yet, he and Ravis have kidnapped our droid friend Z in the hope she'll be able to tell them where it is. So, it's the Bode and Cal show. Alongside our new best friend, we infiltrate an old separatist Looker Hulk that's imaginatively been stripped back into a tribal camp. Stormtrooper helmets are impaled on spikes, yurts have been constructed inside, and it's a lengthy, tricky part of the game that forces us to play around with our new skills and treat its exploration as one big puzzle to solve. For example, Cal unlocks lift and drop here, and there's a chain of gameplay where we need to use drop to lower a climbable wall, the double jump and dash to reach that climbable wall, and then lift to zap a Bedlam Raider, all in the space of about 20 seconds. These moments don't just happen in the main campaign, they are bloody rife while hunting for collectibles and solving puzzles in the open world. At Rambler's Reach, there's a house belonging to this guy, Sunt Madis. It's covered in cameras, blast doors are shut down, and there's an eerie air of mystery coating the house. For good reason too. When we get inside, we see Sunt tied up his brother in his basement and murdered him. Getting into this house lets us trace our path to progression. We need to use push, pull, and lift to break in. Maybe you think that example's too simple. Well, just look at this one. Force pull, force push, a double jump, wall run, dash. We're not guided by the hand. We figured this out ourselves. The game has given us a box of tools and we need to figure out which screwdrivers fit which screws while also tying that screwdriver to a pole so it can reach the bloody screw. Survivor has given us a Metroid toolbox and a whole host of scenarios and puzzles to solve with it. Do I think there's some missed opportunities? Yes. BD1's two unlocks, the Kobo Matter and the Electric Charge, are entirely contextual and don't build a better hero in any sense of the word. Especially the Electric Charge feels like it could have played a vital role in taking on droids. Maybe it could have a cooldown in combat that overcharges a droid's guard meter, but the constant way that the game connects them to Cal's other skills makes them feel meaningful. The beauty here comes primarily from the pacing. As we discussed, it's incredibly rare that Survivor slows the player down to deal with a puzzle room unless you're tackling the Jedi temples, but even these temples regularly play with different aspects of Cal's abilities. BD1 eventually can shoot Kobo Matter and we need to lay out a trail to burn away openings or release orbs, but that's often not the end of the story. Force push and pull are still integral to moving these orbs, but there's sequences where we need to wall run, dash, jump, etc. to get the right angle or move parts of the space around so we can lay out a path for the matter. Unlike with Fallen Order, I had fun with Survivor's puzzle box design, and BD1 especially doesn't feel relegated to a keycard or health dispenser anymore.
That droid is mine.
I suppose I'll rescue myself.
So you survived Ravis. How? The usual.
We're not with Bode for the entirety of the Looker Hulk, but he's here for significant chunks. His inclusion is welcome because we've not had much time alone with him since Coruscant, and reuniting with our old friends might distract us from his importance if left any longer. He teases Cal about his relationship with Merrin, probing how important it is to the young Jedi. He encourages Cal to take stock of what matters to him, the same way Bode's ultimate motivation is his daughter Kata. Rescuing Z is complicated by a quick confrontation with Ravis and an eventual second encounter with Dagan Gera. Dagan's obsession with Tanalorr has blinded him to everything else. His mutual respect with Ravis is bordering on using him, but the two are still clearly partners in their search. Dagan cut down numerous members of the Jedi Order before he was put into the Bacta tank. He didn't need to harbour centuries of resentment to turn to the dark side. And Cal still doesn't quite see how the old Jedi is reflecting his own obsessiveness back at him. Cal isn't Dagan, but the game makes it clear here that it wouldn't take much for him to slip into a similar mindset. Regardless, Dagan and Ravis make their escape from the Looker Hulk and race off to the Shattered Moon. The last working compass awaits, and Team Cal isn't far behind them. But first, let's make a quick pit stop.
Yeah, Pilot Saloon.
What we have in fact with The Empire Strikes Back is a long, rather odious and decidedly open-ended story. On the way, we get some stunning and very noisy special effects, only made possible by the successful coup of the first film.
Come to Pyloon Saloon, and we hope to see you soon.
Catchy song. Maybe you missed her calling.
The sequel to the novel The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy is called The Restaurant at the End of the Universe. The titular restaurant is called Milloway's, a place that looks like a giant glittering starfish locked in a time bubble. Its wine list is so long it fills 3 volumes. Diners can afford their meal there by simply putting a penny in their savings account because Milloway's sits at the end of the universe. All of that time means the interest that builds up from that penny will let you afford whatever you like. It's ridiculous. It's impossible. Its biggest selling point is you experience 5-star service while witnessing a Nabgib, a reverse Big Bang. It is my favourite fictional eatery. Pyloon Saloon doesn't have anything nearly as fantastical as Milloway's, but it almost tops it for me. So, while Cal charges through the base on Shattered Moon preparing for a battle to the death with Ravis, I want to talk about the cantina, side quests, and the game's focus on customization, because they are Survivor's best ideas. Across the galaxy, we'll find various people in side quests or just hiding off the beaten path that we can recruit to Rambler's Reach in Pyloons. Jawas will take over a scrap shop. A pit droid will hang around the landing pad and work on the Mantis. These are 2 inconsequential inclusions. They don't add much except for unlocking a room that gives us a reward. But inside the saloon is where the joy lies. Tully and Bima take over a back room and set up a game of holotactics. Ash and DDEC become the Cantina's DJ. Scuva unlocks the aquarium, and Peely helps our rooftop garden to flourish. It's great to watch Pyloons grow because it unlocks new stuff to play around and interact with. But the really lovely part is what all of this says about Cal. Through our visits and our efforts to help Ramblers reach flourish, we can trace Cal's status as more than a lightsaber. He becomes a hero to these people, bringing them together, helping them find a cozy little corner of the galaxy to thrive in. It's more than just a hub for quests. He helps bring people out of their shell. We can trace Monk's affection for Z, or Moran's walls starting to come down as he learns to trust again. Even when the crew of the Mantis is struggling to find their way back to one another, Cal's earnestness is able to be the catalyst for another budding community. He is the hero of Koboh.
Yeah, Violent Saloon and like all the characters in it and the conversations, that was very, very nice. It was really great.
Protector. Doma tells us as much, thankful that she doesn't need to shoulder the burden of town bodyguard alone anymore. Eventually, Cal will hit an emotional low point, overwhelmed by grief when Seer dies, and if we bring him back to Pyloons, the patrons will have various words of wisdom for him.
I lost some friends. If I'd done something differently, maybe they'd still be alive.
No.
Practically every character in Ramblers will tell Cal at some point in his journey to slow down and focus on the little moments. The game openly tells us to take a beat in Pyloons and get invested in the friends we're making along the way. And while not every character's story is a winner, for example I didn't get much out of Winnie and Zig's relationship, there are layers to unearth and we'll even see them cross paths with each other. Grok and Dana are two prospectors hunting for treasure, taking scrap from the Bedlam Raiders and the Empire. It's a recipe for disaster, but they'll eventually have their fortune read by Tulakt and grossly misinterpret it, resulting in the unfortunate death of Grok. Cal finds Dana drinking alone, without her grumpy friend to keep her spirits up anymore. And at first, Dana will be defensive. She doesn't want to say goodbye to Grok, so she doesn't want our sympathy. But if we keep checking in on her, she'll pass through the various stages of grief. Mosey, Zig, Winnie, Tulakt, they all eventually leave when the Empire invades Koboh for real, and while they vanish with good grace, it's sad to see them go. Turgle always has a new scheme, and we see Har scoff at his various adventures until eventually coming around to respect him. Though, to be honest, Har kinda comes out of nowhere and is far too familiar with Cal, so it raised an immediate red flag for me. What does he know? What's he hiding? I don't trust that smile. But the point is that they're not just exposition machines. There are full histories and politics and relationships that are fleshed out in the details if you're looking for them. For example, Guido and Gulu, the two town grumps, have lived in Rambler's Reach for years, and we can find Force echoes of their reluctant first date. It's very rare that you'll saunter up to someone and they'll give you a quest straight away without earning Cal's trust. It does happen, but it's rare, meaning side quests don't feel quite as artificial as they do in other games. Ubisoft. The hands-off way that Pyloons is handled is where I think all of this extra silly stuff becomes satisfying. There's often a part 2 associated with our actions. Bringing in a DJ leads to finding various pieces of original music to play in the bar. Introducing holotactics makes BD1's scanning of enemies doubly useful. It doesn't just give us XP anymore, it unlocks new units for us to use in the minigame. Just like Gwent in Witcher 3 or Wheels in Sea of Stars, I'm a sucker for a fleshed out collectathon minigame like this. An easy 10 hours of my first playthrough was given over to holotactics, and even playing this minigame rewards us with resources, clothes, or even a skill point. Recruiting Scuva Stev isn't the end of his story, it's barely the beginning. We get to fill up the Cantina aquarium to add more colour and vibrancy to the space, and he tells us his epic tale about the fearsome Captain Wet. Though I would say that Scuva's story does feel like it's going somewhere, like Captain Wet was going to become a secret boss. He's still out there, maybe he'll rear his ugly head in the sequel. Recruiting people or getting to know them will lead to chests otherwise inaccessible. Finding seeds in Koboh means we can bring them back and customize the rooftop garden, which is a fun time sink, but as we grow more plants, eventually the vines will open up the space around Pyloons again, resulting in chests. While the garden and the music are the only ways we can personalize Pyloons, and getting to change the color of the walls or the seating would be really cool, I'd hesitate to say any of this feels lacking because customization elsewhere is so addictive.
Were there any sort of suggestions or ideas that got pitched that just didn't work? Like either they were too out there, they were kind of too on the nose.
Well, it's funny that you asked that because one of the ones that I originally thought were going too far with was the mullet. And I'm like, come on, like it's like he looks ridiculous with this thing.
Yeah.
But Everybody loved it. It was one of those ones. I mean, I'm not going to argue with like playtesting.
Speaking as someone who liked the ponchos in Fallen Order, I'll be the first to say Survivor's cosmetics are on another level. Haircuts, facial hair, jackets, tops, trousers.
Just the fact that we had beards and haircuts and chest, yes. Ponchos, I'd actually say I would have liked to have the ones we had in the last part, and even more would be
Our
cooler.
blaster, BD-1, and our lightsaber are all fully configurable now. This is the Star Wars fantasy. Hanging out in a cantina is just a small part. The real magic is in these menus. Stig Asmussen might have arched an eyebrow at giving Cal a mohawk, but it let me carve up my own Jedi Knight and roleplay with various looks or lightsabers that I felt matched his characterization during any given moment. Any interview you see with him comes back to density and player ownership of Cal, and the game completely masters that feeling. You can lose yourself in this system, making sure BD-1's look complements Cal's and Cal's complements his weaponry. I'm not a fashionista, but I took great pride in how my Cal looked. Be nice about him in the comments. These cosmetics are more addictive than any AAA garbage loot system ever could be. It feels more classical in how the stuff you find rewards you because it's all unique. Paint jobs, haircuts, lightsaber hilts, they're all more rewarding than a level 32 sword that's identical to your level 31 sword is because the player doesn't sacrifice anything to engage with it. You don't need to whip up a spreadsheet to compare various numbers, you don't need to fear that the treasure you're finding is going to be borderline useless. Hell, you don't even need to find any of it if you don't want to. I'm finding collectibles because I want to, meaning I feel like I have the power, rather than being funneled into collecting shite because enemy scaling is forcing me. I am intrinsically and extrinsically motivated. Intrinsic because the puzzles are brief but engaging because of all the Metroidvania stuff we just covered, and extrinsic because look at this, I can make Centauri Kree's bloody lightsaber. What I find particularly interesting is that Survivor's team didn't flush its cosmetics with recognizable iconography. Lightsaber hilts are outfit designs that pull from the wider Star Wars canon. Outside of the deluxe edition stuff like Han Solo's trousers, any cosmetics associated with no names are all Respawn's creation. Jaro Tapal, Seer Junda, Eno Cordova. It's not really praise or criticism, I can see why it isn't there, but I'd also love it if it was. I'd just like to know what the thought process was. Did the team want all of the cosmetics to be lore relevant? It'd be weird finding Mace Windu's lightsaber out on Jeddah, for example.
A map. What greater knowledge can one bestow than to help those that follow find their way? My journey is nearly at its end. When I look back, I see suffering, sadness, yes, but also joy and friendship.
Cordova's lightsaber is a reward for completing the various temples he sends us out to collect on Jeddah. As a side quest, this complements the puzzle rooms and temples of Kobo, but they're specific to Cordova's research into the Jedhan landscape, and we get to breathe his awe and wonder as a part of it. You can complete these temples before the endgame, but I think there's sincere emotional resonance if you wait until after he dies, because you get a final message from him that comforts Cal while mourning him. It's one of the very few times that Survivor's emphasis on freedom feels at odds with itself. Locking this temple off until Cordova's passing would ensure every player gets to say goodbye to him when it feels natural. Whilst that example is a little clumsy, Survivor's side quests bleed into the main campaign in a really natural way, so they don't feel segregated from the wider adventure. Beneath the shack on Kobo, we find Force echoes of Ravis hunting for Dagan Gera before Cal arrived on the planet, so we can learn more about our villains even when we're not following the story. They never feel laborious or fetch questy because they're framed as rumors. Someone will simply tell Cal, hey, I heard there's something cool over there, so we can let our curiosity lead us. Always optional, never mandatory, adding to that feeling of player control. And as a bonus point, they all end when you complete that location. None of them require Cal to go back to the quest giver. Well, that's not entirely true, is it? Because the best set of side quests do need us to keep hopping back to Pyloons.
Boba! Boba! Looking slick, buddy.
Cage, it's been a while.
You two know each other?
We go way back.
Cage Vanda is a Nautolan bounty hunter mysteriously hanging out in the cantina.
There was Cage and Boba Fett. That was very cool. I really like that.
She's rueful, mysterious, and distinctly untrustworthy, but she learns that the Haxian brood, still mad at Cal because he messed them all up back in Fallen Order, has put a bounty on him. What follows are 16 bounty missions that takes Cal back to locations we've already explored. The Haxian Brood aren't just limited to the bounty hunter boss fights, they're an entire faction with enemy types unique to them. It's in these missions that we get to feel Cal's growth most prominently, purely because we're backtracking through areas we've already conquered, speeding through them twice as quickly. It's no wonder Survivor had 12 writers playing various roles during development, because even these bounty hunters get fully fleshed characters laid out for us in their charts. You don't need to know that Gat Mito was a big game hunter before she joined the Brood, but it's there to add dimension to the people we're cutting in half. And I liked learning about my prey before going out on the hunt. Once we've completed all 16 missions, we're rewarded with a unique boss fight. Cage lures us to a remote part of Kobo and draws her blaster. She's been using us to kill off the competition and drive our value up. And we can see how Cal's grown when he gives her the chance to surrender, a direct contrast to how he cut down the Ninth Sister at the start of the game. Cage is tough because she keeps darting around the arena, aggressive but from a distance, incorporating gimmicks and twists on practically every bounty hunter we fought before her. But a secret boss, bounty puck, and blaster aren't the only rewards we're given. Survivor's insistence on pouring treats on the player continues with a cheeky cameo from Boba Fett. He's come looking for Cage. She is his bounty. When C-3PO appeared in Ahsoka, or Leia bungled about a forest in Obi-Wan Kenobi, I rolled my eyes so far back into my skull that they practically popped out the other end.
Exactly my thoughts. Those two, like, for example, made no sense. It was just like key jingling, and it was just there to be there. But like here, it had with Boba Fett, it made sense.
Star Wars media has devolved into jangling keys at its audience to make up for dull visuals and a vacuum of charisma. But this, Boba Fett showing up for 2 minutes? I don't mind this at all. There's adoration to his inclusion without it being a distraction. He doesn't interrupt our boss fight, we get to battle Cage all by ourselves. He doesn't get in the way of the main story, this is a lengthy, layered set of combat challenges distinct from the Tanalorr plot. When Luke Skywalker shows up at the end of Mandalorian Season 2, massacres the bad guys and inserts himself into Grogu's life, it feels fucking violating. I was really enjoying myself before the bloody Skywalkers got involved, but Boba Fett doesn't change the trajectory of Cal's story. No agency is ripped away from the player or our Jedi Knight by his inclusion. The balance is just right.
Long ago, Dagon bested me in combat, earned my loyalty. We fought side by side until the Jedi betrayed him.
It took us long enough, but jumping back to the main story, Cal faces Rayvis down at the top of the Shattered Moon. The fight to him is long, complemented by Rayvis monologuing over the speakers and telling us all about his relationship with Dagan Gera. Years ago, Dagan bested him in combat. Ever since, he vowed to work with the Jedi until the day comes that he can find his warrior's death. That day is today. As a boss, Rayvis is fantastic. 2 phases form a tricky but feasible uphill climb in difficulty. He starts with slow but devastating swings, but by the halfway point you need to parry and dodge a flurry of relentless attacks that never seem to end. But when the dust settles, Cal defeats him, and just like with Cage, he offers Rayvis mercy, hoping to play on the Gendai's sense of honor. "I've defeated you," he says. "Fight with me." But Rayvis refuses. Before he dies, he tells us that the final compass isn't here. It's at Centauri Kree's observatory back on Kobo. That's where Dagan Gera's gone. Frustrated, Cal gives him his warrior's death, but despite how successful this fight was, he feels conflicted. As he heads back to the Mantis, he starts to question how different he is from Dagan Gera. They're both killing their way to Tanalorr. He's starting to understand what Grease meant when he said he's more than just a lightsaber.
Yeah.
That asteroid isn't big enough to have a significant gravity well. I'll bet you could reach escape velocity by firing a double-barreled shotgun at the ground, and if the asteroid doesn't have gravity, then it can't hold an atmosphere. And even if our heroes are not breathing the atmosphere, then they still need the pressure of an atmosphere in their bodies to keep from exploding. Oh, I bet you're fun at parties.
Sorry to keep you waiting. Had to swat a few bedlam flies to make a landing.
No problem. We got a whole swarm of them up ahead.
The build-up, climax, and
His level, going up there to the Bespin-esque Centauri Kree's observatory, I think it was. So cool. I
the
loved
aftermath
it.
of the Kobo Observatory is the highlight of Survivor's campaign. Dagan Gera waits at the top with the compass. Our confrontation is nigh, but by the time we arrive, there's a full siege underway. The Bedlam Raiders versus the Empire. A battle reminiscent of the Clone Wars stands between us and our goal. While a lot of the observatory spent cutting down troopers and droids, there's also a whole host of leaping and swishing and platforming, so it's finally time to start talking about movement. Cal's many new abilities let the level designers be more creative with their maps, introducing tricky platforming sections that require us to treat our various movement abilities almost like resource management. Passing through a laser gate or landing on a wall run resets Cal's double jump and his dash, so you need to space these options out and swap between them when moving. On the whole, this makes movement feel much more creative because there's a give and take, there's options. It's ridiculously tight and responsive, absolutely no delays to be found. With the grapple, the dash, the double jump, wall running, pulling ropes, using laser shields to reset our abilities, you can make Cal glide through the air. If you want to really challenge yourself, there are force tears that a Cal can tap into that not only give us tough combat gauntlets, but absolutely insane platforming sequences where once you leave the starting point, you practically never touch the ground. My only problem with these is they're not easily accessible after the fact. I wish every force tear we unlocked could be replayed from a meditation point, because when you're in the groove and Cal is zipping along wires or flashing through laser gates, we get traversal beats that I put up there with Insomniac swinging, except the beauty of Survivor's platforming is that, except for climbing, none of it is on autopilot like Spidey's webs are. This isn't parkour like Assassin's Creed where the R2 button does all of the work. You are forced to alternate parkour like Assassin's Creed where the R2 button does all of the work. You are forced to alternate between Cal's various moves. But it's not perfect.
Scaling a beaten up warship, just like the old days.
The year is 2023. We are about halfway through the 9th generation of consoles. Silk Song still doesn't have a release date. The new Legend of Zelda has made impossible game physics possible. Insomniac Spider-Man 2 has eviscerated the concept of loading screens. Tango Gameworks has designed a combat system that turns every fight into a goddamn musical. Seriously, Hi-Fi Rush is fantastic. So I hope we can all agree that games have grown beyond squeezing through gaps to mask loading screens or pushing up on the analog stick to climb along walls. This sort of image dominated Fallen Order and makes an unfortunate return in Survivor. But it annoys me less for one simple reason. Survivor's level design has really tight pacing where climbing along walls, which is abjectly the worst gameplay in the series, doesn't happen nearly as frequently. But it is still here too much. Platforming feels good, but there is still an over-reliance on climbing that lets it down because it's such a nothing activity compared to wall running and flipping and, you know, fun Jedi shit. Anything that stops Cal from being fluid during platforming sections just lends itself to frustration. But climbing is just one part of what we can do. Now you're on mounts that have astonishing leaps. You're wall running, wall jumping, dashing, flipping, grappling. How you get around a level is generally speedier, more fluid, and more varied. For example, on Jeddah there's a lengthy section where wind is our greatest enemy and we need to work around it. The climbing now has stakes, it's not just a crutch to pad out the level. On the Shattered Moon, Ravis activates an array that blasts a powerful laser, so Cal needs to maneuver around it, dodging its quick bursts of energy. On the ISB base, there are full combat encounters where laser shields activate, so we need to be mindful of our surroundings while cutting down the bad guys. We're finally getting moments where platforming works in tandem with fighting, meaning the level design feels more holistic. Here at the Kobo Observatory, we're bouncing through the air on balloons to the backdrop of spaceships fighting, relying on precariously long drops that can be an asset and a threat. There's more to say here, but Cal's reached the top of the observatory, and Dagan Gera waits for no man.
The order is gone and I am free!
You're not free, Dagan. You're alone.
Why are you here when your true enemy is out there? How could you let the galaxy fall to this unworthy machine of an empire?
One of the things I love about Dagan Gera is how we get glimpses of him conquering the observatory as we leap our way up to him. The Empire don't stand a chance, and he's embarrassed that such a loose force destroyed the Jedi Order. Because enemies like Purge Troopers are so tough in gameplay, it doesn't undermine the threat of the Empire, but by contrast, Dagan presents himself as a force to be reckoned with. The world has moved on from the strength of the Jedi. Dagan is here to remind us of the glory days. He realized that everyone he cares for is gone.
That's also very crazy, like, he just doesn't know what happened and so on, and it's actually really embarrassing because every Jedi just died to some clone troopers, and now a Sith Lord is the emperor of the whole galaxies. So what? Yeah.
On. He's lost those closest to him, Centauri, Ravis, the Order, but he thinks that makes him free, lost in his obsession. He's going to take Tanalorr and recreate the Jedi Order, not as a spiritual force for good, but a militant army. It's a different fight altogether from every other time we've battled him. We dance on a force platform, the room is reversed, he summons illusions of himself and even makes Cal hallucinate that Bode has been killed. Everything about this screams well-balanced final boss, because it's tough as nails without being overbearing. Your best bet in defeating him is relying on Cal's flexibility and agility, but when his health bar hits 0, Cal beats him in a way that is fully unique to him. He taps into Dagan's memory of Centauri Kree, almost by accident, and summons an illusion of her. Dagan shatters, his body drops, reminded of his pain, but before he can fully retaliate, Bode shoots him and Cal cuts him down. It's over. Right? In the quiet of the observatory, Cal wonders if Dagan was right. He thinks of how Tanalorr could be a fortress for the Hidden Path, not just a new world. It could be a new headquarters in the fight against the Empire. Bode disagrees. He just wants it to be somewhere his daughter can be safe. If it's given to the Hidden Path...
But if she's alone there, who is she going up with?
There's no guarantee the Empire wouldn't eventually find it. Retrieving the compass, the gang decide to head back to Jeddah to...
That is also such a shit way, because if you can just get through with a compass, there's nothing else you need to do than just not give away the compass at all times, you know?
Recuperate. You can fast travel there, but for the sake of this video, I'm going to take the long way down, because there's still more to say about movement. Cal's speed doesn't just come from moves like the dash or the grapple. Generally, he's faster too. We're no longer painstakingly climbing up ropes, we are launching up them. Climbing is basic, but he scurries across surfaces rather than awkwardly wobble along them like before. A side-by-side comparison shows this off best. On the whole, Respawn have focused their attention on quality of life improvements to make sure all the cool stuff is satisfying to do and the tedious stuff is less intrusive. But less is the key part of that phrase. There are still a couple of arbitrary "you can't wall run" or "you can't climb this climbable looking surface" moments like Crag.
Oh, there was so many things. Like, if you have watched my streams, like, I spend a lot of time just wandering around or trying to get to a point or trying to find a shortcut or just trying to find a way, either way to a chest or something. The worst one of them all was the meditation point on that tower that you seemed to be. No matter what, it seemed like we couldn't get to it. I was so...
This makes for more meticulous platforming, sure, but I think the signposting can be regularly muddied. It's a pro-con situation, because that muddy signposting does mean we're encouraged to be curious about the environment.
Yeah.
Can I make that jump? Can I climb that?
Way too often I cannot in this game, and that's pissing me off.
Can I run along that wall? These questions pop up regularly while exploring, and it forces us to figure out how to use the environment to our advantage. 99% of the time, platforming doesn't feel rigid. But if you look over there, there is that 1% still sitting on the horizon. Fall damage, a personal frustration from Fallen Order, is carried over to Survivor tenfold because its level design is generally more vertical. The consistency of how far Cal can fall is annoying as hell because it isn't consistent, and it always feels like the double jump should soften his landing, but it doesn't. That's where the rigidness does appear. I don't think that Cal should be able to fall a full mile just to save himself with a quick hop, but moments like this? It's baffling how that would kill him. The player has such a varied moveset now that lets them really play around with platforming options, but sometimes the game punishes you for playing with those options to the point that it feels arbitrary. When you're figuring out the level design and following tricky platforming challenges, it feels incredible, but especially if you're playing on Grandmaster, you can't afford to be punished for thinking creatively. And sometimes Survivor does just that. Arriving back on Jeddah, Cordova announces that he needs some time to examine the compass we took from Dagon. Grease, Seer, Merrin, Bode and Cal all retire outside for some downtime, but purely through dint of this being a video game, there's tension boiling between each line of dialogue. Dagon Gera was a pretty epic boss fight, but we killed him long before we've gotten to Tanalorr. It feels like the story's concluded, and yet we're still playing. So, let's break it down. Cal tells Seer about his plan to bring the hidden path to Tanalorr and she agrees, clearly touched by the offer. He connects with Merrin, tells her that he knows what he wants now. The soapbox he stood on since Fallen Order is starting to break. With
the fact that you chose this hairstyle for this cutscene, wild, bro. Very wild.
Tanalorr so close, he's willing to give up on the old Jedi ways and give in to his feelings for her. It's tender and lovely. And speaking as someone who initially did not want Cal and Merrin's relationship to be romantic, Cameron Monaghan and Tina Ivlev quickly made me change my mind. Look at these two crazy kids. As for Bode, something's bothering him. He says he's thinking about his daughter, lost in his own thoughts. There's a great line where Cal comforts him by saying, "When she sees what you've done for her, she'll understand." When he says it, he's thinking about how hard the fight with Dagon was, how long the adventure has been for the two of them. But in just a few minutes, it'll take on a whole new meaning.
Yeah.
I'm really sorry about this. Oh. Son. Son, you don't have to do this. No!
The game's tension bursts wide open when Bode kills Eno Cordova, steals the compass, and runs away. In a flash, everything changes. Cal chases him down on a speeder bike and we see that the Empire is officially invading, a siege on the Archive. But that's not all. Mechanically, Survivor dismantles its power fantasy as the story dismantles Cal's worldview. It's a quick-fire descent into an all-is-lost moment that's complemented by peaks and troughs that flag just how small and inconsequential the efforts of Cal and the Mantis crew really are in the grand tapestry of the Star Wars rug. It starts with the loss of our healing ability. A brief boss fight with Bode robs us of BD1 because we've left him back at Seer's archive. Psychologically, the player's assumption that defeating Bode will be easy because he's not a special magic boy with a lightsaber is destroyed when he pulls out a red one, pushes Cal back with the Force, and knocks him out. He's not just a mercenary, he's a dark Cal back with the Force and knocks.
We should have realistically died from that shot because Eno Cordova also died from 2 shots of those, and I feel like the first one was also enough. Like, look at this where we got hit, like, what? That's really close to our heart.
He's not just a mercenary, he's a dark Jedi. Flashing to playing a Seer as she knocks back Imperial forces feels like a mechanical band-aid. She's incredibly strong, with the strength of the crossguard stance but the speed of the single blade. Even on Grandmaster, enemies are opened up to one-hit kills with just one parry, fueled by her ability to tap into the strength of the dark side without losing herself. But her power doesn't last long. Darth Vader appears, and the lengthy boss fight that follows shows us how tiny Seer's power is in comparison to him, while also showing us how powerful Cal has become in the main campaign. We are missing so many of Cal's tricks as Seer. We've got less healing items, only one stance. I know I'm not alone when I say if I fought Vader as Cal, I wouldn't have nearly as much trouble, but this bastard destroyed me on my first playthrough, and returning fight.
I want to say, I feel like with Cal we would have lost way more because Seer did way more damage, and the only way we would have done damage would be with the crossguard, and the crossguard is slow.
Fights didn't feel much easier. He throws the book at the player. Literally. Vader's appearance isn't as shocking in Survivor as it was in Fallen Order, but it doesn't just feel like a cat.
But it was unnecessary in Fallen Order, whereas it was kind of cool and realistic that it was here now that we had it in Fallen Order, and also because of the scale of that, because we have 3 Jedi here and a safe haven for Force users and a rebuilt Jedi archive. That is something that Darth Vader really is keen to destroy.
Cameo.
In the last part, it was just some Padawan running away. And I don't even see the reason why Darth Vader would be there, you know? Could have been just 2 or 3 more Inquisitors showing up, and that's it. But it had to be like that.
Fight because his presence reinforces the explosive turn the story has taken and flags again why Tanalorr is so important. Even on a quiet, peaceful night where success is on the horizon, a double agent and the Empire are here to remind us that nowhere is safe, and Vader's grip on the landscape of the Force is total. He literally destroys remnants of the Jedi Order as he beats Seer down. He's the crackle of the storm, and her death wouldn't hit nearly as hard if we didn't get to struggle through her final moments. As a boss, Vader forces us to be on the defensive because it's the only way to drop his stagger meter. None of our attacks knock it down by that much, so it's all about the parries and the perfect evades. With one-hit grab kills that home in on us like a bloody missile, agility is no longer the focus, but through her blood, sweat and tears, Seer, shockingly, is able to best him. It looks like she's won, but a last-ditch stab through the gut as she goes in for the killing blow is what gets her.
Yeah, to be fair, it was a bit too close how she won. Let's be real.
Cal.
And Cal witnesses all of it through psychometry. As she dies, she mourns her 2 apprentices, Trilla, the Padawan she failed, and Cal, the Padawan she saved. The pain that's defined Cal all these years grows, and while the goal of Tanalorr remains consistent, it's not his focus. So, with all the pieces on the board, let's finish up and talk about Bode. The final third of the film has the effect of slowing down the action just when it all should be mounting toward a climax, despite a twist that's straight out of Greek mythology and should serve Lucas well in the episodes that lie ahead. Empire may not top Star Wars, but it certainly makes one look forward to whatever new surprises George Lucas and his band of cinematic wizards can conjure up for us. When did you call the Bode twist? For me, it was the reviews.
Bode is the real standout, voiced by Noshir Dalal, whose voice you'll absolutely recognize since he's done a huge amount of stuff in the gaming space. He's just a really...
For me, it was, I think, the Dagon Gera fight. Like, he both had the same thing in mind, and he just wasn't sure about it, and he left back so weird for the lightsaber and so on. That was it for me.
Really well-written, well-acted character that I loved hanging out with. He's the sort of scoundrel archetype in the Star Wars universe, but with an emotional twist that makes him very real and really grounds everything he says and does.
Jedi Survivor is now a testament to why I won't watch reviews of a game I'm looking forward to. I know people mock giving numerical scores or focusing all of our attention on Metacritic ratings, but the good thing and bad thing about those systems is that a number is dimensionless. I can look at an 8 out of 10 and see that a game is probably going to be pretty good without learning about the good and bad. Of course, the issue with this is because a number is dimensionless, I won't know if my tastes will align with the reviewer. It's a risk every time. But the Jedi Survivor reviews let the game's story down. Everybody talked about Bode. Everybody gushed about how impactful a character he is and how he put such a monumental stamp on the game. But by the time we defeat...
That is the thing why I never watch reviews before, and I don't even watch trailers. I do it all afterwards. I do it now, so now I know everything he's talking about. I can even react to it. I've done that before and I was playing the game. It wouldn't be cool. And trailers, in my opinion, nowadays are having the same effect, because trailers are now just parts of the movie and trying to get you hyped up for whatever's coming. Not the same anymore, it used to be better.
Dagon Gera, he's had minimal characterization. He's a rueful bounty hunter who loves his daughter. And what that meant was he either had a badass death going out in a blaze of memorable glory, or he was a traitor. Once Dagon's dead, the only option is traitor. But even in the confines of Survivor, I have mixed feelings.
Why couldn't we sense him?
He deceived us all.
No, I still should have been able to.
Now that's enough! Cal,
That's enough, okay? What Bo did, that is on him.
The menu is red now. The way Cal sees the Force is coloured by his pain. His inability to take stock of his grief is putting him in danger of falling to the dark side. Just like Dagan. Just like Bode. His bitterness at the Empire has transformed into rage at Bode. We follow him to an Imperial security base in the Nova Garan system. It turns out Bode has been an ISB agent all this time. Survivor's fantastic world building continues on the ISB base. The ISB aren't a new concept. They've popped up before in stuff like Star Wars Rebels, Andor, the Vader comics, the new Thrawn books, and I think they're one of the best things Star Wars has added to the characterization of the Empire. A secret security force that's less focused on large-scale battles and more in the Cold War that comes with dominating the galaxy. Survivor builds on what we've seen before by highlighting how much tension there is inside the Empire's own forces. Evil isn't clever, especially when it's on a mass scale, and we see how fascism is always destined to eat itself. There's politicking here between the Bureau and the Inquisitors. The Force, trained and led by Darth Vader, are way further up in the Empire's hierarchy, but the ISB is trying to worm its way around them, hiding mistakes and incompetencies, like secretly recruiting an ex-Jedi as an ISB agent. It seems that despite the Empire's emphasis on control, it can't control human pettiness and spitefulness. As we fight through the base, Cal finally taps into the dark side, and it evolves into a new power-up. L3 and R3 to accept the truth, embrace the darkness. It's the slow power combined with a raw, furious energy. I love that we have Seer's fighting style when we activate it, and it fills up so damn quickly, and the enemies we're battling are Purge Troopers and Sentry Droids, bad guys that are hellish to take down, so that the player is actively encouraged to use it as much as possible. Canonically, Cal is wielding the dark side, and he almost gives in to his spite and rage, force choking the commander of the base until Merrin manages to talk him down. Again, she soothes his fire. Unlike the Jedi teachings of old, love isn't a path to the dark side for Cal, it's a way to bring him back from it. But this is still a ferocious, angry, red moveset, and combined with the fact Cal's disguised as a member of the Empire while using it, might lead us to be concerned about the fact he's tapped into it. Right?
All three of us kind of just talked about it, the embrace the darkness mechanic, right? And my thought was when I got it and the game ended that they would have taken it away. Oh, they didn't take it away. Okay, well, I can switch it out. Oh, I can't switch it out. It's just there.
Yep.
So every time I use it, I feel like I'm cheating. I feel like I'm taking the easy way out. And I think that's all deliberate. And I think that'll be a big part of where what could be Cal's story going forward.
Well, let's look at that while he burns through the bad guys. This isn't canon anymore, not since Disney got its claws all over the universe, but what you're seeing on screen right now is a force power called Force Judgment, where a Jedi can blast electricity from their hands just like Emperor Palpatine is known to do in the movies. In the Legends stories, Luke Skywalker did this, but the difference between Palpatine's use of lightning and Luke's is Force Judgment comes from righteous anger and a sense of justice, not cruelty. Luke's using the dark side isn't using him. He's walking a fine line. Jedi who explored the light and dark side of the Force were known as Grey Jedi, but that's a term that the Jedi Order actually bastardized through rumor mongering. Back in the days of the prequels, some even called Qui-Gon Jinn a Grey Jedi just because he distanced himself from the bureaucracy of the Jedi Council. The same goes for Ahsoka Tano, who completely segregates herself from the teaching of the Jedi Order, finding her own way. But the spiritual angle is more important than the political here, I think. The Force isn't binary. It's not goody force or baddie force. The light and dark sides are names given to variations of how a Jedi taps into them, all in the name of creating a dogmatic code for their religion. Seer, I think, is an example of a Jedi who is on the verge of becoming grey, but never fully bought into it. We hear her discussing how she can embrace the dark side of the Force, and replicating her moveset when Cal taps into rage mode seems to link her to the dark side. But she was still desperately trying to collect relics and tomes belonging to the Jedi to continue their teachings. Bode, I think, was a Grey Jedi in the most mechanical of senses. During the first portions of the game, he wasn't the obsessive consumed monster that we'll eventually see in his boss fight, but eventually that's what he will become. He'll leave behind the Grey and become a Dark Jedi. Not quite a Sith, because Sith Lords are normally focused on world domination. A Dark Jedi is just someone who's self-obsessed. They don't care about the strangers and innocents of the galaxy. Only their family, their friends, their life matters. Bode wants Tanalorr all to himself, keeping it as a lost world for him and his daughter Kata. Because Cal embraces love and romance with Merrin, we're already seeing the grey burst out of him a little bit, but in his refusal to grieve, to sit with his feelings, he shows signs of being just like the stoic, cold figures of the Jedi Order that we saw back in the prequels. When he embraces the dark side and uses its strength and power to cut down his enemies, he takes one further step away from the light side, but his friends are able to bring him back to center. He hasn't quite stepped into the grey yet, but our new power-up reinforces that he's on a path to achieve that balance.
Sorry. You scared me. You must be Kata.
Deep in the base, Cal meets Bode's daughter Kata. He's an intimidating presence, at first pulling out his lightsaber because he thinks Bode's about to attack. The whole scene is wrapped up in tension because of the forced politeness that Cal and Bode bring to it. Bode even introduces Cal as his best friend. Neither man wants bloodshed in front of his daughter. Bode's whole story is wrapped up in tragedy. Everything he told us about his family was true. The only difference was he was reeled in by the ISB. He reluctantly cut a deal to keep his daughter safe from the Inquisitors. Cal calls him a monster, still wallowing in his anger, unable to process it. Bode might have killed Cordova himself, but he also brought the Empire to Jeddah. He's the reason Cere's dead. No, Bode says. I'm a father. He gets away with the compass and sets off for Tanalorr, but all isn't lost. There's a very convenient second way for the team to get to the Lost World. If we align the various arrays we've activated across the game, the right pilot could fly straight to the nebula and get there. It's going to be risky, but thankfully Grease is up to the task, helped along by Cal's trusting in the Force and a little nudge from the beyond, courtesy of Cere. And so we make it to Tanalorr for the endgame. With Bode mere feet away, let me draw your attention back to this clip of Stig Asmussen on the IGN spoilercast.
It's, you've got Cal, you've got Bode, you've got Cere, and all these people are doing whatever it takes to survive. And Bode's got his own story, he's got his own motivations, but they're all in parallel with Cal as well too. So we thought that would be a good way of kind of like reflecting on Cal's journey and like how he made decisions differently, and he's still able to stay altruistic in the face of this, this incredible, dark presence. So that's kind of, something that we were always trying to play with the game, and learning that this guy's a Force user, not just a swashbuckler, very powerful, and somewhere along the way, in his obsession with kind of being the father, Bode literally loses the plot.
Watching Asmussen talk about Survivor's twist tells me that there was some conflict among the development team about how to treat Bode. None of the interviews say this outright, and hell, I don't even know if Stig and the Dump realize what they did. Bode is made so likable and so empathetic and so bloody tragic that it's hard to really hate him when our lightsabers clash. Clearly for the writers, that was the point, but when Stig talks so callously about Bode's character arc, how he literally lost the plot, how he becomes a monster by the endgame, I think he's describing a version of Survivor that isn't consistent with all of the brilliant build-up that comes before. Cal and Merrin are so full of anger at Bode that the only reason they decide not to run in guns blazing and foaming at the mouth is because of Kata. When they find her sitting outside the temple Dagan Gera built, they remember to treat her with kindness. Merrin completely takes her under her wing. Kata doesn't like Tanalorr. It's lonely, she says. Bode's whole plan is to isolate himself and his daughter far, far away, but is that any sort of life for either of them? The scene dressing for our final fight reflects how Cal spent the 5 years between games isolating himself from his friends. Bode just wants to hide here. He's not planning on staying a threat. His final form, the version of Bode that we battle on Tanalorr, is where the game doesn't find its balance. This battle should feel emotional as hell, but it's like the game can't decide if he's a tragic father fallen to fear and desperation, or a guy who, in Stig's words, lost the plot. This is a man who nervously rehearsed his big speech to Cal in an effort to avoid betrayal and bloodshed. Just look at the expression on his face when he resolves that he'll need to steal the compass and betray his friends. Now he's snarling like a wounded animal, foaming at the mouth, beast-like in his moveset, launching himself across the arena and attacking less strategically than we've known him to do. The essence of the Bode we knew is still on this battlefield. For example, he'll pull from various attacks that he deploys when he's a companion, but he's erratic to the point that he nearly blasts his daughter off the edge of the arena. Just take the music that plays. This boss theme is high energy, brooding, with long brassy notes to effectively translate how dangerous he is, but the context of this fight feels like it should be something more somber and tragic. I'm often reminded of Gwyn's boss theme from the end of Dark Souls, how a simple piano can wrap up the ruination of a civilization and the rotting of greatness in music that barely splinters the clanging of swords and pillars of lightning that we have to contend with. Something simpler, more delicate, would have reinforced how these are two best friends becoming the worst versions of themselves as the two people they care most about, Merrin and Kata, look on. Mechanically, it's a decent fight, but it tries to tread water between a spectacle and an emotional brawl. It doesn't come close to touching how cool the Dagengera fight was, because nothing as insane as fighting on the ceiling happens, but it also keeps interrupting what ought to be nothing but the striking of our lightsabers with cutscenes and Night Sister portals. Difficulty-wise, he's a pushover until his final third. He's not the toughest boss in the game, Vader. He's not even the second toughest, Dagengera. Hell, I'd argue he's not even the third toughest, Ravis, meaning as far as player challenge goes, he ends up being a bit of a footnote in the overall game. The only thing he really brings to the table is his speed and the massive damage he does to our stagger meter while we do so little to his, but his moveset is predictable until the last 30%, and I think that 30% should have been his starting point. Where Survivor generally improves on Fallen Order's bosses, it's disappointing to see that Bode barely touches the second sister as a final confrontation. When the dust settles, Cal chooses to spare him, but Bode, having completely lost himself, force chokes Merrin. Everything comes down to a blaster, the tool he taught Cal how to use. Cal shoots him dead in front of his daughter. Not once, but twice. An unscripted acting choice by Cameron Monaghan.
When my mother died, it changed Papa. And me too, I guess.
Yes. But it does not have to define you. And you must not let it consume you.
I think there's a good chance that if we do get a third Jedi game that concludes this series as a trilogy, I'll grow to love Jedi Survivor's story and its ending because of how it will lead into the finale of Cal Kestis' tale. I'm wary that I've been so glowing of Survivor's design philosophy throughout and giving credit to the emotional weight its narrative carries just to rail against it at the end, and I don't want that to be the thing Survivor is remembered for here. For a lot of people, Bode's twist and boss fight landed with every ounce of impact Respawn hoped it would, but even as I finish up this video, I can't help but feel something is missing here. There's a big cliffhanger now rolling around regarding the fate of Kata and Cal's well-being. Seer's voice echoes through telling Cal to train Kata, but will she resent Cal for killing her father? Will Cal finally find peace post-trauma? Will the third game lead into Cal being a Jedi Master and Kata his Padawan? That, I think, would be the most satisfying direction the series could go in, as it would help solidify Cal's relationship with the Force and plant him as a grey Jedi through what he teaches Kata. Where Fallen Order ended with a hopeful look at a swashbuckling future, Survivor ends peacefully. A funeral for Seer, Cordova, and Bode. Cal finally stops. He finally mourns, and through mourning, he's defined by his pain, but he stops being consumed by it. It takes him all night. We see that he refuses to leave Seer's grave until the fires die, and well beyond that, he finally slows down. Throughout this video, I've popped up a handful of quotes from various reviews of The Empire Strikes Back written in 1980, 2 days before it was released in cinemas. I think they're so fascinating to look at 43 years later now that Star Wars is a household name and the quality of its modern stories fluctuates so wildly. Because of the uncertainty of those reviews. Just like Survivor, Empire was part 2 of a trilogy in desperate need of a part 3 to give us an emotional climax. Nowadays, we look back on it and say it's the best Star Wars film, but in 1980, It left critics feeling unsure if it struck the right balance between swashbuckling adventure and a finely crafted emotional story. One of my favourite reviews came 17 years later, when Roger Ebert went back to the original trilogy knowing where all of this was going. Quote, "The whole world of this story has been devised and constructed in such a way that we are not particularly aware of sets or effects. There's so much of this world that it all just seems seamless. It is because of the emotion stirred in Empire that the entire series takes on a mythic quality that resonates back to the first and ahead to the third. This is the heart." If Jedi Survivor is Respawn's Empire, I can't help but have a renewed sense of elation, complicated by apprehension about what their Return of the Jedi will look like. Survivor almost strikes the right balance between its various mechanics with a fulfilling story, but yes, the bugs let it down, and its final act muddies those waters in a way Fallen Order never did. But I think that with time, and when we're able to reflect on Survivor as a part of Cal's story, the bugs will become a myth and Cal's struggles with the Force will be deepened. And even if those things don't happen, Survivor still stands as a damn fine adventure where you can see its heart beating forcefully and earnestly.
Guide her through the darkness.
If this is a sign of things to come, I can't wait to see where Cal goes next. Hey, thanks for watching. This is my last critique of the year, just one more video to go before we hit Christmas, and then it's full steam ahead into some massive projects in 2024. If you're new to the channel and like what you see, drop a like and hell, maybe subscribe. It helps massively. On screen right now are my patrons, who get these videos early, ad-free and sponsor-free. They're the best and are the direct reason why I can try a couple more ambitious things next year. So, order of thanks go to Major Simmer, Louis Almanza, Cariad1709, Shaldar, Mr. Mundus, Kyle Chamberlain, Carl, Vlad M, Greg, Eden Grace, Rocketman, Wild Weaver and Worm, Mitch Miller, Dialectograms, Matt Block, Roy, Alison Bates, Roman Brendel, Blake Foster, Michael Pearson, Sean Ryland, Anthony Santilli, Zelatath, Violet Dickinson, Hoss, Corey Alschuler, Daisy May, Forty, Dianian, Caleb Jablanicki, Ryan Williams, Nick T, Ben E, JMC147, Melvin Kitnick, Nicholas Chase, Siddhant Pandey, Jack Shepard, Weston Pate, Crimson Fangs, A Lonely Cow, The Iron Giant, Crazy Kirsch, Oliver Bensrid, Testo Thompson, Trevor A. Elliott, Daniel Finnegan, Warren Blythe, Cherry Cheese, Luke Hughes, Noah Littrell, Woody Snail, Charlotte Rosewood, Full Metal Wolf, Sergs Fent, Rosie Rowland, Weather Waxing, Eunice Mikolai, Mr. Alienated, Lugoil, Funnyman1257, Nathan Mallory, Hurry Up Snufkin, Grim Ally, Vadim Orlov, Joe Pierce, Mr. Gusty, Nikolai Jorgensen, Damon, James Edney, Joe Smart, AJ, Morbid Carlson, Michael Weingarter, Atris Miller, Jubilation Chambers, Abram Partida, Abby, Chancellor Delamere, Ronald McRonald, Ray Mulryan, Murderous Lord, Evan Schrader, Dominus Knox, Mayday in Paradise, Oobly Doobly, Adam Harrison Fuller, Eric Evans, Andy Seco, Joe Humphreys, Caleb Gunter, Flare Dark Storm, Kamala Kuzovich, Paul Thomas, David Riata, Jerry Humes, Terticus Rex, Asmodeus, Joel Monty, Alec Meacham, Rect 3501, Lilac White, Chris Duran, Ginger Kappa, David Neal, Halton, Michael Smith, Mikolaj Kokot, Daniel Tarek, Clem, Prudvi Muva, Thomas Evans, Samantha P, Dapper Cyborg, Wub76, Technodan, When Goats Attack, Tenic, Mike Cripps, Meowners, Mad Gab, Rariter, Webby, Patrick Forsell, Nur Revel, Eve, Tyler Cox, Procrastinator, EP Horry, Unlucky Dragon, Gaming University, Yaya Schnitzel, Eddie Black, Abby the Bard, Elena Buck, Combat Wombat, Top Hat Tiger, Chase, Joel Jimenez, Wayward Flock, Larmed Larma, Fluffy the Demon, Destroyer of Worlds, Thomas Pruitt, Spalter, Danations, Christopher McBride, The Slayer of Games, Daniel Boyles, Shishki, Wandering Alpha, Vivi, Mija, Ridge Miedema, Captain Bon Clay, Alec Maxwell. I've been denied everything, even my cum. Captain Cabinet, Logan Hamilton, David Brynjarsson, Danger Zone, Chris McMullen, Chris McRae, Ryan Bryce, Ryan, Brenton, Matt Emmy, Matthew Halsey, Sean Toland, Jerome Hotchkiss, Prodigal Horse, Trenchcoat Guy, Cody, Kyle P. Feely, Garrett Birchall, Chachesvaz76, Jack, Neil Mack, Sam's Forge, Joey Isbell, Aurelia, Kristen Fenchel, Patrick Baird, LGX, Big Boar Wolf, Nicholas Chemin, Trevor Vernon, Joel Wilcox, Pleo, Blank Name, Leon, X Wrights, Shamax, Jonathan Riggs, Zachary Johnson, DNSCH, Monacari, Kieran Gresty, Lamar825, Iken, Tempe, Unicourt, David J. Morin, Minito, Callum Armitage, Christopher Tierney, Torstein Sundis, Fipsy, Luca, Tom Inns, Sammy Stuff, Alberto Calez, Type Raz, Zachary Powers, Andrew Muinos, Prospero, Alan Black, Callsign Nor, David Bedard, Mr. Fredo Renton, Long Cheddar, Talkster, Ashley Broning, 100 Sams, My Friend Neil, Nathaniel Waters, Kyle Piers, Kane Highwind, and Neve.
Wow. Let's check out some. Wow. Yeah. We have another very lengthy review, but I think after this one we don't need this. What I would actually like to find though is a negative critic, just to have one, because I want to see what people didn't like. Narrative critique.
Hello, this video is going to function as my spoiler review. If you'd like to hear my thoughts without diving into spoilers, go to this video, which will be linked both in the description and at the end of this video, but I suppose then the purpose of not watching this video is completely lost, so go to the link in the description or the card on screen now and check it out.
Okay, we will watch this one later as well. Narrative critique, I like that. Great but broken. Almost a masterpiece. I think this here. Let's watch this one. Have I saved that somewhere?
Jedi Survivor? I thought not. It's not a story EA would tell you. Respawn was a powerful developer, so powerful and so wise that they produced classics like Titanfall.
Wait, have we watched that video? I'm lacking here, I think. Okay.
Apex Legends, and Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order, which went on to influence the higher-ups at EA, granting a sequel the green light. They had such power that they could spare this game from microtransactions, battle passes, and unnecessary bloat, but the darkness of EA can lead to practices and performance that some consider to be unnatural. In the success of Jedi Fallen Order lives the failure of Jedi Survivor, a game which casts a shadow over Fallen Order's legacy, which was that even if this standalone single-player experience isn't perfect, there is hope for it to be better. Ironic. Respawn was a glimmer of hope that EA's questionable practices would be in the past, and yet it is its greatest victim.
The
hype leading to the release of Jedi Survivor was through the roof. My friends and I couldn't stop talking about it. There were advertisements.
Yeah, okay, we were gonna watch that. We're gonna watch this. Rocking around Christmas tree. Why is the site not loading? What is the internet doing here? Yeah. Sorry.
There were advertisements everywhere, and it was clear to me that many were hopeful of the new release, but then it did. Top-of-the-line gaming machines couldn't run the game above 60 FPS, and the consoles were struggling to maintain 30 at times. Pair this with numerous crashes, a DRM that was so intrusive it had prevented players who bought the game from playing it, and we have the perfect storm, capable of ravaging the game's reception and Respawn's reputation. I cannot understate the calamity that fell upon this game. Many critics outright begged their viewers to not purchase the game. Twitter was on fire with people airing their grievances, and it felt like it was impossible to go long without hearing of Jedi Survivor's tragic release. But why is it a tragedy? Well, if we look underneath the slideshows and shitty textures, we will see a game that is a perfect sequel. One that built off of everything its predecessors achieved. One that creates a satisfying story and contains heartfelt moments. One with tight and reliable gameplay, and one that will never see the light of day. Because like other abhorrent releases, the bad press around Survivor's launch is a tumor that outweighs its host. Throughout this video, we'll look at all the ways Survivor is a good game, not as a means of defending the launch, that's indefensible, but to show how clear it is, through every well-made aspect of this game, that Star Wars Jedi Survivor is a tragedy. What is a good sequel? Previously, I've defined it as a game that builds upon the gameplay, presentation, and story of its previous entry, expanding the world and what you can do in said world, and I still use that definition as a guideline. But the reality is what defines something as a good sequel is the experience. And oh man, was Star Wars Jedi Survivor an experience. A perfect sequel is not entirely about ticking boxes and improving every minute aspect of a game. Even if that's part of the equation, the other half, the one I've often neglected, is the heuristic and subjective experiences that influence what a sequel must satisfy. Notably, when I analyze a sequel, I have to ask, what expectations have been set? To explain why Jedi Survivor is in my eyes the perfect sequel, we need to answer that. And to achieve that, we're going to go over my major criticisms of Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order. I have an entire video on Jedi Fallen Order that you can watch, and I recommend that you do. But if you don't have the time, which I get it, I talk a lot and you might be busy, I'll summarize them in one umbrella point, which is, Jedi Fallen Order was painfully close to being a near perfect game. I had hoped for a sequel specifically because there were so many aspects of the game that could be fixed, and Jedi Survivor did just that while adding even more to the game, resulting in a game that shines both in and out of the presence of its predecessor. But not all is well in the galaxy. Jedi Survivor released to the same numerous praises, but one unanimous criticism: performance. I know I had mentioned that performance wasn't that bad initially, and truthfully, I didn't notice it was that bad on PlayStation 5, and I was assured by EA that the day zero.
What I found really interesting, I had like 6 people now that I've heard reviewing or talking about the game, and everyone was talking about how bad it was at the beginning, and they all told, and everyone said they didn't feel anything about it because they're on PS5. How did everyone that I know play this on PS5?
and then day one patch would smooth things out. I should have known better. Yeah, the PS5 version ran not great, but the PC version was unplayable for many people, and that is not acceptable by any means, but this isn't a review, and so things like presentation carry a different weight. When deciding if you should purchase a game, performance is important because a dope game means nothing if it doesn't work. But in a deeper look at the game, I want to look past that for the sake of analyzing what the game is trying to do fundamentally, and because who knows, there might be patches that fix the frame rate by the time this video releases, fingers crossed. Jedi Survivor seems to pick up a few years after the events of Fallen Order. While the gang is largely split up to pursue new homes, new fights, and themselves, Cal has seemingly become stagnant. Every battle he wins is but a minuscule fraction of the greater war, and he is growing ever frustrated. Within this frustration, Cal is scared that he might turn to the dark side, or at the very least, lose himself in the fight and frustration of being David against Goliath. The embodiment of these fears is Dagan Gera, a Jedi that in front of our eyes turns to the dark side. And in this, Cal finally has a goal of catching Dagan Gera, getting to Tanalorr, a planet supposedly unreachable by the Empire, and getting the gang back together. I already mentioned this, but to see what worked with Survivor, we have to return to Fallen Order. And I'd like to keep things moving quickly, so I'm going to create a list of pros and cons that I mentioned in my video as a means of more accurately quantifying how many things were improved upon here. If there's something you disagree with or want more context on, I support my opinions in my aforementioned video on Jedi Fallen Order. Pros: presentation, traversal, environments, level design, combat, controls, enemy variety, story, fun campaign, custom clothing and lightsabers, and New Game Plus. Cons: performance, Cal sprint animation, bugs, not enough lightsaber fights, the ending. New Game Plus is fucking useless. Yeah, I'm still mad about that one, sorry. Generally, those are the major talking points, and I might throw in a few extras on both sides. I'm going to reference this list throughout the rest of this video, but let me explain my expectations for Jedi Survivor. I didn't watch any trailers aside from the teaser and a short gameplay preview. I already knew I was going to buy this game. Despite this, my expectations were having the dual-wielded lightsabers, having more boss fights, better graphics, smoother combat and animations, and a bigger world. All of these expectations were met, and there were additions on top of that fit in seamlessly. But there's one last expectation I haven't mentioned, and it's not because of the fault of the game, but because building off of Jedi Fallen Order was such a layup, I figured the developers would find some way to screw the pooch. I mean, come on, look at Marvel's Avengers. All they had to do was make a good single-player game, because that worked time and time before, and yet the developers messed it up, prioritizing money milking over a proper video game. But hey, you gotta fail before you succeed. And so it was to mine and everyone else's shock that Gotham Knights would attempt something seemingly similar. A game with Batgirl, Nightwing, Robin, and Red Hood going toe-to-talon with the Court of Owls? How could you possibly botch this one? Well, you know my thoughts and thus how. But the point is that this lesson, to avoid live service gear-based games and focus on solid design, was taught twice. Then Suicide Squad, the last bastion against shitty live service games, fell to corporate greed. It's clear the lesson was being preached, not just by sales and reviews, but by nearly every fan screaming from the rooftops, "Hey, stop!" So forgive me for expecting Jedi Survivor to suck Sith balls. Imagine my surprise when the game didn't jump the shark and allow itself to simply expand and strengthen its assets, rather than inject poison in hopes of a profit. So the first point in Jedi Survivor's belt is that it knows what it wants to be, and it doesn't attempt to reinvent the wheel. This might be an obvious thing to point out, but I believe it's important because this clear direction influences a repeated sentiment, which is everything from Fallen Order is simply better here. Yes, everything. Let's look at the presentation first, where we can see that while the general art style and UI is the same, animations and character designs are overhauled. I don't want to compare fidelity here for two reasons. One is that the game is releasing on a new generation. It makes sense that it would look better. Two, the game, especially in cutscenes, runs so poorly that as of writing this, it's clear the game can't handle this fidelity. Animations, on the other hand, can speak volumes about a character, their mindset, and their growth. Cal now moves with added fluidity and a loose comfort that shows his growth. In the first game, Cal had taken many years off from the Force, and now that he's back into the swing of things, his swings carry more finesse. And you may be mistaken for thinking that these animations are reused, but they are tweaked to seem more fluid, or maybe careless. As mentioned, Cal is growing frustrated, and it seems every mission he embarks on comes at a cost he doesn't want to pay. So maybe his more comfortable animations are him beginning to abandon the traditions of the Force. This is something Cal struggled with slightly in the first game, but is one of many themes we see carry over to the sequel. Cal has a deep anger and bitterness inside him. In his quest to take down the Empire and restore the Jedi, he is constantly losing his friends. The Empire took his life from him, and when he tries to start anew, the Empire takes that away too. I know I'd have some anger within me. The problem that Cal faces is that he was taught to control his emotions, and he seemingly interpreted this as suppressing his anger, when the true lesson is to harness that anger and use it as a force for good. This is why Cal and Cere tap into the dark side occasionally, because whether they like it or not, that dark side is within them, and a controlled use of it serves as a lifesaver for both of them. There's also the internal argument that questions if desperate times truly call for desperate measures. When Bode gives Cal a blaster, he explains that his master frowned upon them, but with a little convincing, he puts that aside. And Bode makes a good point. Cal against the Empire is David against Goliath, Sith, and not picking up the metaphorical slingshot because of tradition would be foolish. But this small step away from the tradition again manifests a
But
deeper...
it also shows how he just lost his ways, you know? So, yeah. Oh, Moo is here. Hello, Moo. Moo's just dropping down to give me a hug and wish me happy holidays. I'm sorry you're feeling down. I know that you loved and appreciated. Thank you. Wow. Oh, Moo, I hope I didn't miss you already. Let me give you a hug. Yeah, I don't know. Like, I have... No, you just typed that? Okay. Yeah, I was a bit lost in watching. And I'm not really looking for chat this stream because I'm just watching and I'm not even talking a lot. But yeah, No, thank you very much. I wish you and Groomfee and the kids also some very happy holidays. I don't know if you had Christmas today or the next days, like tomorrow. But yeah, get some nice gifts. Yeah, I'm a bit down. It's I don't know. I'm feeling like my head feels really hot. The rest of my body feels really cold. My nose is full. My throat just feels sore. I don't know. I feel a bit weak. I had to drink some warm milk today. Well, I did it to help myself, but yeah. It is what it is. And thank you very much for the hug as well. Oh no, being sick is the worst Christmas present. Yeah. That is not a good Christmas trend. That is very down on the list. Yeah, and my voice also feels kind of weird, so that's why we are not playing something, but we are watching videos. So that's that. But I really, really appreciate that you stopped by, Boo. Thank you very, very much. Really appreciate it.
identity crisis within Cal, seeing him wanting to be a Jedi, but consistently making use of the dark side. In the beginning of the game, in an act of desperation, Cal uses the Force to spin an aircraft out of control, the very same move that Trilla used on the Mantis.
Right. Who has to go wrap gifts for the kids? I'm thinking of you. Oh, thank you very much. Yeah, so you have Christmas, like the being under the tree, like you're celebrating it mostly tomorrow. Can I assume that? Oh. Yep, tomorrow. Nice. Yeah, I hope I feel better by tomorrow. Like after I went to bed, and hope to wake up to do something with the people here on the island. But yeah, at least don't want to be so sick. Maybe at least I can just lie around on the beach and not feel like a complete piece of shit. Would be good. Just the four of you, very quiet Christmas. I mean, it can still be nice. Do you have white Christmas? Like, do you live in a area where you can expect white Christmas even?
And Fallen Order. The peak of this theme is shown in the final battle against Bode, yet another Jedi who defected to the dark side, where Cal, in a fake-out death screen, harnesses the darkness to come back from near death, but still shows restraint until he has no other option but to kill. Cal by the end realizes that this anger and grief is a part of him, and it does not need to consume him like it does his brethren. Cal grows in many other ways across the story and ventures to different lands too, highlighting another strength of Survivor. The environments this time around have an expanded scope, but still keeps the tighter levels that define Fallen Order. Kobo and Jeddah are two planets that showcase vast expanses that, while offering the greatest visuals, boasting vistas of sanded structures and green hills, it's also where the frame rate is at its worst. Something I want to see more of in Fallen Order was planet variety. Imperial bases look great and Dathomir was plenty unique, but otherwise the planets we saw were exaggerated aspects of Earth. Icy glaciers that cover a planet or tranquil flora, it all felt familiar. This was a slight problem with the movies, but I never minded because those movies needed to be shot in real life, and I prefer they kept things practical. But in a video game, there's no shadow shackles to prevent you from exploring planets that get truly stellar. The Shattered Moon is a prime example, as our first sight of it is from a distance on the grounds of Kobo, but upon arriving we traverse a sleek white space station that surrounds a beam constantly firing, only to end at its peak with an extraterrestrial boss fight that hits like a fucking semi-truck that feels just like home. But this moon still feels like a moon, like one we're familiar with, apart from the shattered shtick. Of course, the game's opening is filled with intrigue as Coruscant is filled with otherworldly architecture, and enough identity to make it a joy to return to, and it's in the penultimate location that we see exactly what I wanted more of in Fallen Order, which was a proper Imperial base. Yeah, we've had Fort Inquisitorius in the first game, but that was a generally linear story-based environment. Nova Garon is a maze of interconnected paths with an army of Imperials within its sprawling hallways. It is easily the best level design of the game, but the important part is the environment, which while...
Ooh, is it? Is it? I feel like I want to go back to the level design when they went from Jeddah, when they went on Jeddah to rescue Brother Armias. That was the best. That was for sure the best. Ooh, I hear something. Yo, the Tiken with an early Christmas gift. Wow.
Boo.
Boo. Every boo to you as well, Petikin. Hello, hello, hello. Welcome in. Wow. Oh my god. Here's another one. Moves well. 24 months on the 24th of December. Oh no. Wow.
Oh, hey, I have one of those, too. Imuda Holiko 2 years.
Oh, cool. Wow.
I'm at a threat. I for that bitch, I'm a layup. I get the money, no layup.
Wow.
I move it pack to the mail.
Oh my god. Oh, thank you so much.
Do you move to gifted a tier 1 sub to Disaster 2001?
I'm at a threat. I for that bitch, I'm a layup. I get the money, no layup. I move it pack to the
thank you so much. Yo.
Imo, do you move to gifted a tier 1 sub to
Thank you
Morph
so
Anime?
much for the 5 gifted. Wow.
I get the money, no layup. I move it pack
Climbing up on first place leaderboards for gifted subs on my
Imo,
channel.
do you move to gifted a tier 1 sub to Markwork?
I'm at a
damn.
I for that bitch, I'm a layup. I get the money, no layup.
That is
I move
a
it pack to the
damn.
mail. She give me brain till I
Thank you so much. Thank you so
Imo,
much.
do you move to gifted a tier 1 sub to Lady Burrito 88?
I'm at a threat.
One more.
I for that
Let's
bitch,
go.
I'm a layup. I get the money, no layup. I move it pack to the mail. She give me brain till I mail.
Imo, do you move to gifted a tier 1 sub to Daoud?
Yeah, Lady Burrito, we had Lady Burrito following yesterday. What a name. What a name for Lady Burrito. Oh, and Groovy as well here. Wow, 11 months. Thank you so much for the sub as well. Wow. Absolute Christmas party.
Hello.
Wow. Hello, Groomfee. I hope you and also Petikin, you two have a wonderful Christmas and also happy holidays. Wow. Yeah, my shit. My voice is going downhill. I unfortunately don't feel so well today, which is why we're having videos on the program happening. And my mouse just froze. Hello, mouse. Wow. Oh, wow. Thank you all very much. My voice is going down. I can't even talk so much today. It's not the best day. But yeah, that's also the reason why I've been watching so many videos. But I really, 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 really appreciate that that you all came in and chatted, and the subs also. Wow, wow, wow. This time, no. Yeah. You may have said there's a party going on Rick Continuous channel. Christmas party, let's go. Let's go. Wow, wow, wow. Now I can also give a little back because we can also, what's this? Do some cool shout out stuff. Move. Oh, Petikin. Oh, by the way, Petikin, I was watching your stream earlier. You were playing the cleaning game. Yeah, Power Wash Simulator. I was watching that. That was really cool. I wasn't, but I mean, I wasn't there for long, but I did tune in. So let's go on that.
I'm at a third. And for that bitch, I'm a layup. I get the money, no layup. I move the pack to the mill.
Another sub from Petikin. Gifted sub from
Tier 1
Petikin.
sub to Hayes and Hat K.
Sub goal reach. Oh, let's go. 10 subs. Wow. Ooh, I think we can we close that up? Like end goal? I think we can do that right now. Manager. Manage goals. End goal. Choo-choo. Hype train completed. Wow. Wow, 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 guys. What a hype train for me. Level 3, 52%. Choo-choo, mother duckers. 9 subs. Let's go. Wow. Guys, thank you all very, very much. Wow. Sub goal met. Now watch me get greedy and set the new sub goal to 100. No, we won't do that. What is though really interesting is that we have a follower goal from 200, and we are literally 1 follower away. So I didn't think it was possible this year, but we're actually close to reaching 200 followers by the end of this year. So, wow. That's also very cool. Let's see if we can hit it. I will definitely be streaming a bit more until New Year's Eve. So that will be a big milestone, not a really meaningful one. I mean, I'm not streaming for followers, but still really, really cool. And shows that I did indeed stream a bit more now. Wow. You can update the goal. Yeah, I need to update it. I mean, I always fuck. Realistically, I have a goal of like 10 subs because I feel like this is realistic to how many subs I would get usually, or like I could get usually if I'd be streaming regularly. So that's that. But if I just reach it, I have reached it. I don't need a new sub goal. So it's just don't. It doesn't matter. I mean, I don't know what the goal of it is to increase it every time I reach it. Yeah. That emote though, that emote is actually cool. Like the duck. Cold emote from Titch. he was chilling on Powers watched Sim earlier. It looks like a really, really chill game. Like, this is like a game, like, if I wouldn't be streaming, watching YouTube videos on Jedi Survivor now, I would have actually I would play something like that. Not so much action and so on. It is. Check out the Christmas map today. Ooh. Oh, I was perfect time to play it. Oh yeah. I was actually I've yesterday completed the whole game. And I've actually also got like every data bank. I got everything in the game besides the seeds. I was at some point like, yeah, I'm not getting all those seeds. But I've gotten as many seeds, so I get the upgrade where I see all the seeds. And I even got all the characters, all the conversations in. I got all the rumors in, all the bounty hunters, all cosmetics. I even fought every boss on the holo map game. Yeah, those upgrades are nice, where you can see all the stuff. Yes, exactly. They made it a lot more easier, and we also played all the force tiers and the bosses and so on. Yeah, and we unlocked everything on the skill. Like we did a lot. We did like almost everything we had, and in the end, we also got all of Boat's echoes and whatnot that don't really count into it, but just for the data bank records. So we have everything. We just don't have the seats, and we have not scanned one Imperial army guy. But I'm pretty sure this is just one of those that just probably fell down somewhere and we didn't get to scan it or something. But I'm pretty sure we fought it, so it's not something I missed out. I just missed scanning it, although I scan everything I can scan. So yeah, and we also got all the scans and echoes and whatnot. And we also looked at the achievements. We got like 79% of all achievements. And we had one person to compare them to on the Steam on Steam, and it was you, and you have like literally every achievement or something. Like every achievement that I could see, you had it also. So fast to you. Real recognize real. You got all achievements recently? Yeah. Oh yeah. A lot of enemies get auto scanned too. Yeah, that's true. That's true. I have like, I don't know, I have like, I want to say 9, 10, 11, something, or a bit less left. Like not a lot, but like quite some. Yeah. Like, for example, with the slow thing, I had nothing with the slow thing. I didn't use the slow effect at all. Like, I only used it when I had to use the dark side thing, because the slow effect was so weird, and I actually did not like that too much, but yeah. Alright, guys. Let's get back to video. Two where you had to wear stuff. Yeah, there was one with
familiar
a poncho.
To any fan of the franchise, it's done so well that I can't.
Oops, I remember really early. There was one where you had to put on a poncho, for example. Oh, and what I also did, I played every single song, and I bought every single thing you could buy with the bounty box. I bought everything you could buy from the Anchorite women, and everything from Dormer's shop. I also did that, and we catched all fish, and we had everything with Scarf. Scarf and so on, yeah.
Can't help but fanboy out about it. The final environment is unfortunately the wildest we get. Tanalorr is built up throughout the game to be a safe haven and the ultimate goal, so it's important to design this world as almost ethereal. Tanalorr is the manifestation of the Jedi's hope, Cal's hope, and a near heavenly escape from the Empire. Once arriving, you'll see the terrain is a desaturated gray, allowing the surrounding nature to pop with beautiful blue water and shades of red and purple bushes that offer a truly interstellar accent.
One thing that I realized from watching these videos now, after I completed everything, is that I will try as much as I can to not watch reviews or critics or even trailers before playing something or watching something, because it always ruins it ruins everything. I want to have it fresh and new. I don't mind if I'm watching, for example, your stream critiquing and I see some stuff in it, or like reviews. Like in such a way, like I really late into the game, I realized that Code was about to betray us, or there's some shady was going on with him. It was after the Dagon Gera fight for me. Some people had watched the reviews and they were immediately bad by it, creeped out by it, or they heard in the news who the voice actor and had that in mind, and so on. And they had suspicions, and it really ruins the game for you, because after the Dagon Gera fight, you would think that you are almost through with the story and you just go to Tanalor, which is not the case, and you're left wondering what happens and how it happens. And if I would have known all that, it wouldn't be so cool as it was for me. So, yeah, that's my point. But I really enjoy watching the stuff now afterwards.
This makes the ensuing fight with Bode even better from both a gameplay and visual perspective. When the battlefield is so devoid of color, there's nothing but boundless screen for the bright sabers to bleed their color into, and it also allows you to clearly see any attacks coming from your final foe. I feel like I've presented the environments as boring when they resemble Earth, and that isn't the case. Well, I personally felt Jeddah was bland at times, it's a desert, but the later areas of Kobo are a sight.
But I like one thing I don't understand about those critics is, how can you blame a desert planet for being a desert? You know, like, it's a desert. I mean, come on. And for being a desert planet, there's a whole lot of stuff in it. So, I don't think that's a valid critic. So, and I mean, we have one desert planet on the map. So that's more than just fine.
Sight to behold. When climbing the large mountain that overlooks the planet, we'll come across nothing but dark visages and Imperial bases. But once at the top, we see an unobstructed clear blue sky. After such a suffocating and difficult descent, seeing this kind of brightness is like finally breathing fresh air. A further sight to behold is a floating observatory inviting you in to participate in yet another battle against Dagon Gera, whose fight takes place away from the brightness and eventually on the ceiling amidst a forced hallucination. It's during the—
That is like one of my favorite boss fights ever. Like, taking out Darth Vader because he's Darth Vader, like, just from being a boss fight, this one was the coolest. But I've got to say, I'm growing every minute more and more into a Dagon Gera fan, so...
these fights so you truly appreciate the combat's presentation. These lightsabers need to be nailed, and I got no insight, explanation, or greater theme to tie into this. These look dope.
The day they betrayed me and forsook Tanalor.
These boss fights end up feeling like they're ripped straight out of the movies, and the different swings and slashes of the stances make each visually unique and immediately identifiable. If Cal swings his singular saber like a sword, you know it's the one-handed stance. If he begins lunging or looking akin to someone fencing, you know it's the blaster stance. If he begins wielding a singular sword with two hands, you know it's the cross guard. Parries are satisfying, and this goes for the blaster as well. Cal's force pushes and pulls are done exceptionally well, and this point will be proven time and time again throughout this video by simply glancing at the expertly crafted animations. But there is one that many have pointed out. Do you remember Cal's sprinting animation in Jedi Fallen Order? Yeah, a little odd, but look at it here. Not bad, right? Well, let's take a look at the jogging animation, which...
I mean... yeah, I don't think it was that bad in Fallen Order. I don't think it was that good in Jedi Survivor. My opinion.
Which many have cited as being wonky. The channel editor Sean even commenting that it looks like a sim on his way to work. But I think it will grow on you like it did for me. Where the animations continue perfectly from the first game is in the takedowns, especially those on beasts and mini-bosses.
The takedowns, oh my god, they are so good. They're like... they're like really close to the button mash QTEs in Force Unleashed, which were really cool. And considering the fights here in Survivor are not that epic as in Force Unleashed mostly, they are very well done and they look very cinematic. Like this could be straight out from the movie or the trailer or whatnot.
Cutscenes here allow the actors to express themselves, and everyone delivers great performances, especially Cameron Monaghan. Though after Fallen Order, that's no surprise. More importantly, Cal looks more distinct this time around. In Fallen Order, it was terribly difficult to look at Cal and not connect him to the Joker or Ian Gallagher, and that makes sense, but I can't put my finger on it. Maybe it's as simple as a beard. Cal looks like he's really grown into his own, which the many aforementioned animations support. This of course varies through the different hairstyles, facial hairstyles, and clothing options, which are varied enough to make each Cal feel different, but still left some to be desired. Since I'm on the assumption you've played the game, I can say that adding the poncho again was a massive W, and I appreciate even further how hard it was to acquire.
I would have liked more ponchos. Give me more ponchos, yay.
To acquire this jacket, you must venture into a completely optional base and fight the spawn of Ogdo. For those who haven't been barebacked by Ogdo Bogdo in the first game, I'll catch you up to speed. Ogdo Bogdo was a side boss in Fallen Order that could be encountered very early on, and thus was a huge roadblock for many players. It was a difficult enemy to take down, and gave a lot of beginners grief, making it somewhat infamous within the community. Spawn of Ogdo is Respawn saying, "Oh, you thought that was hard? Hold my lightsaber." This fight is easily the hardest in the game. Many of Ogdo's attacks are one-shots, if not over half your health.
The charge one, the one where he just charges at you, is like so impossible to block because if you're too late, you don't get away from him. And if you're doing it too early, he just goes in the initial direction and then midway he just bugs or lags or glitches over to you and he got you like, what the fuck?
Bar, and his health bar is massive. I won't criticize how unforgiving this boss is because it's optional and it's borderline unfair for a purpose. Admittedly, the only criticism of this boss is because
for example, wait. Hey, mouse, why is my mouse? Where is my mouse? Hello? Here. It's just slow that really slow. Look at this. We see he's charging, and what he does.
And it's borderline.
He waits, and now.
Optional, and it's border.
Like, he sees him breathing out, and right after that, he decides. It's like a tiny moment before the frog charges at us, he goes to the right.
Borderline.
See? He's like right now moving, and our move is already done, and he just wins to us. Like look at it, he doesn't even hit us there.
And it's borderline on.
Look, this isn't even a real hit, and he lost half of the health bar.
For purpose. Admittedly, the only criticism is
that's also stupid. How is that a hit, bro? That should not be a hit.
The hitboxes on some attacks are questionable, but the real challenge comes from how his attacks come out at different times. One attack won't be the same as a following attack, making this the purest test of skill, disconnecting muscle memory from the equation. When the spawn of Ogdo is defeated, Cal can get the poncho, and will comment about how the smaller creature is seemingly judging him. The game knows it took you a while. But that's not where our side tangent ends, as when returning to Doma's shop, we can find a force tear that contains a challenge to defeat the son of Ogdo and Ogdo Bogdo at the same time. I'm not recounting this for the sake of summary, but to give a prime example of how much fun and fan service was a priority for Respawn, and it's a major part of what gives this game its charm. If you saw the interviews leading to this game's release, you know that many people were asking about the poncho, so seeing it again is just a fun moment. What I also hope to illustrate with this example is that while Jedi Survivor's world is open, it isn't empty. Around every corner is a collectible that can be exchanged for perks, cosmetics, and there are plenty of memorable boss fights, challenges, and entire areas that if you only focused on the main story, you'd miss. Yes, side missions are by their very nature second to the plot, but they still contain plenty of moments that surprise players. When you first meet Cage Vanda, my favorite side character, she'll give you the names and locations of different bounty hunters. This side quest
My favorite one is probably Scuba Staff because I really liked and was really engaged with him being at the different planets at a water place, and where he always had something to say and so on. It was really refreshing, and he's a very interesting character just by nature. So, yeah.
Has been regarded as tedious.
Ooh, maybe also Z. Z, the robot, was also very cool. I really liked Z.
By many, but I can't see how that's the case because it's just a boss gauntlet, moving from planet to planet hunting the hunters. It's a ton of fun and is capped off with a betrayal from Cage. Once she's defeated, you get her pistol and we find out that she too was being hunted by bounty hunters. And who else to collect that debt than Boba Fett himself? I've said it before, I'm not a big Star Wars fan, so something like this doesn't give me nostalgia or anything, but it's clear the developers are fans and loved making this game, and they understood the criticisms of the previous entry.
Ooh, very interesting. He's not a Star Wars fan, but he plays this game and he likes it for being Star Wars. So that, interesting.
Furthermore, if you paid close attention to the beginning of the game, then you'd know the Cage twist early, as you can see she is wanted in Coruscant. Not everything is perfect though, as some of the side objectives were downright annoying. Upgrading Pyloon Saloon was a lot of fun, and seeing the place get more lively as you meet people encouraged exploration, and eventually you could come across a crew that begins playing Holo Tactics at the saloon. Holo Tactics sees you facing off against an opponent with equal credits to spend on troops that will go head to head. The idea is that you select troops to play and move through multiple waves consecutively. One loss at round 3 brings you back down to round 1, so you might think it's important to remember what you used on round 1 and 2, so you can consistently win. But here's the catch. It's random! What works on one turn will not work the second time around, even when the layout is the exact same. And it makes playing through these incredibly grindy and a roll of the dice. I don't want to spend too much time on this because it is a simple side activity, but God, is Holo Tactics awful. And it would be instantly fun if there was just some consistency. It's the worst of the side activities, and maybe that bodes well for the rest of the game. In Fallen Order, there were few side objectives outside of collectibles, and while there were some side bosses, many of them were reskins of enemies we had already fought up to that point. I didn't criticize this in my review of Fallen Order, but many others did. And Respawn has fixed that problem with flying colors. Now we have the...
Now that you mention it, like, let's go back here.
That bodes well for the rest of the game. In Fallen Order,
there's like 3 enemies that have the same weirdest attack as
there were few side objectives outside of collectibles, and while there were some side bosses, many of them were reskins.
This one is like the fucking monkey with horns thing that we also fought a lot of times.
Of enemies we had already fought up to that point. I didn't criticize this in my review of Fallen Order, but many others.
And it makes it even worse for me that we had to fight those so often.
Others did, and Respawn has fixed that problem with flying colors. Now we have the Rancor, Ogdo, countless bounty hunters, and so much more. You may stumble across a random shack and upon investigation find an entire underground dungeon with Rancors at the bottom in a 3v1 fight. Again, all hidden under a small shack in the middle of nowhere. Jedi Survivor is a tragedy from a presentation perspective because it oozes passion from every boss fight, environment, animation, and cameo. You know that this game on the surface is a love letter to Star Wars, and while there are flaws, the flaws are not blatant oversights or laziness, they're just simply mistakes. In gameplay, we can see where these mistakes crop up, but it's also where we see the best the game has to offer. Gameplay is simple on the surface. It's mostly combat, but the combat is deeper and more visceral than ever. Puzzles suffer this time around, but not enough to be of concern, and the pacing of the game is like any roller coaster. Slow at first, but once it hits its apex, it's nothing but exciting until the very end. Mechanically, the game continues right where Fallen Order left off. You have every ability from the beginning, no injury to force the player to reacquire these abilities, no unexplained nerfing of Cal, simply expanding the foundation. Force pushing and pulling is still here, but now you can suspend enemies in the air, or pull them directly to the ground. It's within these abilities that there is further progression. Nearly every combat you air, or pull them directly to the ground. It's within these
this thing was cool.
Abilities that there is
like this should not be an own force power. This should have been. We should have been able to do that like from the get-go. There was nothing hard about
further progression. Nearly every combat utility has a dedicated skill tree, and for force pushing and pulling you can only affect smaller enemies, hardly staggering the larger beasts, but with enough upgrades, Cal will use both hands to topple the monolithic foes in front of him. Cal's slow now affects everyone around him and is on a cooldown, which works better as a reset. If you're being jumped by multiple enemies, you can stop everyone.
The slow effect does not work better.
stim up, and reposition. The same is true within boss fights, but by the end of the game, this is given a greater aggressive utility. As Cal begins to accept his anger, he can utilize his rage when slowing everyone down, offering more damage. Now we have an active decision when we use the slow. Do we want to use it aggressively, attempting to take out as much of the enemy's health bar before the slow runs out, or do we want to wait until our back is against the wall and use the slow to recenter? Either decision is justified, but the issue is by the time you upgrade the slow, you can do both reliably. When I slow someone now, I get the associated buffs for upwards of 20 seconds, which is an eternity when combat moves as fast as it does. Otherwise, progression functions to allow even more ways to dismember the enemies, something heavily requested in Fallen Order. Another new tool Cal has is the Jedi mind tricks, which appear within the story when convenient, but within gameplay Cal can use these to turn enemies against our allies for a few moments and tame animals. When it comes to taming animals, Cal simply rides different creatures to make traversal faster. It's a simple mechanic, but it solves a potentially fatal problem, where traversing the open areas could be slow, especially when cleaning up the remaining collectibles. Even when on your own, Jedi Survivor has ways of keeping you engaged with the new movement abilities. A grappling hook is straightforward, and the air dash and eventually air dash through screens allows for so much more freedom. When passing through a screen, your double jump and dash is reset, meaning entire minutes can be spent in the air if you know what you're doing. The epitome of this is some movement tech I discovered, where you can air dash directly after jumping, allowing you to dash along the ground but without the end lag of a normal dash. This dash, because it is along the ground, can be chained with another jump and then another dash and so on. I only bring this up because even if it isn't intentional, it made moving around a bit more efficient and rewarding, and I desperately need to explain why I was moving around like I just did a rail of coke in most of my footage. Ever since getting sucked into Warzone in 2020, I by instinct now try to slide cancel in every game I play. But no matter which way you move, it's clear that the movement here is deeper than Fallen Order. And when backtracking is so much easier thanks to the introduction of fast traveling, I can't praise it enough. The best part of Fallen Order was its combat and boss fights, and so it's no surprise that Survivor offers even better boss fights and a ridiculous amount of them too. While more fights against the Empire and other lightsaber users are great, and a significant improvement from Fallen Order, it's only appreciated because the combat is tight and expressive. Survivor builds upon the 2 stances from Fallen Order to total 5 stances, and thus 5 ways to approach a situation. All of these are fun, but not all are viable. The one-handed and double-sided stances function very similarly to how they did in Fallen Order, but have the necessary expansions that carry across the stances. Lunging abilities, charged attacks, air attacks, and some new combos occupy skill trees, and while that might make you think that these stances are samey, they do plenty to separate themselves. One-handed is a great all-rounder, while the double-sided is good for weaker crowd control. It covers a wide area and excels in deflecting multiple ranged attacks in quick succession, but struggles in one-on-one, relative to other stances that is. I won't dive into these stances very far because I discuss them in detail within my Fallen Order video, but I want to talk about the newest styles and the pros and cons they introduce. Two-handed is a stance teased in Fallen Order, and many fans want to see it show up in
It is called dual wield, not two-handed. The other one was double-bladed because the blade has 2 blades.
Survivor, and well, here it is, and it's great. This is my personal favorite stance because it looks amazing with flashy takedowns and combos exuding finesse, but the downside is it lacks damage and struggles at range, especially against enemies that can fly. The quirk with this stance is that any attack can be cancelled by blocking, something other stances cannot afford. With most stances, you have to commit to an attack, which for slower stances is detrimental, but with dual wielding, you can unleash an unrelenting barrage of swings, and the moment an attack comes in, you can block instantly. This allows dual wielding to be the most aggressive of the stances, and on the opposite end of our speed to damage scale is the crossguard. The crossguard sees your lightsaber taking on a greatsword appearance, acting as a slow-moving but devastating lethal approach. It makes up for its lack of speed, range, and crowd control with pure damage. The problem I found with this style is that because each attack is so slow, the opportunity to do good damage is so minimal in most fights, especially when those enemies are fast or aggressive, which is often the case. The issue is exacerbated on higher difficulties where it only takes 2 or 3 slip-ups to die. It's hard to justify using the stance when dual wielding offers the best defense and any other stance is faster. And I had a few commenters point out that they were able to make use of the crossguard regularly, so this could be a skill issue, but my grievances lies less with it being difficult to use and rather with its blatant inefficiency against other stances. This dynamic exhibits one of the greater design shifts within Jedi Survivor, which is in regards to difficulty. Fallen Order was by no means an easy game, but it was fair most of the time. The game could get away with having some tough as nails enemies because the maps were always interconnected, meaning a meditation point point was never too far. Jedi Survivor has more open areas this time around and thus cannot afford this luxury. To remedy this, it seems the enemies do less damage, but I would struggle to actually call the game easier. Rather, I would say it's more forgiving. Individual attacks, telegraphs, and patterns were harder here to memorize and adapt to, but when the attacks don't do as much damage, it allows a player to spend more time getting familiar with those attacks, which is further appreciated when you have 5 new stances to learn said attacks with. Finding a window to attack with crossguard will be significantly harder than doing so with something like the blaster stance. The blaster stance is yet another option that focuses on ranged attacks and chip damage. You can fire a single bolt or a charge bolt that consumes 2 charges. You recharge the blaster by attacking with the saber in your offhand, and it creates a dance where you swap from blaster to saber mid-combo, and some further upgrades like allowing you to parry with the blaster make this even more fit for gunslingers. While I didn't find this as powerful as a dual wield, I ended up using it for most of the game because of its aesthetic appeal, which plays as much of a factor as the utility, and it is why I appreciate the forgiving nature of Survivor's combat. Even if the crossguard was my least favorite, I would be drawn to it for variety's sake, and could be given enough mercy to retrain myself. But of course, this is assuming you are not playing on Jedi Grandmaster, which, as its predecessor once did, will kick your ass, especially in the boss fights. The boss fights here improve upon Fallen Order in variety and abundance, somehow expanding the...
The thing is, I played on Jedi Master, and Jedi Master is like difficult, or quite difficult, but not unreal difficult. And I was able to get through everything, and I would say an at least okay playing for Fallen Order and Survivor. Like those animal fights were cruel, and they were unnecessarily cruel. Like how are the most powerful Jedi and Sith beatable for me? But like a Rancor and a fucking Petikin will be dropping a lurk and sleep time in a bit. Yeah. For sure. So lurk, have a good night. Have a good night, Petikin. Thank you. And thank you again for dropping in, chatting, and also resubbing and gifting a sub. Wow. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Boots everyone else would struggle to fill. Highlights are those are in the story, but even side bosses like Cage and the aforementioned Dogdo are exceptionally enjoyable while being challenging at the same time. Set pieces aside, the boss fights excel in being fair but challenging, and we can look to Ravis to see why. Ravis is hyped up from the early game, and we learn that not only has he slain Jedi before us, but that he has a regenerative body, making him already intimidating in our minds, but that's just what we imagine him to be. Ravis in reality is much worse. He uses a mace and swings with wide sweeps and long combos, forcing you to be patient and precise with your engagements. It's a tough battle, but once that health bar is gone, he spawns another health bar. He sheds his armor, and his skin is free, and his aggression is restraint-free too. His mace now has extended reach, his combos go on for longer, and he begins overlapping ranged fire strikes with close quarters melee. The fight is as hard as it is fun, and while this late game boss is a high point, we start at an equal level of quality. Jedi Survivor's opening picks up right where the last game left off, both thematically and mechanically. Thematically, Cal is showing the frustration and pain that underscores his actions in Fallen Order, and we get a chance to refine our bearings against familiar enemies in an unfamiliar environment. And both of the boss fights on Coruscant are remixes of familiar enemies, allowing fans of the first game to try their new moves against a familiar boss, especially the Ninth Sister, whose moveset is familiar enough to reward avid fans of Fallen Order, but new enough to prevent boredom. The whole introduction is done so well and sets us up perfectly to feel the way Cal does, but I'll get into that when we talk about the story. For now, I want to appreciate the action here and how, especially in the second half of the game, it never seems to slow down. The game even ends strongly, at least gameplay-wise. The fight against Bode is a ton of fun, incorporating some of Marin's abilities and your own, and even has a fake-out death screen where you need to harness the dark side to turn the tides in your favor. I've heard many take issues with this fight because it feels a bit anticlimactic, and I can't help but agree. On one hand, this is clearly a narrative-driven fight, but on the other, I think there are ways to improve the fight from both a gameplay and story perspective. Something notable about Bode is that he doesn't have an interesting power like Dagon's Mirages or Ravis's Stature, and while Bode's moveset is visual...
But why should he? For the game, that might be the case that it would be better, but like realistically, it would not make sense. Like we couldn't sense at all that he's a Jedi. Why should he be so powerful now? Like, there's no way that every single being that is out there is like as powerful as Darth Vader and so on. Like, Go on.
Really interesting, it functions very similarly to some of the side bosses that hold a saber. The solution is aggression. Halfway through the fight, Bode gets a boost to speed and damage, and it's during this cutscene that Kata is put in danger through his actions. We know Bode is extremely protective of his daughter, so why not make Bode angry that his daughter was almost hurt, and make his attacks grow more aggressive, fast, pummeling, but have his end lag increased, meaning he throws out these massive combos but is clearly exhausting himself. It's already established that Cal is facing incredible anger inside at Bode's betrayal, so Cal and Bode are on the same page. So how do you win? Patience, balance, and focus. This makes a player strive for the same thing Cal does. Trust in yourself, your skills, and patience to overcome overwhelming emotion. It would almost be poetic to have the most difficult enemy be the one who was by your side the whole time. The way it is now is fine, memorable, and fun, but I can understand where it could have been improved as a means of ending a non-stop roller coaster ride of a game. A set pieces with Marin when running from the drill kicks off a second half that is one major action set piece after another, at times rivaling Uncharted. And while a game does not need this kind of over-the-top ventures to be successful, hell, some might call it hollow, Jedi Survivor elevates its campaign by allowing these mechanically bare moments to be earned. Survivor can have moments like the drill because the rest of the game is built upon a deep foundation where each boss fight is well crafted. I was also consistently blown away by how much effort was put into the smallest and largest moments. Grease, when exiting the ship, has 4 blasters, one for each hand, and an entire chapter where you play as Seer is the epitome of fan service. But of course, we can't talk about Seer without talking about Vader. There are so many things that make this fight the best in the game. The arena, in a collapsed monument to your efforts, a Vader that you can actually damage, showing just how strong Seer is compared to Cal, who couldn't even land a hit. A Vader that is on fire in the second half of the fight, and when he's on the back foot, he swings with 2 hands, showing that he previously underestimated Seer. God, everything about this is peak Star Wars, man. I love it. Even mechanically, this fight is tough, fair, and meticulously balanced around the limited stim canisters. And I believe this was done for a specific reason, to maintain Darth Vader's legacy. Vader's appearance in Fallen Order was special because it was realistic. Not in that the Force or Yoda is realistic, but rather it is consistent with the universe's established lore. Said lore being that Vader is one of the strongest Force users in the galaxy. Not being able to land a hit on him keeps his legacy of being a brick shithouse intact. And when we consider the context of Jedi Survivor, it shows just how much farther Cal has to go when even after overcoming so much, he can't even compete with the real deal. Seer has grown a lot, and we see that relative to the other characters. And this fight's difficulty enhances the narrative that Vader is the best there is because many players, myself included, got their asses handed to them. Further respecting Vader's power is that he does not lose, but only comes close because he underestimated Seer. When the fight begins, Vader attacks sparingly, slowly, and with one hand, but by the final phase, he begins using both hands and swinging with unrelenting force. He's not playing around anymore, he's out for the kill. But not everything is right here, as unfortunately the Darth Vader fight commits an atrocity in my books. Cutscenes in the middle of a fight. For the sake of laying some groundwork, a fun fight is one where the attacks given and taken are balanced, fair, consistent, and challenging, and within a lightsaber context, the blows must be traded with the player alternating between defense and offense. The satisfaction of a good fight is when you become good enough to know all the tricks of your opponent and shut them down one after another. And this allows fights to enter a flow state that I can never get enough of. Boss fights epitomize this because they are paired with heightened scores, stakes, and lethality. But when I am in the middle of wiping the floor with someone, being forced to watch a cutscene to initiate the second phase of a fight completely rips the agency away from me. In Jedi Fallen Order, some boss fights would have—
I actually feel like I feel like I need to shut up because what my throat tells me. No, I feel like those cutscenes were actually cool. I really like those because, like, hearing what Vader has to say or what Dagan Gera has to say is so cool. Like, I want to hear it.
Have cutscenes in the middle of the action that kill the pacing, sure, but only the first time. To use Taron Malicos as an example, after watching his midway fight cutscene the first time, the game will seamlessly transition into the next phase. If this was still the case in Survivor, there would be no issue, but it's not. And instead, we have to start the cutscene, skip it, then wait for the game to load. It's a nitpick, sure, but it's a pet peeve of mine and it wasn't an issue in the first game, so I feel like it should have been the same here. While we're on the topic of gameplay problems, one I saw online a lot was that you could only equip 2 stances at once. I don't think this is a problem, and I think the greater issue is that swapping between stances is too linear. You cannot switch stances mid-combo without stopping, swapping, then attacking. Combat can be significantly more dynamic if we can start a combo with the double-sided lightsaber and then end the combo with the dual wield, even having specific swap attacks. This would not only encourage experimentation with different combos, but it would also make stances more viable. Imagine if when attacking, say pressing square while holding left on the D-pad, you could perform a swap mid-attack. Now we can benefit from the defensive capabilities of the dual wield stance, but when an enemy is staggered, we execute with the hard-hitting crossguard. If we get another game, I would love for this to be a feature, though I do still agree that changing our stances should be doable from any location and not just meditation points and workbenches. I mean, are we really going to say that Cal can't use his gun without meditating first? We can keep the limit of 2 to hot swap between, but at least let us edit our loadouts like we do cosmetics from the pause menu, or even grant us a weapon wheel. But when I think of Star Wars Jedi games, specifically the things done wrong, nothing will ever come to mind faster than New Game Plus. In Fallen Order, New Game Plus was pointless. The only thing that carried over was cosmetics. Your health, stims, upgrades, abilities were all reset, making it essentially a fresh playthrough, and I was admittedly a little harsh on that decision in my review, but I still maintain that this should have been better, and here it is! New Game Plus now carries over cosmetics, stims, and skill points, though it does reset your skill trees. This is exactly what I wanted, and while I won't praise Respawn too much for not fucking up a really easy job, I can't lie. I'm glad they got it the second time around. It was a pain to have to reinvest my skill points, especially when Cal was already maxed out, but I actually appreciate this for those without maxed out characters. Say you only stuck to a few stances in the first playthrough, you can now opt to invest in a different stance for added gameplay spice. Hell, in my first playthrough, I almost entirely ignored the Force, because I find lightsaber combat more fun, but on a second playthrough, I sought to remedy that and attempt to use those abilities more, and I realized there was considerable depth I was missing out on. The only thing New Game Plus does not carry over is the traversal and Force abilities. This was the case in Fallen Order as well, and I'd assume that the game could break if they allowed you to have them, as you could skip entire areas and thus entire sections of the story, making the game unstable. In this case, it seemed my assumptions were correct, because now if you sequence break through glitching, you get this message.
You seem to bypass certain story elements, continue to play from this point, may encounter issues.
I will admit that it feels restrictive to not have the air dash after being so used to it, but I also don't mind if it means with it the game wouldn't function properly. I don't know much about game design, but what I do know is that passion and care was abundant in every facet of gameplay, so chances are if Respawn couldn't make sequence breaking work, then it is likely a lot harder than people think. It's in New Game Plus that players are most likely to try Jedi Grandmaster, and when it comes to the boss fights, I'd argue that's the best the game gets, but everything in between isn't hard, nor is it easy, it's simply boring. This is because enemy layouts begin showing their imbalance, and even more so if you select the perk that remixes enemy layouts. Too often will you find a patrol that contains enough enemies that overlap devastating attacks to where you're not skillfully bobbing and weaving through attacks, fluidly transitioning between offense and defense, but rather running in circles, waiting for an opening where you're always on the back foot. Yeah. Alternatively, when enemies are so lethal...
That's also one thing that I said while playing. There were too many enemies. Sometimes later around, it was just not a realistic fight that you would do. And with some of these, especially like the sentry droids, it's too much effort to just break them to get a hit on them when there's 3 other humanoids charging at you.
And we need to isolate the most dangerous and take them out efficiently, it restricts our creativity, because when the most efficient way of taking out a low-ranking trooper is to force pull then slash, why do anything else? This does not apply to the boss fights, because they're better designed. A boss will rarely overlap attacks, allowing you to sneak in damage to begin controlling the pace of the fight, and even if you can't, most bosses through staggering or their combos and lag offer periods where you can pressure them. In some of these menial encounters, that same care wasn't shown, so we're left with enemies that I actively ran past. There should be no reason that I opt to skip what is otherwise a fundamental part of the game. If we're strictly talking boss fights, Jedi Grandmaster is the definitive way to play the game, especially on New Game Plus, but otherwise, I'd say stick to normal or hard difficulty. This is why I believe the game has made efforts to nerf the amount of damage on normal difficulty, as on normal, getting hit by an attack that should not have connected or being in a scenario where too many attacks and enemies are overlapping is excused by their damage not being lethal. The game is in a win-win scenario, because if you criticize it, then it's rebutted by saying skill issue, play on easy, or by blaming the player for choosing a harder difficulty. But again, it isn't challenging, it's just boring. What is challenging is adapting on the fly to ever-changing scenarios with whatever stances you choose like a true Jedi would. What's easy is being put in such a punishing scenario that your brain sees an enemy and defaults to the most effective means of dispatching them, essentially going on autopilot, because the punishment for one experiment gone wrong is minutes of time lost. I think a simple change for this without reworking the fundamentals of the game is to add more one-on-one fights and fewer mob fights. The mono-a-mono battles are the peak of the game, so if on this new, more challenging difficulty and with remixed enemies, throw in a mini mini-boss in place of a usual patrol? How about instead of 5 stormtroopers, a flame trooper, and a flying enemy, toss a rancor in there, or any large imposing foe? I don't want these criticisms to take away from the greater success here. It's true that these issues annoyed me, but I'm likely part of a minority, and it doesn't change how great Survivor's gameplay is for the other 99% of the game. The gameplay here is the most tragic part of Jedi Survivor, but it illustrates that, more than anything else, Respawn was listening to its fans. There were even minor nitpicks I didn't even mention in my Fallen Order review, like the lack of deeper traversal that was improved upon here. But once again, it doesn't matter because it runs like hell. The final nail in Survivor's coffin is its story, because if you thought the frame rate was distracting in gameplay, then just wait till you see these cutscenes. It doesn't simply distract you from the pretty visuals or references littered throughout the game, but the actual plot that builds off the themes of Jedi Fallen Order in meaningful ways. Fortunately, the story on a new game does not lose its luster, as reveals like a certain someone's betrayal, while obvious on a first run, are still enhanced by a second playthrough because all their actions are seen through a new lens, like any good twist should. The game begins with Cal continuing his fight against the Empire, but things are different. Cal is different, his team is different, and actually most of the team dies very quickly, with Gabby's death being one of the most sudden and thus hard-hitting deaths in the entire game. It perfectly showcases the fragility of the Resistance, and subverts our expectations after allowing us to just barely get comfortable with the new crew. It's this massacre on Coruscant by the Empire and the Ninth Sister that makes Cal act brash. He almost loses himself in anger, and when encountering the Inquisitor again, he says this.
Your name was Asana Tide. It's time to set you free.
Cal decided 10 minutes ago that she was going to die, and this is a kind of deliberate aggression we rarely saw, if at all, in Fallen Order. Something's not right with Cal. In fact, everything about this opening is wrong. Cal's angry, matured, with a whole new team, and they all die by the time he leaves. The whole introduction, I was reminiscing about the old team, and Cal begins to do the same. The opening works so well because the player and Cal are mentally in sync. Cal later shows frustration in that it seems everything he does is for nothing, barely making a dent in the Empire. Cal and the group had so much determination that they would take the fight to the Empire in the last game, and now here we are, no further than when we started. What further works in this opening is how directionless it all feels. Not giving the player a proper goal parallels our desires with Cal again, but it means repeat playthroughs suffer the consequences. As of writing this, I am on my 3rd playthrough, and this opening on both replays was slow as molasses, especially when compared to how fast things move later on. By the time Cal gets to Kobo, we find some semblance of normal, meeting up again with Grease, exploring old Jedi tombs, and we even get our old Scrapper outfit. We then uncover some High Republic secrets, eventually coming across Dagan Gera, a Jedi who, after being in stasis for years, seems to believe that the Jedi Council betrayed him. While this first encounter is short, it furthers an internal wavering faith in the Jedi. Cal so far has been nothing but punished for being a Jedi, and he's only met 2 Jedi by the time Fallen Order ends, Malicos and Seer, and both have abandoned the Jedi Code. Now Dagan Gera does the same, so it makes sense that when Cal eventually is offered a blaster, something his master discouraged, he's easy to convince. But this is the point where the game picks up, as we now have a goal of stopping Gera and racing him to the promised land of Tanalorr, which is supposedly inaccessible by the Empire. We head to Jeddah to meet with Seer, but we need to be escorted through the desert, and who else but Merrin shows up. The last time we saw Merrin, there was a budding friendship between her and Cal as they bonded over their similar pasts, and helped each other overcome their isolation. It was nice seeing their friendship rekindled, and even better seeing that it was on track to become something much more. When we get to Seer, we see that she's been busy helping the Resistance, and has even found Eno Cordova, who everyone assumed to have been dead within Fallen Order. Jeddah is an interesting time for Cal because it's the first time he's seen the group back together, and it's inspiring. Seer has similar goals to Cal, rebuilding the Jedi and fighting the Empire, but her covert work has resulted in allies that aren't dead, and archives that are a monument to their efforts. At least for now. Now that the crew is together under a common goal, they begin work on finding out how Dagan got to Tanalorr, and how they can get the last compass to the planet. Their journey isn't smooth though, as they run into plenty of obstacles at the Shattered Moon and Kobo, but the real threat is the Empire looming over Jeddah. Eventually, they compromise the safe house, and in our efforts to save the people inside, we fight a gargantuan Imperial drill. It's funny because when strictly looking at the plot, moments like investigating the Shattered Moon and getting to the safe house are relatively light on story, but they're so fun, supplemented by gameplay that I couldn't help but not notice. By the time the drill does come down, we've made considerable progress with Merrin, developing new skills and trust between the two, along with some romance that made every Fallen Order fan shit their Sith shorts. Eventually, we track down Ravis, and he is yet another decapitated head on Cal's belt, but this time, he actually asked for it. Cal even rather recklessly asked for Ravis to join him, but that doesn't go as planned. What does go according to plan is finding Dagan. We approach the observatory atop Kobo's highest mountain, and it's truly a breathtaking sight. We confront Dagon at the top, and we kill him. It felt slightly underwhelming aside the fact that this is the third time Cal fucking decapitated someone. The boss fight itself was well done and the visuals were excellent, but Dagon didn't get a proper conclusion to me. And I think this could partially be because Dagon was never meant to be the primary antagonist, and rather is a personification of Cal's inner turmoil. Cal fears that he'll lose his way just as Dagon did, and further, he relates to Dagon being alone. Centauri Kree left, Ravis is dead,
He also reminds me a little bit of Anakin as well.
His order is gone, leaving Dagon with no one else. Doesn't that sound familiar? His crew's dead, his friends moved on. Cal is grappling with that same sense of loneliness. But through it all, he had one friend by his side, and that alone should have been enough to raise some alarms. I mean, I'm as oblivious as they come, and even I raised an eyebrow when Bode said, "We already have an emperor." Like, huh? Who is we? The issue with Bode is that he begins showing his hand before his betrayal, making it come as less of a surprise. From the get-go, he's way too nice and loyal, following Cal around like a pet, and his shirt color contrasts Cal's. Then, as the crew sits around the fire celebrating, he talks more and more about his daughter, and when he actually does betray the group, it's still intense because everyone gives a great performance, but the betrayal does kind of fall flat. I wonder if the team knew this, and their solution was to kill Cordova. Bode killing Cordova does nothing. He doesn't need to do it, and actively spares everyone else aside from those directly in his way. Bode isn't a bad guy, he's just scared, and wants to keep his daughter safe. Maybe it's because he panicked, but I just did not care when Cordova died because everyone assumed he was dead in Fallen Order. His story was finished in that game and it's not expanded upon here.
It was unnecessary, but I did care about it because he was a great person and we got the echoes.
So I can't help but feel this was a cheap way to increase tension. But I don't think that's needed because directly after this is a chase on a speeder, an appetizer for the main boss fight against Bode, and an entire section where you play as a different character and fight Darth Vader as he's on fire! You don't need any more tension, that's the point. Regardless, Bode's twist was done well, not because it wasn't obvious. There are red flags you won't notice. But I am concerned that Bode is beginning a trend with these games. If there's a third Jedi game, which many believe there will be, we cannot have yet another villain that is secretly a Jedi that survived the Purge. In the first game, we had Terran Malicos, and now we have the same thing with Bode. Surely some of the Jedi survived the Purge, but every time we do this, we dilute the effectiveness of Order 66 and Cal's character. Cal's struggle has been with being the last of the Jedi and being alone, but every time we introduce someone else who was in the same scenario, his situation becomes less and less special. What is special is Bode's skill. When he pushes Cal off of the edge, we see him fire a blaster bolt to prevent Cal from finding his bearings in the air. Something no other character has done yet. Another thing we haven't seen is respawning as a different character, Cere. I've already droned about how great this is gameplay-wise, but Cere's fight against Vader once again reinforces the theme of letting go of your anger, or at least accepting it without allowing it to corrupt you. Cere, once Vader is on the back foot, makes a foolish mistake, and her dying words, Trilla, reveal that her intentions in fighting Vader were purely for revenge. I know many are expecting a third game to have Cal fight Vader and in some form win, but I hope that does not happen at all. The reason Darth Vader's appearance here is interesting is because it was unexpected, and it served as a payoff to his appearance in Fallen Order. The setup is having Cal not be able to land a hit, while the payoff is Cere faring much better. I don't want every Jedi protagonist to pose a legitimate threat to Vader because that tampers with his legacy. The reason Vader was done so well in Fallen Order is because the developers respected his power. And like the Jedi who survived Order 66 twist, if we see too much of it, it loses its luster. Despite my concerns for future entries, what works here regardless, works here. After recovering from the fall of Jedha, we set course for Nova Garan to chase Bode. And while narratively things enter a lull for a moment, the gameplay ideas here like disguises and the level itself being one of the most interconnected mazes of the game, keeping things fresh and interesting, is great. Once we get further inside, Cal's anger reaches a boiling point that creates a storm, the eye of which is Kata. We get brief context about Bode's family, his past, and it humanizes him, but once Bode arrives and quickly leaves, Cal breaks. Having this kind of unrestricted power is just as tempting to Cal as it is to us, because we shred through a small army on the way out. But alas, Bode gets away, and we have to find our own route to Tanalorr. By now, Merrin and Cal are official, and I appreciate that their relationship never takes the spotlight so long for the player to lose sight of the goal. It's explored in subtle and short ways, which I appreciated, especially when Fallen Order felt meandering at points. Tanalorr is even more beautiful than Dagon's memories, and we find Kata before Bode, reminding us about what's on the line here. Kata was born into a world where the Empire ruled with an iron fist, and she'd be guaranteed a life of hell, and God forbid she was Force sensitive. Kata is Bode's reason to be here, as he wants to protect her, her. And she is Cal's reason too, because she is exactly the kind of child he wants to foster in Tanalorr. There are a few logical issues with Bode's plan, like the isolation, the idea that if their ship breaks down at all, then they're stranded, and the possibility that if Bode leaves for a supply run and doesn't come back, what happens to Kata, but it doesn't matter because Bode is too irrational to listen to reason. But it is interesting to imagine that there may have been another way. In Bode's last stand, he becomes so angered, and I imagine scared, that he almost injures if not kills Kata on many different occasions. When Bode gets the upper hand, Cal has to harness all the darkness inside him to even the odds, but he restrains himself enough to not decapitate him this time, opting instead to shoot him in the heart twice! Cal is brutal in this game, man, I'm telling you. The game ends with Cal victorious, but mourning the death of Seer, Cordova, and who he thought was his friend. The game ends in a much better place than Fallen Order, where the gang is hopeful, accomplish their goal, and while the story here is finished, there are plenty of ways to continue it into a sequel. Overall, I believe the story here is much stronger than Fallen Order, and I love that half of the story is enjoyable because it's well written, and the other half is great because it directly builds upon themes of the previous game. The references to Star Wars lore and the references to even the previous game are abundant and reward those with extensive knowledge. While there are some moments I didn't enjoy, like the fact Seer unironically calls Cal a Jedi Survivor, I like the story a lot. The opening, though, is far too long on repeat playthroughs. But when talking about this with friends, one of them brought up a good point. Can you really criticize a game for being slower on repeat playthroughs? I think that's an interesting question.
Yeah, but the intro is still too
Question
long.
to unpack, because while I believe that is valid, I can also understand not holding it against the game, because the allure of Coruscant is the mystery of what's happening, where's the crew, and genuinely one of the best scenes in the game is when Gabby saves Cal, and the game pans over like she's gonna say some witty one-line.
The cutscenes and the mission itself is not the bad part. The bad part is getting to the mission and walking around basically all of Coruscant, while it could have been shorted down.
Liner, and she's just lying there, lifeless. Like, even the game didn't expect her to die. Jedi Survivor communicated its idea as well, and inspired through Cal's internal and external battles. Cal's struggle with his isolation manifests in all the people he meets, and it's the connection he fosters with people that keep him on track. Cal also comes to realize that the fight against the Empire won't end overnight, and certainly not by a ragtag group of rebels and a Jedi. Its moments of sincerity land well, and its humor does much the same, just like Fallen Order. Though with this game's more serious tone, the humor is less abundant than in the main quest. But once again, my praises are all under a storm cloud pouring over the story, forming puddles that spell the word performance. It's great to experience a story full of intrigue, twists, and unique moments, but when the cutscenes are reaching 5 FPS more than they are 30, it's really difficult to catch all the detail that is so clearly on display. It's tragic. It's tragic. And it sucks. It sucks for everyone. It sucks for reviewers because they were assured that these issues would be fixed, and many, myself included, had to take their word for it and pray that the developers can follow through. Reviewers have to rate a game on what they believe or hope a game is like on launch, and so many of them look past performance issues. Now, people who feel burned by the game blame those reviewers and the developers, leading to the massive disparity between critic scores and user scores, but the greatest victim here is Respawn's reputation. Jedi Survivor is an excellent game and an excellent sequel, and what this really shows me is that all they needed was more time. I wish they had delayed the game for as long as they needed, even another year, just to polish things. Because if this game ran well on release, it would have been a genuine contender for the Game of the Year. This game did not deserve this. Gotham Knights got dunked on for its performance, but there were so many fundamental flaws with that game that the performance was simply yet another thing bringing the game down. But Survivor is so great, and yet the performance is going to permanently thrash its memory. Think about Assassin's Creed Unity, a game that through patches has performed much better for years now, but nearly a decade later, people still associate the entire experience with this one image. It is exceptionally sad to see that all of this work was for nothing. What's worse is that this reception might neuter the chances of getting another Star Wars game from Respawn, even though the reason this game launched the way it did.
Cold, very cold, very cold. Okay, guys, that is it for today. I'm getting very, very tired. It's late as well. I will go straight to bed because I'm also feeling very down now. I used up my voice in these 5 hours, 25 minutes. 3 must be long enough. So, boom. Guys, let me recap again what happened. Petigan, thank you very, very much for the 28 months resub. Holy cow. Speaking of cows, we had Moo with the 24-month sub, 2 years on the 24th of December, some hours ago. Thank you very much for that. Moo then went on to give 5 subs. Thank you so much for this. This also kicked off a hype train in which Groomfee also resub for 11 months. Let's go. And Petikin gifted a tier 1 sub to. We have. No? Damn, it doesn't show hype trains here. Okay. Yeah. But thank you all very, very much for that. Thank you, Free Guys, also very much for chatting and watching and lurking. Leo, my IRL friend, also danke. Danke, dass du reingekommen bist und ich werde auschecken, was du mir auf Fortnite geschenkt hast. Yeah, guys. So, good night. We'll see us later. If I feel better, I will stream tomorrow as well, and we will watch the other videos. If not, then the day after tomorrow. So, good night and see you. Hugs and kisses. Always. Bye.